Oh, sorry. You didn't hear anything I just said. Wow. I Thanks for coming by. I'm sorry I had to turn off that Muzak feature that Twitter has added, um, where I can play a little Muzak before I start the space. But anyway, I have not done a space in a while, and I just wanted to do one. And I have some really good conversations with my subscriber group over at Substack. Those are great. Sometimes I like to talk to the wider community, although sometimes I regret doing that, but probably not tonight. I will just leave the topic open. I was just going to, again, talk about really anything that's going on in the world. Interesting things going on in Ukraine. Um, in terms of public support for the war really changing, and I wouldn't mind talking about that a bit. And there's actually a Rand Corporation report of a stalemate that's looming. They're having ammunition issues. This is all very technical stuff. I guess we could talk about some of the recent infighting going on the right. There's been some kind of remarkable blowups and some attacks on old Nick Fuentes that I saw coming from, I guess, the Teal network in a way. It was coming in the gray zone, and I was suggesting that it was coming from the Kremlin, but perhaps not. That it's a little bit difficult to get Kremlin funding these days. So I can talk about that or anything else. But Andrew, fellow Depeche Mode acolyte, how are you doing, my man?
What's going on, Richard? How are you?
Doing well. Glad you're here.
Thanks. I was thinking actually we'd save a little Depeche Mode talk. I want to get your opinion on their new single, but I was kind of thinking we'd say that for later. What I actually wanted to ask you
Yeah.
about, because I did not get a chance to tune in live.
Well, maybe we shouldn't save it for
Okay,
later
all
because
right.
we can do that. We can do that right away. I wasn't planning on doing a marathon tonight. I was just going to do a reasonable one. So, but ask the serious question
I was
first.
going to ask about the Millennial Matt uh, thing.
Yeah.
I don't know much about it. You do. I think you do.
Yes. Yeah. I was quoted. I got sent a question, and from Michael Hayden of the SPLC, and I responded to it. And it was just basically a kind of background thing. And but yeah, so I he asked me, what do you think about Millennial Matt's FBI involvement or something? And I was like, oh wow. But I was curious how exactly he got this information. And then I read the piece today, and I learned. So it's all coming from the Alex Jones text, and which I guess were put into discovery and then were you know wrongly put into discovery and are now in the public domain. I mean, it just really kind of horrible stuff in there. But sometimes it's good to get information like this. So it's basically a kind of accusation by Miley Weaver. And so I guess we can kind of take these things with a grain of salt. She might not have any reason to lie, but she's not, it's not necessarily a definitive statement. Uh, these are my thoughts about the matter. To kind of take a step back and try to build a bigger picture, is that let's say that there are, of course, uh, groups on the margins, or you could call them alternative groups or extreme groups or whatever. There's the alt right of yesteryear. There's the NJP, there's Antifa, there's the Proud Boys, there's the Oath Keepers, there is the Revolutionary Maoist Syndicate of Ohio, things like this. It's one thing for the FBI to, in effect, surveil groups like that and keep tabs. Uh, I don't have a strong opinion about that. It's something that I almost just assume is happening. And it's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't want to be involved with someone who's about to go blow up a bridge or something. I mean, and I don't, if Antifa is about to go blow up a bridge, I want it stopped. So, I mean, I don't, it's just a fact of life, basically. But with someone like Millennial Matt, if the accusation is true, it's something different because Millennial Matt might very well have been, giving information to the feds or whatever, but he was also involving himself in the politics of the alt-right. I mean, he was an influencer. I mean, he was one of those people that, much like that line from one of those Steve Jobs movies that came out a few years ago. I think Woz goes to Jobs and he says, like, "What is it exactly that you do?" And I sometimes want to ask that to people involved in the influencer domain. What is it exactly that you are talented at? What insight are you giving us? What do you do? And you could definitely level that at Millennial Matt. He's just a guy. And, if I'm honest, I mean, I can remember back in the 2017 era, I thought characters like Millennial Matt or Baked Alaska were good because they kind of they were cute, for lack of a better word. They kind of gave a soft presentation, and I thought that was a good kind of PR thing. But I never respected them as thinkers or whatever. I mean, they were just kind of riding alongside this thing. But Millennial Matt, definitely was taking part in the inner debates of the alt right of the era. So he was getting involved in the optics war, launched by Weave and company. And, we need to go with Fuentes. We need to present ourselves, people like Heimbach are terrible and, blah, blah, blah. We need to present ourselves as conservatives and, our Zoomer leader will take us far and will be accepted by the population, the conservative movement, etc. And so he was taking part in the movement. He wasn't just there surveilling. Again, if these accusations are true, that raises questions. I mean, was the FBI interested in this? Was the FBI engaging in a divide and conquer or kind of an attempt to destroy movements by creating divisiveness and so on? There is a handbook for this, and doing these kind of internecine battles is one of the techniques. Or is he just a kind of informant type, not necessarily, well, I guess an asset, but not an active asset, let's say, and he was just giving information or surveilling? Who knows? Who knows? I'm not positive this is true, in fact, but it does raise questions that are worthwhile addressing. The other irony of all this is that, so you have Millennial Matt and company, and they're doing the optics war, and so we need to get rid of anyone who, well, they use the kind of scapegoat of someone like Heimbach or Christopher Cantwell or other people who, let's be honest, these people are, they're able to be criticized. Let's put it that way. And, I get the whole optics debate and I agree with it on the surface. But I do think it was also an attack against me. And even though I can't be pegged as a, optics disaster, I think it was an attempt to kind of divide the movement, make it about, ironically, like Anglin and Weave and Fuentes and all of these types of people. And because they were clearly on the same page and they were the ones kind of leading it and directing it. Millennial Matt was there too. I remember him. The irony of all this, of course, is that if this was done at the suggestion of the feds, the FBI, or whether they looked at this with approval, like, oh, let's clean up the movement. Well, it certainly backfired because whatever you want to say about the optics people, they ultimately were far more disastrous than, your average neo-Nazi thug or militia thug who went to Charlottesville. I mean, I get how that's a real big problem and should be addressed. But all of these conservatives became far more damaging to public order and even the government than the alt-right ever was. I mean, they took Charlottesville and they multiplied it by a million and did J6, something that has launched, congressional hearings and hundreds of people arrested and might be the downfall of Donald Trump, in fact. It was one of the things that initiated this special prosecutor, Jack Smith. I don't think we've seen the end of it. In fact, I don't think we've seen the end of the prosecution of many of the middlemen in all of this. So it was a massive disaster. There's this kind of interesting thing. If you guys ever heard of Riley Williams, and she's actually undergoing sentencing at the moment. And she is apparently a Groyper girl who took part at J6, but she didn't just take part. She was directing people, pushing people along, and she eventually stole a laptop from Nancy Pelosi's office. And then in this convoluted story, was trying to sell it to Russia. I mean, it just international espionage, rioting, insurrection. The list goes on. She might get sentenced up to 7 years. I think this is. I read a little piece on this, or I listened to a little piece on this recently, and this is pretty serious stuff. Well, she was engaged in her own kind of optics debate. So one of the salacious things that they found was this video of her wearing a skull mask and holding some kind of weapon. And the irony of it is that it was ironic. It was an attempt to make fun of the so-called Wignass. And it, needless to say, blew up in her face. So there's just a lot going on here. It's almost like the optics people became the thing that they were parodying, or the thing that they were criticizing or lambasting or making fun of. I mean, it was this real big ironic disaster. And again, Millennial Matt, he was on a podcast with Ali Alexander. His real name is Ali Akbar, who is not only a criminal, but was a major middleman in the Stop the Steal stuff and J6. Isn't that odd? Also raises additional questions of, if Millennial Matt was a federal informant, or if he were a federal informant, was he not tipping off the FBI on the goings on January 6th? And so this is something that could have been stopped. Did they let it happen? Was that their intention, or did they let it happen through incompetence? I mean, there's a lot of questions that get raised. That's what I'm saying with this. But we don't know for certain. But there is this one piece of evidence for that, and in that case, it's a real thing. All right. Andrew? Do you want to switch subjects dramatically and talk about Depeche
Mode? Yeah. I really can't say much about Millennial Matt, but
right.
other than like,
It's funny you mentioned that, that you had that
oh,
slip. This is one thing that I've noticed is that these people come into the movement and it's almost like they craft their image around a personality that's already there. So Millennial Matt and Millennial Was. Now they don't look the same, but there's that kind of like I'm young and hipster type vibe kind of thing. Another example of this was this fellow named David Goldman, who styled himself as Jack Murphy. And he was a synthetic creation of the Claremont Institute. And he just came into the scene and was, you know, a manosphere guy, had this huge beard. And one of his last interviews was actually of Alexander Dugin, you know, promoting traditionalism, you know, also doing weird gay cuck porn, you know, typical stuff. But I have noticed this thing where these synthetic figures emerge, and then it's almost like they're stealing the thunder from someone who already exists. I mean, Jack Murphy was based on Jack Donovan, someone who I knew a while ago. We've fallen out of touch. Whatever you want to say about Jack Donovan, he is authentic. He's a real, you know, guy, writer, whatever. And he was actually openly homosexual. And David Goldman and Jack Murphy is closeted homosexual. So there was that one difference. But other than that, it was a kind of parody of an existing influencer. This is something that it interests me. I feel like a lot of stuff that we take for granted is actually very synthetic. A lot of things that claim authenticity are very synthetic.
yeah, I never really, I mean, I never thought about like millennial woes and millennial Matt like having much in, I mean, I guess they do have much in common, but like as far as I always thought millennial woes like took himself seriously. Millennial Matt was like, you know, a jester kind of
True,
figure.
true.
Um yeah.
That is true.
But yeah, I didn't think about I don't really know that much about Jack Donovan anyway, but um what's it, Jack Murphy, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I had, this was I don't know, a few years ago, um DM'd Millennial Matt just to like see what he was up to because I followed him one day and he followed me back, and
Uh huh.
it was just, you know, being a tradcath is like that's what his, and what was funny at the time was
They all become that. They all do that. Even I mentioned Riley Williams. So I listened to this news report on her, or it was actually a YouTube video on her that where someone was really laying into her. To be honest, I have a little bit of sympathy for Riley Williams because whatever her faults might be, I definitely think she was brainwashed, like she was mind fucked by QAnon and the Stop the Steal movement and and all that stuff, the Groiper stuff. So I I do have some sympathy for her. I don't know if you know I got brainwashed by the internet is really a legal defense, but maybe it should be in this day and age. But I do feel a little sorry for her, and I don't think much is going to be gained by sending her to prison for 7 years, to be honest. But and in fact, she's probably going to get a lot worse. At the same time, you really fuck with the government in that direct way, you need to expect to be punished seriously. So, you know, I guess I have a little bit of an even-handed look at things. But what was I going to say? Oh, I lost my train of thought there. We'll go Millennial William. Lost my train of thought. I was making a point about lost it. All right. What was your question again?
no, I was just saying that like, no, I lost my train of thought. I was just no. Oh, I
We
was just
both
saying that
have
millennial
COVID, bro.
Matt. Oh, they all become tradcaths, is what you were saying.
Oh yes, right. Thank you. Thank you. She too. in sentencing, she is claiming trad Catholicism as a justification for a lighter sentence. And isn't it interesting that every movement on the right just kind of ends up in this trad Catholicism in station, where it's like all roads lead to I'm just a trad Catholic and I love God now and I want to be a good wife and have a garden or whatever she's claiming. It's just it's like it's not it's like the ultimate resort. It's like what you're gonna what you will eventually resort to inevitably is claiming that I'm a devout Christian traditionalist.
Right. I mean,
It's just such
I
nonsense.
could see that, high stress, go toward religion kind of thing. Like that's kind
Well,
of
yeah, but it's also just like a cop out at some level. I mean, like I also get it. Like I understand why if you're in prison you might discover God, or if you're really struggling in your life financially you can discover God. I get that, but I. I think this is just like the ultimate cop out of the right. You see them. I noticed this tendency among the right during 2020, where they were like one day they were tweeting like no holds are barred in this fight for civilization. We have to use power and like push people around to seize the opportunity and inflict wounds upon the enemy, all this tough talk. And then like 2 days later it was like nothing really matters. you know it's God's in control and we can only put faith in him, and we'll tend our little garden here at home and read the good book and uh, put on our rosary beads. There's this weird like it's a kind of like bipolar disorder among the right where they flip from like extreme like fascism to extreme pacifism. And what it indicates is that neither of these two positions are particularly serious. They're not actually going to go live in the woods and become a pre-Vatican I Catholic. They're so Catholic. It's like the Benedict option from Rod Dreher. All of this is just silliness. It's like granola woo woo for conservatives. But then they're also not actually going to do anything. Like getting things done is difficult. It takes a lot of work. You can't just like force your will upon someone, as much as we would like to do that sometimes. And so they're kind of unserious on both levels. There's this granola Benedict option, trad Catholicism, and which is like a lifestyle choice or a fantasy. And then there's this like venting about, we're seizing power and stuff like that. And they just slam up against a wall of the actual deep state or the Capitol Police or the FBI or something. It's an interesting thing among conservatives.
yeah. I think when like I think with the case with like Millennial Matt, it was just like he got doxxed. I remember that and got pretty you know I think I don't know what he was doing for like money before then, but like, I mean, when this was, I'd say about 4 years ago, something like that, he was just posting about like living in Idaho, I think he wasn't even like, he was like beyond Tradcath. Like, I think he was like a Sedevacantists, which is like this kind of splinter movement from Catholicism. I might be wrong if he was or wasn't, but anyway, the point is that like yeah, he's pretty vulnerable, So I don't know. I'm not gonna make any judgments.
Well, I am not. The fact that he's pretty vulnerable interests me less than the fact that he was not vulnerable. Like, who was paying him? Was he actually getting super chats a la Baked Alaska? Are those super chats completely real, or is that a way to launder funds? I mean, I don't know. All of these people just they're extremely sus in my mind.
Yeah, I agree. But
Yeah,
I didn't have like any. I just kind of like asked like what was up, because I remember like the shit posting days on YouTube where he was like, you know, saying forbidden things basically before the crackdown like really happened.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
But
All
yeah, we
right.
can
So do
switch
you
it
have a
up if
TM
you want.
question? On a lighter
Yeah.
note. Oh, so do you have an actual question, or should I just start talking?
No, you can just start talking. If we're gonna talk
Okay.
about Depeche, I was gonna ask you what you thought about
I
their single.
I think Ghost is it's already one of my top, maybe even top 10 Depeche Mode songs. I really think it's great.
Really? Okay.
And yes, and I think I Martin Gore can turn a phrase, I think, really like no one else. Like this notion, whether he's talking about impending doom, and that's the title of the album is Memento Mori. It's this, you too will die, but he imagines it as becoming ghost again. So it's almost like a reverse reincarnation. It's like we're going back to becoming ghost again. I mean, I really think there's that creepy, dark element to Martin Gore that's always really been great and made him great and is kind of unique and or very new, very unique. Using a lot, of, it's unique, and it's that secret to that makes Depeche Mode great. And I like the song. It's lighter, but then the lyrics are darker, and you know, I don't know, broken meanings. There's just a lot of evocative lines in that song, and I really look forward to the whole album. And they're never going to recapture. Like we can't expect a band that has been around this long to just produce like the music for the masses album or Violator or something. Like that's asking too much. That was those are produced in their late 20s and early 30s when they were still kind of had that young energy, but then were becoming more mature and kind of finding their sound. And it was produced at a specific time at the height of their powers when they really were making waves in youth culture. I mean, they spoke to Gen Xers in a way unlike other bands. And, that concert at the Rose Bowl that's captured with the 101 album is one of the great live albums of all time. And, you can't expect them to recapture that, but can they still say something authentic that's not just nostalgic? Can they do something new? And I think they can. And so I love the song. I've listened to it like 30 times by now when I work out and just driving around. So I'm very pleased with what's happening.
Yeah, I liked it too. Just at first, I mean, that's just I don't know. It might just be a thing with me and music. Is
You don't like it as much as I do, maybe.
I don't like it as much as you do, but maybe not yet. Is what I'm saying. Like
Okay. Yeah.
when I listened to Some Great Reward the first time, I was like, it's okay. Like play like a few songs,
Mm-hmm.
but like for example when I think it's not the opening, it's like the ending track If You Want, which Alan
Mm-hmm.
actually wrote. Like I that was one of the songs, like obviously master and servant and people are people, like I knew that even before I
Yeah.
knew Depeche Mode. But like that song like really like stood out, and I was like, oh man, this is like a banger. I still think it's but so all I'm saying is it might take a while till like, okay, I'm playing it like over and over and I'm like, okay, yeah, I really dig this stuff. but
Yeah.
but
It's funny how music is like that. Like very few movies I'll watch more than once. And then there are a few movies that I might watch like two or three times. Like I'll remember, oh, I saw that in theaters like 15 years ago. I'm going to watch it again or something like that. And then there's a very small slice of movies that I will watch like 10 times or something. And those are usually like real classics that I'll want to analyze and think through and things like that. But music is just a different medium. Like you listen to something 200 times and then you feel like you finally get it. Now that has something to do with the length of it, of course, but I think it's something deeper as well. I think music is meant to be a kind of ritual.
Yeah, and remind me to circle back to movies, but I think I asked you this before, but I think your favorite, just like most people's favorite, is Violator, right?
Um, I it's funny. I did a ranking back on Facebook when Facebook was a thing, of my favorite albums, and I actually put Black Celebration as my favorite album.
Okay.
I think if I were to revise it now, I do think that Music for the Masses is the best Depeche Mode album. Every song is great, and it's produced a lot better than Black Celebration. It's just it has a better sound, and I do, and it's kind of right there in the height of their powers. Like if you wanted to give someone like a capsule that expresses the Depeche Mode sound, Martin Gore's sound, Alan Wilder's musicianship, and Dave Gahan's voice. Like that's
And
it.
Fletcher's management.
And I was joking with someone like Depeche Mode captures all of masculinity. So Martin Gore is the effete, kind of reclusive, androgynous um, artist type, and then Dave Gahan is the kind of cool, tough guy, baritone frontman, charismatic,
Attitude.
and then out, yeah, attitude, yeah, and kind of like dangerous and so on. And then Alan Wilder is the educated, posh, uh, almost sophisticated person. And then Fletch is the guy who can't even play an instrument,
Yeah, yeah.
but it's kind of
I mean,
he's like he's like the frat bro of the group.
in 101, like he just says, he's like, yeah, Alan's a good musician. Martin writes the songs. Dave sings. I just bum around.
And I clap.
Yeah. I don't mean to like dog on him or whatever. Like, I obviously he had a role, but speaking, he's most people's like least favorite member. However, I was watching they have a series of, it's a whole documentary like per album, all the way from Speak and Spell to Exciter, and he sang
Mm-hmm.
around the time of like after the second leg of the Songs of Faith and Devotion tour, which to
Yeah.
me is like their peak as far as like I know you
Okay.
said, but I just think like the
You could make that argument. That's a great album. It's a really 90s album, and it's weirdly a guitar album,
yes,
which is very different from what Martin Gore and Vince Clarke was creating.
right,
Because Vince Clarke created a synth pop, an 80s synth pop band
yeah,
that sounds a lot like Erasure, understandably, and yeah, Yaz or
yeah,
Yazoo.
yeah,
And it's that poppy, happy, almost boy band quality to it. And also Dave Gahan, like his voice, as you get older, your voice changes, and his voice was almost like a kid tenor or something, and then it's like he went through puberty, and then by like the mid 80s, it's like, oh wow, this guy's like Elvis. Like
yeah,
he's like a real baritone,
yeah,
and that kind of makes him unique, because a lot of 80s music has, and a lot of pop music in general, they're kind of obsessed with the tenor and singing a head voice and so on. And the real, just like Elvis Presley, like crooning,
hmm,
I'm singing low and I'm proud,
yeah,
you know, that actually is pretty unusual and cool.
yeah. I will admit I'm more like I do like Martin's voice better, but it's not like
Oh, wow.
no, no, no. Like I'm just saying, like pitch wise, like I do like the higher like tenor. That's just, but I like Paul McCartney's voice better than like John Lennon's. But it's not.
Okay,
It's
interesting.
just it's just taste is all. I'm not saying like I want like I wish.
I like baritones. I like. I mean, it's, I'm biased in this regard, but I a great voice to me would be Elvis or Dave Gahan.
Okay, yeah,
I think it's just a more masculine voice, and obviously in like opera, it's singing these huge high notes and getting all of this resonance and
yeah,
whatever. That's all great, but I don't know. There's just something about it. It's the tone. It's a lower tone. It has different evocations, you could say. It evokes an older person, or in opera, villains or baritones and tenors or heroes. Like
right,
it evokes something darker. It's a darker sound,
yeah,
and I like it. I love it, and it fits with the music because you can't take out any piece. I mean, I guess look, I think Fletch seems like a really cool guy, so I don't want to dog on him, but you can kind of take him out of the band. Maybe he was glue because he was like the one normal guy, holding the band together. I mean, I think that's fair to say. You obviously can take out Alan Wilder, but I don't really think they've been the same without Alan Wilder. Like
no, not at all.
he wrote like 10% of the songs, or around that, but he added musicianship, and he did a lot of work in the studio from what I've read.
Oh,
And so I think he was essential.
yeah, I could go.
Now
I
the one in but I would say the Depeche Mode sound, minor key, dark, singing about death and lust and weird stuff, and all of that and it's tough, and all of that. If you take away Dave Gahan, it just doesn't work. I think he is
no, no,
essential, and
no,
then
yeah, I'm
obviously
not.
Martin Gore is
Yeah,
essential because he wrote the
I
music.
agree. I agree. I'm just saying that, like, I just like that overall, like, sweeter kind of like voice.
Yeah.
I don't know what it says about me. But anyway, um,
Hmm.
I think.
Like Home, that's a great song from
Oh, yeah, that's
uh what is that one? Is that from Exciter? No, that's
no,
from the
no,
one
that's
before it.
Ultra.
Ultra.
So
Ultra,
I
yeah.
think, so since we're talking about obviously my favorite member, I think that Alan was obviously, I think he's essential, but like I think the reason that Ultra wasn't like it was, I think it's a really really good album, is because of the production. That first of all, they like outsourced like a bunch of people as far as programming and production
Hmm.
is concerned, and I think that Tim Simonon was like really like involved in the production, or well, obviously he was involved in the production. I'm saying like he was a key aspect of their sound. And I guess like I don't know what I'm trying to say is like the sound is too like rigid, and that's one of the things that Alan has said like since his parting is like what we were doing on especially songs of faith and devotion is like taking in bits of recorded um, musics and then playing it so it wasn't so perfect grid like, four on the floor kind of
Yeah.
stuff. And that I do.
Well, you hear all of that. Like, I remember reading this biography. This is much more than it's been over a decade. I still have it really here on my shelf. It's Stripped by Jonathan Miller. There's another good book by Simon Spence called Just Can't Get Enough: The Making of Depeche Mode, which goes into Basildon. Like, it's more of like a journalistic
Okay.
inquiry into Depeche Mode. The Jonathan Miller book is kind of almost like a fan. Like, he did tons of interviews, so there's like huge amounts of information, but it's not as kind of like analytic. But yeah, like he talked about the production with this, and just even that like rattling sound at the beginning of Behind the Wheel, that they were just finding stuff. I think that was like they dropped marbles down a gutter or something and then like distorted the sound, or they were just they were genuinely experimenting and just getting a kind of noise that would add to the whole ambiance of the song. And I think now that rattle is kind of like indispensable in the music itself. Like, you can't think of that song's not the same song without that. And so there was a kind of pretty avant-garde willingness to bring in like industrial effects to the music, and just great stuff. I agree. Like, I think the Exciter album is more of a is almost makes your case better than Ultra, because that, I mean, I like some of the songs on there, and some of the songs are kind of surprisingly good, I guess. But it just strikes me as like radio music or like soft rock or something. There's something totally synthetic and
Just cheap sound.
packaged about it.
Um, I do really really like Good Night Lovers though, and that is a kind of
Yeah,
different voice for Dave, and I think it's actually I don't know if they've ever done that song live. Maybe I've never seen it, but I think that would be good. I also like Waiting for the Night off of Violator. I mean, every song on that album's like,
every song.
perfect.
Waiting for the Night to Fall is amazing. I heard them perform that live. It was just Dave and Martin, and it was almost a cappella. Like I think there was like a little bit of accompaniment, and yeah, just amazing songs. Blue Dress is amazing. Like yeah, and really creepy.
Yeah,
That's kind of what I
definitely.
that's what I think they did better than anyone. They had there's like this creepy vibe to some of the songs.
Pervy, definitely.
Yeah, yeah, pervy as well. Put it on. Yeah, like he's talking to a lover, he's talking to a stripper. Um, Little 15 is about I don't know, a teenage prostitute. I mean, presumably.
Yeah,
So there's a kind of pervy and creepy and like sad and dark quality to it. I mean, they're kind of willing to go there and not do it in the way, like they're not doing it like, I don't know, like Tori Amos would take on these subjects and become, like sentimental or like activist or something. They kind of get at the darkness of the subject matter, and I think that's brilliant.
yeah. One of the things I've noticed is like with Martin's songs, they're always be well, not always, mostly be like this like weird chord that doesn't fit, and it just kind of gives
Yes.
it that darkness. And when you hear it at first, you're like, I don't know. Like I remember hearing "World Full of Nothing" off of Black Celebration, and I was like, this is like a little dissonant. But now I love that song. But like, you know,
No, he does that. So like, for instance, their most famous pop song from Violator, "Enjoy the Silence." So it's vamping between C minor and
E flat minor.
E. Well, right, it goes to that. So it goes from C minor to G minor and then back to C. But then words like violence break the silence. He goes down a half tone and he's playing E minor as opposed to E major in the key of C minor. So it doesn't fit. It's
You
this
mean E flat?
weird.
Yeah.
Oh no, I think it's. I don't want to get into an argument about this factual matter,
No,
but
I don't. Yeah.
I actually have the score right here in front of me.
Do you really?
It's the whole thing's in C major. Yeah. Let me find this 36. Yeah, so it's C minor, words like violence, and then E minor, break the silence. So he's going out of tune and in this kind of creepy way. And then come crashing in into my little world, and A major. Then he does it again, C minor and then E minor. So you're in the key of C minor, there's a G sharp, and he flattens that to a G minor. And then and this is something that that's why it's played in C minor is they can only do harm. He goes from C sharp minor to C major. So he ends on it's a kind of deceptive ending. As opposed to going to the tonic where you want to go to C minor. If you guys know basic music theory, you'll understand this. Like the song wants to resolve back to what is the tonic note. He goes a tone down, so he does a C major chord while he's still in the key of C sharp minor. It's nuts. And so it's like this. He was very creative and he didn't overdo it, but he was very creative and would kind of add in these things. I mean, another one is like Shake the Disease. Let me just call that up here. I was just looking at the scores a little bit recently. Um, but it has that like opening kind of like, like, oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. So what it's doing is it's in D minor, and then it goes, so it's going 3 5 3 5. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. So then he's going from D minor to D flat major, so he's singing F A flat F A flat F. So you don't know. It's like your ear. A lot of this stuff. I'm not trying to like focus on technicalities to like show off that I understand music theory. I'm focusing on them because for a point, and that is that like why it sounds creepy is, first off, that it's in the minor mode, but second off, he's like shifting the tonality with like the where the tonality is ambiguous, and it's similar. And I'm not equating Martin Gore with Richard Wagner, but it is very similar to like the Tristan chord in Tristan and Isolde, where it's not resolving to the tonic, and so you're in the state of like uncertainty. You don't know what key you're in. And again, I'm not saying Martin Gore is Wagner, but he's trying to do the same thing. He's kind of like he's playing with your ear, where you feel. And I think for people who don't know music theory, they would say this. It's like, I kind of feel something unusual or ambiguous or kind of muddy, but I don't know what it is. But it adds to the overall song. Like, the overall song is not cacophonous. The overall song is hummable and cool and memorable. But he just adds in this just kind of like out of tune kind of weirdness that is really distinctive.
Yeah, I agree. I just think maybe we're playing in. I'd like to see that score. Is all I'm saying.
Okay.
But yeah, I'm not. I don't need to digress into that. But yeah, he's a for someone who is not particularly like. I think he's a good guitarist, but he's not. He wasn't trained in it or anything. And
No, he's a passable guitarist.
yeah,
He's not any better than a guy playing on a Depeche Mode cover band. You know, that's not where his talent is. His talent is in lyrics and music writing.
what is surprising though is like most songwriters, they want like they have a vision for their. It's not to say that Martin didn't have a vision or doesn't have a vision for like the song, but like he kind of did not have, from all most accounts that I read about, or just like he was kind of like, okay, here's my demo, and like you know Alan, Flood, whatever, like get in there and do your thing basically. And that's
Yeah. I mean, that's where I think Alan Wilder really was. I guess he is dispensable because he's no longer with the band, but and they're still going. But like, I think he was indispensable in creating the sound, because even if you listen to like the demo tapes of Enjoy the Silence, I think it was played on this like almost like organ music, and it was very slow and heavy. And then Alan Wilder just transformed that into this kind of dance song that became extremely popular. But I think he did that with a lot of the songs, and I'm not saying he necessarily made them more poppy. I think he probably went in the other direction often, but he kind of like saw some like little bit of genius in Martin's scoring, and then kind of like transformed it into something. He was almost like the editor of a book as opposed to the writer, but this writer needed an editor. I say that as someone who's edited a lot of books, so it's an important job and unsung in many ways. But I think that was kind of Alan Wilder's genius, and I do think that he was indispensable in creating the Depeche Mode sound.
Yeah, I absolutely would agree with that. I mean, obviously my profile picture's him, but like, yeah,
Yeah.
he, I think in this interview that I was watching, though, kind of getting back to, well, like their relationship, like they didn't. He was kind of like the outsider, being like from London, and then like
Yeah.
they're all like, and he was the one that was in the studio while they were out like partying and shit like that. And I think that it was like Fletch after Songs of Faith and Devotion that he was saying like, yeah, I'm not going to make another album with you, like, because they just were all just not seeing eye to eye. And then I remember hearing like during the recording of Judas that Martin and Alan were like, you know, like really going at it as far as like they just did not agree. And I guess according to Alan, like in an interview that I read, that he got his way on Judas as far as like how it turned out is the way that he wanted it to
Oh,
sound.
really? Interesting.
Yeah, but I think it. I mean, in this documentary or these like series of documentaries, for Fletch to say like, "Oh yeah, like I'm not gonna make another album with you," like, dude, who are you? Like, you know what I mean? Like that's the kind of that. At least that's my attitude. Is like he was the one like in the studio, programmed everybody's keyboards, and then like basically the workhorse,
Yeah.
you know. And so
Yeah.
yeah, I obviously a stand for him, but like, yeah, the sound was,
I know. He also played drums on the Songs of Faith and Devotion album as well.
yeah,
They had a live drummer for the first time because they usually had on those early days they would just put the tape deck playing a drum track on the stage. I mean, it's almost like here's our fifth member of the band who's a robot. I mean, it's kind of funny in a way. Um, but
they weren't trying to hide it.
yeah, they exactly. They were. I mean, kind of like Kraftwerk or something. They were like openly embracing the synthesized quality of the music and kind of finding art within that. And but then what makes Songs of Faith and Devotion an interesting album, and I might even be, I could be convinced by your argument that it's their peak or their best album. It was this like going to like taking the vibe from alternative music and kind of trying to transform that into what they were doing. And, it starts out from the first track with like, so you're getting that like repetitive, almost monotonous, DM sound. And then you're transforming it to like a Kurt Cobain like guitar riff or something, for I Feel You. And I think that was good, and that also showed them like picking up on a cultural trend, but then kind of owning it. Not like trying to put out an alternative rock album or something and sing like Kurt Cobain or Pearl Jam or whatever. And they it was still a Depeche Mode album, but they were kind of like channeling the energies of the early '90s.
Yeah, absolutely. Another thing I was gonna say about that that '93, the devotional tour, and then like the exotic tour after that is they
Yeah,
had these remixes that of course Alan was involved in, for like I Want You Now has like an awesome remix. Everything
yeah,
Counts, that like '94 version is like, I just, that blows me away. It's like such a euphoric,
yeah,
like, you know, powerful version, but it's also like darker, matching that kind of '90s uh energy at the time. So
yeah, definitely. Put it on. Don't say a word. Put it on. The one that I prefer. Put it on. And stand before my eyes. Put it on.
Richard,
Don't question why.
you're making me
It's
want to
so
sing here,
good.
man.
Well, go ahead. I just love the lyric writing of that. It kind of puts you in a state of wherever he was. Like you can imagine like a stripper like in front of him or something, and he's kind of talking to her. Maybe he's talking to his lover over the phone and he's not in the room. Or so I don't. These are all kind of like stream of consciousness things. There's
Do you
just
think
something evocative about it that is so great.
the 1980s were the most decadent decade in American the 20th century? What's your read on basically the 1980s as a sort of backdrop
Decadent.
here? Yes.
Well, I wouldn't. I
Like, I mean,
wouldn't describe
clearly
them as
people are doing lots of drugs, right? Right.
okay.
Like,
Well, that's a different question. Like I definitely. I mean, I got a sense of this as well with the reading that Depeche Mode biography from a while ago. I mean, there was just Dave Gahan by 93 or something. I mean, he was half dead. I mean, he was addicted to heroin. I think he might have actually died for a moment or something. I mean, the guy was going down the tubes and he got himself clean and, or at least sometimes, and he is survived. And so there's something great about that. I mean, there's no doubt that there was more. I don't know if there's even more drug use. There's a lot of casual drug use among people my age and millennials as well. And it's been kind of normalized in society. So I wouldn't say it's the most decadent. I mean, I would say the 1980s were kind of peak America because it it wasn't the 1950s. Although it evoked the 1950s, even in music, it had kind of like gone against many of the trends of the 60s and 70s, but absorbed them as well. And so, no, I don't think it's the most decadent in the way that I would describe.
yeah, I mean, the thing I always think about in the context of this period is it's like supposedly a very American decade. Obviously, people are doing lots of cocaine, but there's also lots of divorce. There's lots of families breaking up. There's lots of
Yeah,
women being essentially forced to work because the economy doesn't work anymore for normal
right.
people, and that's sort of always the context in which I kind of see like the sadness in the Depeche Mode. There's like a lot of sadness in the 1980s. Like I was listening to like Peter Gabriel, music the other day, and it's like, man, their pop music is like it's kind of makes you depressed. You know what I mean? It's
Well,
like,
I disagree with you in some ways. Obviously Depeche Mode's a dark band. I think music was just better and more mature and more authentic. And but I would locate like general sadness onto nihilism in the 90s. And that's where I think like the difference between like 1980s Madonna or something where it's super poppy and you know uh, fun and a little bit a little bit sexy. She obviously went over the top by the end of the decade. And then you go to Nirvana, and it's just this rejection of the music industry. I mean, it's a kind of anti-music, and I think kind of brilliant in that way. But the guitars are literally out of tune while they're playing them, and Kurt Cobain is drugged out, and he's screaming to the point of like damaging his vocal cords. I'm not the only, and like that kind of just like wailing nihilism. And I think it definitely expressed a moment in time in a way that I don't think music does anymore. Like that expressed the end of the Cold War and this uncertainty. It's like we won the Cold War, yet who are we? What do we do now? How do we think about Russians or what does America mean anymore now that this thing's over? Like it expressed this angst and anxiety that was very real, and I think
to what extent?
they.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead.
I mean, to what extent do you think AIDS like plays a role in Depeche Mode's music?
I think it played a major role in culture of the 80s in a way that we forget now. I mean, even if you look at a movie like The Living Daylights, James Bond film, he's notably monogamous in that movie, and I think there was a kind of fear of the Roger Moore type James Bond who has sex with every woman with a pulse, like has four lovers in a film or something like that. They there was a kind of understanding of what was going on, and yeah, I think there might be a kind of vibe underneath some of those songs, like where there's a there's a little touch of death involved with the sexiness, and maybe that is part of the creepy quality. I think AIDS did have an effect. I mean, I know this because I was born in 1978. I think a lot of people born more recently just don't grasp it. Like there was a general freak out. I mean, in popular culture, I mean, Oprah said like, what did she say? Like by the year 2000, 20% of the public will have AIDS. She said something like just a massive overstatement. And I remember even being in high school in the 90s being taught like, oh, this isn't just a gay men's crisis. This is everywhere. We actually had a straight guy. It's kind of funny when I look back upon it. We actually had a straight guy come and talk to us about AIDS, and he's like, "Listen, guys, I'm not gay, but I have AIDS." I'm like, "And you will too." um, there was a darkness and a kind of like weird puritanism that came about through that of sex became dangerous. Now, by the 2000s, I think people had come back down to earth on things and AIDS had been controlled and people weren't making these outrageous claims. But yeah, there was something definitely going on in the 80s and 90s that I think we've kind of like forgotten about now.
I think that AIDS played a major role in a lot of synth pop. There's a lot of like Erasure, like their lead singer's homosexual. Bronski Beat, I think one of their members died from AIDS. So I
Yeah.
think like, yeah, there was, but I
I
always,
believe Erasure's lead singer is HIV positive, I think,
oh,
isn't he?
I don't know,
I don't want to
honestly.
make any accusations here. I think I've read that. Vince Clarke is not gay. He founded Depeche Mode and then left immediately, and then the sound just dramatically changed. But he founded a number of bands. Yazoo in Britain's great band. Erasure's a great band, although a little bit, maybe a
It's
little
too
too gay,
poppy.
too gay. I mean, I do like a lot of their music, but it again, I like the I resonate with Martin Gore. I mean, I just I yeah, I want to hear says something about me. I want to hear the tough guy posturing from Dave Gahan and minor key darkness from Martin Gore and this kind of like super enthusiastic poppy kind of gay stuff. Yeah, not really my. I like them. Pet Shop Boys is a similar band. They had some they had a similar sound to Erasure. Or they do. I think they're still a band, and I do like the Pet Shop Boys. But then they kind of had a knowing irony on top of it all as well that I think gave them a little bit more depth um than Erasure. Like singing songs like "Love is a bourgeois concept" and or bourgeois construct. Whatever.
Yeah,
They had a kind of graduate school vibe to them.
well, the Pet Shop Boys lead singer's gay too, I think.
Yes.
But I was gonna say, as far as like the nihilism is concerned, okay, if you look at grunge music, it's kind of like going back to punk, and out of punk, you
Yes.
have bands like Duran Duran, who were like they actually John Taylor and Nick Rhodes were like in very into punk, but ironically, they said that the punk scene, I think they're from Birmingham. The punk scene
Hmm.
there was like very puritanical. They only play three chords and they play them super fast or whatever. And
Yeah.
the stuff is like literally out of tune. I mean, like Joe Strummer from the Clash was like all about like, no, it's not about it's not about your musicianship. It's about your energy and stuff. And I guess there's a
Authenticity.
I guess there's a place for that, but like, I think like 70s disco into like new waves, 80s new wave, that kind of thing is like that's showing like a kind of I don't know, like Euphoria, and like the 70s punk stuff and the early 90s grunge is like
Yeah.
the depression. That's the way that
Yes.
I look at
There's a
them.
social mood. Yes, is
Right, yeah.
how I would describe it.
Yeah.
And these things just come and die. Like I think one interesting thing about Depeche Mode is the first album is a synth pop album. It just can't get enough. It's still play. Whenever you see like 80s playlist or something, you'll see just can't get enough. It is of that era. But I think what allowed Depeche Mode to persist was the fact that they didn't fully go with the trend, or like their music could be perceived in both ways. So they were using synthesizers. That's an essential quality to the band. So there is a kind of like poppy Madonna quality to it on one level. Again, the darkness is just overwhelming with Depeche Mode. So there's almost like an alt quality to it, Nirvana quality to it. Soundgarden, I think, was actually influential on Alan Wilder producing that album. And so it can kind of like straddle both fences. But yeah, there's definitely a sinusoidal wave of social mood that goes from ultra depression to ultra euphoria. And so in the 50s, you have like, bebop and all that kind of stuff. And it starts to transform into something else. And then it transforms into ultimately like nihilism and punk and singing out of key, screaming into the microphone and so on. And then it almost has no place to go. It can't go any further down. And so it pops into synth pop euphoria. And then that has no place to go. It has nowhere to, it can't go any higher. And so it flips back into punk nihilism with bands like Nirvana.
Yeah, I don't know how you would like. I mean, if you go into like turn of the century, like 2000, like that kind of music, I'm thinking about NSYNC, Britney, Spears, like hyper poppy. But then I don't really see like getting out of hyper poppy, honestly, like since the turn of the century. I think the entire 21st century. I mean, I guess there's like some like trap rap, which is, hardly listenable, but like that is kind of like dark or trying to be edgy and kind of depressive. But I don't really like see everybody kind of listens to the same stuff, and it's all kind of poppy and happy on some level, I think.
Yeah. I mean, modern music, I think all of these things that we're talking about, it's now been exploded with modern music, and it's almost irrelevant to talk about them, at least vis-a-vis contemporary music is what I mean, not necessarily modern. And what I mean by that is that there's no style, there's no like the 80s and maybe the 90s were the last time that there's a distinctive style, a collective style in music and fashion and other things. And we don't have that anymore. So now it's just people are going back to old music. So I mean, I heard of some of these girls who someone was telling me about it. The hipster girls who are listening to Nirvana now. Well, they were born in like the year 2000. They were born 5 or 6 years after Kurt Cobain committed suicide, and yet they're kind of going back to the 90s because but remember when kids were listening to Kurt Cobain, or I shouldn't say kids, like young people, but also I was in middle school or high school, and us too, it spoke to us in the moment, and it was being produced right then and there, and he was all of 24 years old or whatever. And I do think we've lost that quality. I mean, music has been fragmented. It's you can find music everywhere. SoundCloud, people are doing really good in many ways, like personal stuff, and music genres are fragmented, and then also it's kind of stagnated while it's fragmented. So there's no band that speaks to us now, and I think a lot of people are going back to bands from earlier times, maybe even before they were born, in a way that was just kind of unthinkable when I was young. I mean, I loved Depeche Mode in high school, and when people would find out about that, they would maybe have like they would roll their eyes or something like, oh yeah, they were cool in the '80s or whatever. Um, we just live in a different time. I mean, we passed through a like keyhole and we're in a new era where there's no one style, there's no music that defines a generation, cliched as that might sound. We're just in a new world right now.
I think there's a lot of like the I don't know what the word is, maybe homogenization or whatever, but like you get like the trap and kind of like country shit, like that's like all every song is anymore. But yeah, it sucks, and I'm one of those millennials as well who has gone back to music
Yeah.
before my time. It's like the shit that my dad was listening to, kind of, and then just and I think everybody does that. Like, if you hear like a local band that's playing original music, they're trying to play Cream, they're trying to play Led Zeppelin, they're trying to play Duran Duran, or they're trying to play,
Yeah.
it's all looking back.
We're exhausted as a culture. And I think that's actually very important because it's not just fragmenting, it's stagnating. And I don't think we are kind of like in the end of history. I don't think there's a band or a person who can like recapture something to speak to everyone. And I think that's actually pretty profound. All we can do now is remix stuff.
Yeah, I will say, however, the one exception I think to this is a band like Radiohead.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a pretty big fan as well, but I think they're, especially around 1997 with OK Computer, their kind of combination that actually Depeche Mode had toward the end of like using this metronomic, very gridded sound, but also with the live guitar and the live drums and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I've been thinking a lot about their song "Creep." You remember that song in the context in which it was
Oh
used
yeah.
in The Social Network, right? Which is a movie I just recently rewatched after all the Facebook drama, and it's very interesting to look back on like the musical choices in that song or in that movie.
I haven't seen that movie in 10 years. I mean, in what context is creep used?
Well, it's just like you get the sense from watching it. It's sort of like triumphant in a way, right? And you got all these people in it, like Army Hammer's in it, right? Army Hammer,
Mm-hmm.
of course, later gets in trouble on this like cannibalism accusation. There's like efforts to rehabilitate his career now, but like many of the different people who are in that film, there's all sorts of weird things that have happened to them, and so
Well,
the
Army
opening,
Hammer's own history. I mean,
yes,
it's his
his family
grandfather.
history. Yeah, his
Yeah,
grandfather, obviously, and his father, and like the whole family has had all sorts of issues, and there have been documentaries about that, and of course, like there's
he
the
was like a
Russian.
Nixon supporter, but also like the Soviets' man in America. I mean, it's just incredible.
Yes, yes, and of course he was very plugged in with Rebecca Mercer. Rebecca Mercer funded this film called like Equality 2081 or something like that, and that was where
Hmm.
Army Hammer was kind of introduced to everyone. And then he went to
Huh.
rehab, and the person who was paying his rehab bill was Tony Stark, Robert Downey Jr. Right,
Oh, really?
and of course he's very plugged. Yeah, so there's all these like weird things like that pop up, and then you have he's a twin in it, right? Which is he's the Winklevosses, and the Winklevosses are supposedly like super impressive in all these ways. Now they sort of have the second act, right? But of course their Bitcoin company is now like under pressure from the SEC and the FBI. So there's like all these like weird things about that movie, and I think it was it was a sort of like I think basically the way I look at the '80s, right, is the '80s are about they're about music, they're about like clubs, they're about Reagan and drugs and just say no, even though everyone's saying yes, and like
Yeah.
the 2000s are like all about the experimenting on the children with the technology, right? And Facebook is the first company to do that, and of course that whole movie is basically about how Mark Zuckerberg's kind of a creep, right? And of course, it's like you've got the Radiohead song playing, but it's like played slightly differently than the main version of the Radiohead song. And so yeah, it's just a very interesting film. Anyway, it was just sort of something I was thinking about in the context of Radiohead.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Radiohead's a great song, a great band, and I think, yeah, they were kind of like the last of this alt genre where they were pushing music forward. All right, Tom, would you like to speak? Tom Bear.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for letting me up. This is a
Sure.
really interesting discussion. So I'm about the same age as you are, Richard, and what I remember about being, a kid. I still remember the first CDs I ever bought, and they came in the big long box. Uh, and that was like part of that experience. And of course, we had to pay way too much money for them, et cetera, et cetera. But I think what's gone away is, and I've heard bands that like Alice in Chains is one of my favorite bands, and I was listening to an interview with them from a couple of years ago, and they said that we couldn't make it today because the infrastructure to support a band like a rock band is gone. It's not
Hmm.
there, and it's not there for a lot of bands, and I think that that's why we have the music that we have today, and it's just not there.
Rock and roll is dead.
Yeah, it's sad. What's interesting
But
is
it
like
happens. I
talking.
mean, think about
Yeah,
this. Like, we opera today is this, and I love opera, but it's a dead art form. It is it's played by extremely well trained and expensive musicians, before old people in New York
yeah,
City. You know,
yeah,
like when Wagner was writing, when Verdi was writing, this was the rock music of the age. Like, the cool people would go to the opera house, and it was innovative and pushing things forward, and but also speaking to the public, not exactly to the entire masses, but to the public. And you can even see, like, cinema is kind of a dead art form at this point. And I also love movies, but the notion of the movie star is dying out. There are only a few of them left. Where the big movies that make all this money are these Marvel, crap. And cinema as an art form that can speak to the public, not just an art house movie or something, but can really capture the public's imagination, I think is dying,
yeah. It was a
replacing by
big deal.
streaming.
Yeah, it was a big deal to go to the movie theater. That was a big event that, you'd go with your friends to the big AMC
Yeah.
theater to go see them. It was like it was a thing.
And I
And
remember also, like, when I was younger, like in the early 90s, I remember there was this Oscars that took place. And I was with, I think, one of my mom's friends, and we were kind of like betting on who would win. It was like, oh, is Silence of the Lambs, is that going to win Best Picture? Is Godfather 3? Oh, it wasn't as good as the other Godfathers. There was like a conversation with me, however how old I was probably like 12 or 13 or something. And my parents are normal middle class or professional class Americans. Like, they're not, cinephiles. Yet they had kind of an investment in the Oscars. And now, I mean, I can't name a movie that was if you ask me, like, put a gun to my head, tell me which movies were nominated for Best Picture
no
in
idea.
2022. I could not tell you.
Yeah, and it used to
And
be a family thing that actually, yeah, I experienced the same thing. It was like you would talk about it with your family. That was part of normal conversation, and it was kind of
yeah,
exciting.
you have arguments about which movie was best or something. So I think cinema is kind of dying, and that doesn't mean that there won't be interesting films made. It's dying as like a dominant art form. And I think
Right.
rock music is also dying.
It's the
Yeah,
app,
go ahead, Charles.
and it's the app, and it's the HBO miniseries or the Netflix
Yeah,
miniseries that have replaced all attention, right?
right.
And I
Yeah.
think it's just it's a tell of where the attention is going, and the attention is going, to Twitter Spaces, right, or to TikTok, right? It's moving away from all this stuff
Hmm.
altogether.
Yeah.
Who was it
I
recently
think
that made the
Could
sports
go
argument
fill a
that like
stadium now.
who was it?
Yeah,
Who
I
was
think
that director
football
recently
is
who?
peaking.
I
But
agree. By the
baseball.
way,
Remember,
I agree.
in the '80s, everyone knew what was going on with the World Series or baseball, and we would talk about it. People had, I watch some World Series games, and but I was kind of a minority. I mean, they weren't even covered really in the news, and if I remember walking, I was with my kids at one of these restaurants here in Whitefish. I had to kind of like go over like maneuver around to catch the World Series being played. It's the World fucking Series. This is like America's game. This is the biggest thing. It's kind of a dead sport on many ways. I think the Super Bowl is obviously different. So some sports have survived, but we're seeing kind of the end of these like 75-year periods where sports or excuse me, something is really hegemonic. It's like opera, rock music, cinema, um, maybe some other things of importance, and they're really kind of vanishing. But maybe we shouldn't be so surprised. I mean, some things that are very prestigious and very important, even to normal people, do die. And so,
I wonder if so I thought of this while listening to you guys talk, especially about the change from like the 80s to the 90s and how all of like, the hair metal bands went away, which I was never really a fan of, but
mm-hmm.
all of the grunge bands from Seattle kind of, they totally take over. And of course, that's at the same time that, the Cold War's over, the Berlin Wall goes down, and there's like kind of like a good feeling in the world, or at least, in the United States, like, hey, we won. And then it's like, we better turn the music and get everybody thinking, introvert and maybe uh, be a little depressed and help push that because we're going to go, invade Iraq and there's going to be a war. And let's just, let's let's start changing the social dynamics. I don't know. That is interesting to
Well,
think about that.
whether this was consciously done from the top or whether this reflected a general mood change, because I remember even in the 90s there was a lot of uncertainty. Remember, there was
Yeah.
some triumphalism after the Cold War, but at the same time there was a lot of like, what did we really accomplish? Who are we? I mean, remember, this is the age of Ross Perot in 1992. Like, the people running the government aren't qualified to run a Dairy Queen.
Yeah,
That
look
kind
at
of
my charts. I
mentality
got
of
my charts here. See right here, this is a deficit.
yeah. But his charts were lines going down. That was
Right.
they were all like, national debt is up and enthusiasm for the country down.
Said
Everything's
differently,
bad.
kids, you're fucked.
I just remember,
You,
I just remember, like one of my earliest memories as a kid. I was all of like maybe 4 or so. Was my father weeping about Ross Perot defeating George Herbert Walker Bush in the
wow.
presidential, or basically like basically knowing that Bill Clinton was going to become president. And I just remember like I didn't even really know like what any of that meant. Kind of like when you're very young and you have these sort of like impressionistic memories. But I do
Yeah.
remember my dad, like he's like cried twice in my life, like once at his mother's funeral, right, and the other time at the at the notion that George Herbert Walker or Bush would no longer be president. And I just it's kind
That's
of it's kind of
that's a bit
it's kind
sad, Charles, I have to
it's,
say.
yes, I know it's a bit sad, but it's like
Yeah.
I always think about that when I think about the transition from the 80s to the 90s, right?
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
I just sort of think about it
Playing
in that
saxophone
context.
on Arsenio Hall.
Yeah, my
Oh,
my
And then
oh
father.
it's
yeah,
on
Clinton. Yeah.
MTV, and then it's Rock the Vote. Remember? And
Yeah.
MTV Rock the Vote, and
Whatever
that's
happened to
interesting.
Arsenio Hall? Is he dead? What happened to him?
He came back and had like a a new little series of shows, I think, like a couple of years ago, and then I don't think he's on anymore. I don't even know what station it was. I think I saw a couple of his episodes on YouTube, but I guess would they make a sequel to Coming to America? So he was in that, right? I
Oh
never saw.
yeah.
I never saw
See,
that, but I
that's
knew they
just
made a
such an
sequel.
expression. All of this, it's not even sequels exactly. It's like retro nostalgia where we can't create anything new. Like the
Right.
fact that they did like a Netflix special of Coming to America and just reinvented the movie, or like the Star Wars sequels, which were at least with the first one and the third one, there are these like just blatant attempts to kind of like put all the pieces of the original trilogy into a bag and then like shake it up and then pour it out and be like, oh look, it's a movie, it's your childhood, you're welcome. And even like some movies I like Blade Runner 2049 was kind of like that. There's nothing new. It's not even a sequel where they're kind of rehashing everything. They're going back with the old actors. They're like, let's bring back 80-year-old Harrison Ford and put him in an Indiana Jones fedora and give him a bullwhip and say it's a movie. I mean, there's something like exhausted in our culture
Well,
manufacturing centers.
partly it's also our culture, our society became chimerica, right? We became very Chinese, pretty much since China joined the WTO, and certainly since the 07-08 crash where they bailed out our economy. So
Yeah.
I think we now have to build these movies that appeal to China and America, and that's sort of why the movies I think have gotten less culturally relevant because they've tried to basically play for the Western and Eastern audience.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
By the way, it's one of the reasons I'm actually quite happy that China and America are breaking up, because I think we're going to get a lot more like interesting Western Hemisphere style content. I think it'll be a lot more like Latin American heavy, but it'll be a lot less like kind of big explosions and like weird Chinese people. Like you certainly felt that way in like, what was it, the second Independence movie, right? You remember the first Independence movie, and then you go to the second one, and there's like this weird Chinese woman in it, and it's just like it's all very strange.
You think the movies will get better due to the China-America split?
I don't know if the movies necessarily will get better, because I think cinemas are kind of over, just because they take up so much space in major parts of the country. I know this was like the whole fight over over what was it? Not over GameStop, but what was the movie AMC and all that.
Yeah.
But if you think about it, like it's not that great an experience going and spending like $25, having your feet stick to the floor in the cinema, right? And it's just like it's just not as the energy isn't there like it once was. And I don't think it's just because we've gotten older. I think just the quality of cinemas have gotten a lot worse.
Yeah, but they sell
Also,
beer
I
now.
would mention this. Like, I went with my children and my mom to go see Avatar: The Way of Water, and we
Is it
almost
any good?
went. It's not bad if I'm being fair, but this is kind of the point of what I'm saying. So we went, and it was almost perfunctory or obligatory or whatever. And again, to be fair, it was visually unbelievable and so on. The kid, I don't remember it, and my children have not talked about it at all. It's like never saw it. And
No,
we probably, it
that
just does. It's
that
like
was
a
true of the
reach.
first one too, right? Like if I
Yeah.
asked you, like I mean, but like I watched Titanic like a year ago because I just
Uh-huh.
invested in this submarine company, and I was sort of interested in like where the technology was on all that. And I'm at the airport, in case people are wondering, by the way. And in this in the Titanic film, like it's a very sophisticated film. Like there's a lot of things going on there, and you can recall lines from it. You could recall scenes, and I've watched Avatar maybe like twice, and I couldn't tell you a damn thing about the first one, other than it's
Oh yeah.
basically like Fern Gully's in space, and like I think Sigourney Weaver's in it. I couldn't, like, if you put a gun in my head and loaded it and pull back the chamber, or pull back the hammer. I don't know that I could tell you any other actor in it other than that Australian dude like whoever he
It's
is.
just not memorable. It's a reach. Like the story is a kind of rehash, or it's too simplistic. So it's this like technical mastery, but then there's no real mythic quality to it. Or if there is a myth, it's just this retread of something we saw when we were 8. And so it's just totally unmemorable in a way. A movie like Star Wars or The Empire Strikes Back or the Indiana Jones and the Temple of Doom, those are still kind of iconic. Like those were retreads in their own ways of serial fiction and comic books and all sorts of things.
I mean,
But
you could
they
yeah.
were they were new. They were new, and it's like there's no more myths anymore. And like the James Bond franchise, I liked the last James Bond movie. I might be in a minority here, but I actually really liked it. But it's a retread, and it's about James Bond being old and tired, and and they were doing that trope ever since Skyfall. Oh, I can't believe he's so old. you know how do you do this with a broken leg? It's just strange. Or like Blade Runner, where it's like, let's bring out Harrison Ford at age 75 to recapture some half remembered fantasy of our youth. I mean, there is just something exhausting about our culture machine.
Did you like the No Time to Die theme song?
I started to like it after I liked the movie. When I first heard it, I thought it was just kind of weaky, and it was the same chord progression of Skyfall. So I felt like they were just redoing Skyfall, but with a singer who's like 19 years old or whatever Billie Eilish is. And but when I in the context of the film, I kind of started to like it, actually.
Based.
Yeah.
I'm here 100% for Daniel Craig as Bond. I'm gonna miss him. I was here
Bring
for it.
back, reincarnate Roger Moore. That's what I'm demanding.
It was a little too cartoonish, though, I've got to say.
Raise Roger Moore from the dead and allow a campy, silly James Bond movie. That's what I'm saying.
Bring on John Beck.
But I will say, it is interesting to me, too. Like, I was talking about this with my brother the other day, and we were sort of noticing that, like, all the movies now, they all have, like, Canadian or Australian stars. Like, there are very few, like, American boys who are, like, action heroes. And
that is interesting.
I kind of think of it a lot in the same way as I think about like the PayPal mafia, right? Where there are all these sort of like foreigners. They're neither Chinese nor American, but they're sort of like in the in between countries. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's sort of like, I think I'll know America's back when we have like, we have a white president on TV that's like old, like Joe Biden in a movie, right? None of this like Morgan Freeman, black president stuff. And then we'll have like a blonde woman who is dating a white guy in a major motion picture. That's when I'll know that America is back. And it won't even have anything to do on the racial side of it, but it's like somebody made the decision a few years ago that like all of the shows, like the best example I can point to on this is like The Walking Dead. Every relationship on that show is an interracial relationship. Now, I have no beef with this personally. Like, as people know, I've been one to practice such relationships. But it is interesting. Like, the end of the world, like every single relationship, every single one, right? Like, what's up with that, right? And so you sort of wonder.
They might be giving us mixed messages in a way. I've seen The Walking Dead,
Yeah,
but you could twist that in a certain way and see it as it is about survival, I guess, but it's also about apocalypse, and the fact that that's imaged with interracial relationships is interesting.
Yeah, it's well, I've said before that I think it's the most Christian and the most American show, right? They have that existential threat at their door. There's overpopulation questions, people being cannibalized, all the rest of it. And so I do think that there are shows, particularly as Hollywood moves away from Hollywood and to like Georgia and rediscovers the Montana and the sort of other parts of the country. I do think that some of that stuff has been quite compelling and interesting because you get sort of vistas that you previously didn't get.
Yeah, I haven't seen Yellowstone. I might kind of force myself to watch it a bit, but
You
It's seen
should.
you.
You
It's
should.
seen you, Richard. It's seen you.
it's seen me. All right, Leah, you had your hand up, and then I'll go to Andrew.
This is a little, several topics ago, but I wanted to say I'm the parent of a 17-year-old, and so I wouldn't necessarily give up on. We're definitely in a period of transition, but I wouldn't necessarily give up on rock and roll or even movie making, because what I'm seeing with my daughter and her generation is they make little movies for each other, using these apps and different editing tools, and like right now she's out at a punk uh, band. It's a house. It's basically a house. It's this sort of abandoned house where these kids meet periodically and have punk shows. So they're creating their own sort of new situations. I mean, maybe the punk music's derivative. I don't know if they're new compositions or if they're doing cover bands kind of stuff or what. But they're definitely trying to create some kind of culture on their own, and also the sort of, you know, individualized movie making is really interesting to watch. So
But
it'll be interesting to see where that
this is
goes over
actually,
time.
yeah, I agree, but this is actually kind of this is what I'm talking about when I say that we're exhausted, because I don't deny any of this, and I also think that there's something good about being creative and, having art that's user generated. I think there is something good about that. You're not just sitting in front of the boob tube and getting your culture force fed to you. But on the other hand, like, there's everything is fragmenting to this degree that everyone has their own little niche thing. And so there's no one band that kind of captures it. Like U2's Octoon Baby album just captured, like, the fall of the Berlin Wall.
I've
They
been
just
meaning to
put
ask
it,
you, Richard. What did you think of Bono at the State of the Union? Like, what was your? I know you've like done some stuff writing on Bono's, thinking. I mean, what
yeah. Well,
what
I
was
need
your
to
read on
publish
that?
this thing. I was actually tweaking it a bit this morning. I'm one of these people who never publishes because I have like 40,000 words, but I'm just like not ready for the world to see it. But that's who I am. I'm good at talking. Um, yeah, I think it's great. I think Bono became relevant again because that time seemed to recur again. The kind of 1989, 91 period almost came back to us with the Ukraine crisis. And it's not a coincidence that, Bono and the Edge visited Zelensky in Kiev, and they were kind of relevant again there for a moment. But yeah, I think U2, again, this is a Irish band. They are not great musicians. They were playing the Dublin scene or something, but they kind of captured a certain energy of the Cold War. And they, as I argue in this piece, they kind of imagined the end of history and a one world quality. Though we're torn in two, we can be one effectively in from New Year's Day. And they were almost like prophesizing the end of the Cold War in their own way. They, despite the fact that they're Irish, they're not Catholic. Um, Bono's mother was Anglican, his father is Catholic, and he attended Anglican church. They actually were converted to evangelical Christianity in a McDonald's of all places, a probably perfect setting for this, by a man named Christopher Rowe. And they became born again fundamentalist Christians in this group called Shalom, which was actually as the name implies, a heavily kind of Judaizing group. So they kind of, like, even though they're from Ireland, they kind of captured a certain American spirit, and they became this huge band that I think spoke to a one world, that spoke to America's unipolar kind of moment, as it were. So that is my thesis on U2. And it's deeply Christian. It's not Irish. It's almost more American, and they saw the Cold War ending before it actually happened.
Do you think having Bono at the State of the Union was purposefully evocative of that?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, very interesting.
And they know. I mean, just reading the lyrics. I mean, it's this. And just knowing, I mean, when were they at their peak? They might have been their peak in the 80s with like Joshua Tree or whatever, but they're really at their peak at the end of the Cold War. And this new vision for humanity that's even better than the real thing. This is another big section piece. So God, I'm giving all my tricks away here. If someone writes this up and takes credit, I will hunt you down.
We will handle
I have
them,
a
Richard.
I
We
have
will
a
hand
certain
them.
set of skills.
Every day will be Sunday, Bloody Sunday for them. Every day.
Yes, it will be Sunday, Bloody Sunday if you steal my ideas. I will hunt you, I will find you, and I will kill you. Liam Neeson style.
By
So
the way, who was Qui-Gon Jinn? And I can't remember a damn thing Qui-Gon Jinn ever said on any subject.
no.
He was a wise man, a martyr.
Yeah.
He had a very
Um,
particular set of skills.
yeah. But so so even better than the real thing, right? What is the real thing? The real thing is Coca-Cola. And that's been Coca-Cola's advertising slogan for 75 years, actually. It goes back a long way. And it's, if you give me one more chance, you'll be satisfied. So I'm offering you something even better than the real thing. So it's an almost like post-American world if Coca-Cola is America in a bottle.
Bringing to mind the
Yeah,
commercial of "I'd like to buy the world a Coke or give the world a Coke."
exactly. And keep it company.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Um,
everybody of all these different races holding hands, and it's all that.
Beautiful.
It's
In
interesting too how Bono was in favor of, basically making Africa not indebted anymore,
mm-hmm,
right? Which is a sort of interesting question. I mean, I've always come to the view that that Bono is very Christians in action, or very very sort of MI6 Christian CIA kind of world. And, he just happens to be super friendly with Nelson Mandela at like just the right time, and he's going to see
right.
Zelensky. And it's just like, come on, man! Like, who are you kidding? Like, he's converted to Christianity in a McDonald's. Like, he's Anglican. Like every other spook I know is Anglican. You know what I mean? Like, there's a certain level of it where you're just kind of like pop music as basically like a weapon of a sort of Anglo Americana. Uh,
Yeah,
I'm for all that, obviously, but there's a level where like when Biden brought him there, and I was like, oh shit, like we're really doing this, like we're actually gonna
yeah.
do we're gonna do this, right? And I remember, like, I think the only Super Bowl I've ever seen at least like 20 minutes of was the one where I just watched the halftime thing with Bono, and it was pretty incredible. Like, you remember this, like, late 90s? You guys know what I'm talking about? I'm sure we could look it up, but
Was it the 2001 when the Patriots won and he's got like the American flag inside his jacket and he pulls it out at
yes,
the end and you see the Yeah, that was amazing.
yes,
And all
I
the
Which
names of
hey,
the victims are going up on the screen behind him.
yes. Now, of course,
Yeah.
like, we know how that Iraq thing was used and all of that, and like, I would actually argue that like from 2001 to 2021, from the planes hitting the trade center to maybe the fall of Netanyahu now, right, in 2023. But I'd argue that basically like that was a very weird time, and that in many respects Biden is bringing us back to the 50s, and to like he's basically refighting the 1980s where Carter wins and not Reagan, right? And so I saw the Bono who was there. I mean, there wasn't. It's sort of like we're in kind of a new Peter Gabriel moment too, right? We've got like, what is that, wars without frontiers, or games without frontiers song. It's like very much feels like that's the moment we're in, where there's like every story is about spies getting busted here or there. You see all the new movies that are coming out, the ones that are being done by the Brits. They're all about espionage in one form or another. From Slow Horses, that's on the Apple's thing, to the Apple Play thing, to that movie the courier or whatever with so I mean, this is kind of where we're going, right? We're going into a new kind of Cold War, but it's a Cold War that's like multipolar, just very compelling and interesting and weird all at once. And I'm here
Yeah.
for it. I actually really like the moment that we're in right now, because in a certain sense, like, our pop culture is sucking precisely because real events going on are so much more interesting and so much more
Hmm.
novelistic and cinematic in a way. And it's sort of like the death of Hollywood gave us reality TV, which in turn gave us Trump, and that was kind of like bad and weird in all these ways. But it also basically created this moment where all these strange people were kind of coming out from the netherworld, right? This sort of like Russian organized crime world, this sort of like cartels buying properties, all that stuff. And like, we're in this moment where all of the sort of things that we kind of hid from the public in the 90s, all the weird people that came over after the fall of the Soviet Union, they're all like out there dancing and bribing our presidents and trying to take over our government. And we're sort of left with no option but to confront them. And that to me is just like a very compelling, interesting take on how the world really, really is. Like, we're seeing people busted as foreign agents in real time on Twitter, right? Like, that is just such a crazy situation to be in.
Hmm.
So in a certain sense, I've actually come to the view that, like, the energy is actually, like, in the society that we're in right now, like, the energy is very much like in the news cycle, right? In real life. Um,
Yeah.
and it's not like the manufactured Fox News, CNN, situation, right? In many respects, like the collapse of CNN, where they got rid of Cuomo, who's like the mob boss's kid, right? And they sort of restructured CNN. Now they're obviously going to restructure Fox News with this Dominion lawsuit. In many respects, that is basically like we're in like a post TV news era. And we're moving into a world where it's just like constant new information coming at us in all different directions. And so we're having to build like worldviews that can actually accommodate and assimilate all that information quickly. It's very interesting, you know? So part of the reason I
Hmm.
think people can't watch movies anymore and like really focus in a serious way is because there's just so much going on at all times so fast.
Yeah, I agree with Charles on that. Like, I used to joke a few years ago that dystopian novels were always my favorites, but I never sort of predicted living in one, and now I can't read them at all because they just don't really live up to what we're living through.
Yeah. Definitely.
And it almost feels sometimes like a lot of the tech guys basically like read some of these novels, or they watched various, like in some respects, like OpenAI, even its reference to like the Terminator and Skynet and everything, that also seems like a callback to the 1980s, right? So even like the technology that's getting funded in a serious way is itself a kind of like retread, And of course, like, you spend an afternoon with OpenAI or Chat GPT-3, and you're kind of disappointed, right? Because like what you really want is you want Arnold Schwarzenegger to come through and like sit in the room with you while you go and like run about stopping Judgment Day. But as a practical matter, you end up getting like some weird bot that's like feeding you nonsense, and it's just not as
You
compelling in a way.
you get a cuck. It's cuck GPT.
Oh,
Well,
Yeah.
one thing that I've noticed is that a lot of these things were metaphors in Hollywood. Like how the computer is a metaphor, and they're almost taken literally by these Silicon Valley nerds. And I
They
think that's,
they take them literally and seriously,
yeah, they
right?
take
To
them
borrow
literally
Teal's
and
phrase.
seriously. Yeah, exactly, about the Trump quote, or I guess the Teal quote. Yeah, but
Where you
that
take
but
them
it's but it
seriously, but not literally, right? Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
but in some ways you take them unseriously because you're not understanding who Hal is or what he represents. Like, so much of Musk seems to be taken from Total Recall, actually. The going to Mars colonization, and the Cybertruck. Am I the first one to notice this?
Where is the
Cybertron
woman?
is
Where is the woman with the 3 tits? Right? Wasn't there one of those things
well,
like that?
she's probably in his bedroom.
That's coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's coming
Seeing
soon.
that as a kid,
Is that not coming soon? Yeah.
It is. It is coming soon.
I
the
remember seeing that with.
tri-breasted bot woman.
Well,
Yeah.
of course, the most interesting film of science fiction film is Gattaca, right? Because it gives us electric cars, and it gives us a corporation sending things into space, solving all crimes with DNA, people
Hmm.
associatively mating through DNA. It's 1997, right? Like where they put all that
Yeah.
together, and so like we are in some sense living in that world. And you look at like Andrew Nichols, does the Truman Show, right? And the Truman Show, like the house that's used for the Truman Show, is Congressman Matt Gaetz's childhood home, right? So there's all these like interesting, weird ways in which reality and science fiction and TV are all kind of like meshing together. And just one final thing, like I think
Is the Truman Show based on the Disney idea? The original idea for Disney World was not Disneyland, but Disney World was that it was going to be a housing development and not a theme park. And this kind of utopian, very American, but ultimately kind of scientific and utopian experiment.
Well, of course, that's why Walt Disney was working with Werner von Braun, our friend the Atom, right? There's
Yeah.
there's sort of a long history, and of course, Walt Disney, what does he do? He gives Roald Dahl one of his first jobs in writing screenwriting in Hollywood, right? And of course, Roald Dahl being of course the British spy who gives us Charlie and the Chocolate Factory and James and the Giant Peach and all the rest of it.
Hmm.
So yeah, I think there's something to that. No, I don't know where the origins of the Truman Show stuff comes from, but I think Andrew Nichols is sort of like, he's a very interesting figure, in terms of science fiction that's sort of connected with like what we might call the British deep state, and so I found that kind of interesting and compelling.
Yeah.
I don't know if
What do you?
people saw it, but Microsoft filed some financials recently in which they are basically trying to sort of address the potential impact on their brand of AI if it goes awry. I'll put the link in the connection to the space.
Oh, what is it? Explain more. If AI runs amok and tries to kill us
Yeah,
all,
it basically says that
Microsoft
AI.
won't be held
Yeah, it
liable.
basically says that AI has ethical issues and potentially could dramatically change society. And they're saying
Yeah.
that they're having to take into account any AI products and services, the impact on the brand reputation, if those things are used for malign purposes, essentially.
It's so over.
Yeah, OpenAI is done. Just to be clear about it. I mean, if you saw that with the Activision deal getting shut down by the British, and of course you're seeing a lot of these antitrust deals that are being set up by our allies, and they're really not antitrust. They're actually anti-Chinese, right? So Microsoft, Satya Nadella needs a win, right? And he can't get that win from the Activision deal, which isn't going to be allowed through. So he's trying to, in vain, find something, and the hope is that OpenAI will be that thing, but it's not going to work, as a way of juicing the stock of the company. And increasingly, they're being denied access to all kinds of cloud hosting and cloud things with the U.S. government simply because of the security risks and the holes that Microsoft's Israeli-built products have. So it's not going to work for them.
Hmm.
And I think this is the beginning. This is the beginning of the turning of Microsoft, which is what we've seen at Google. You'll recall like all the Google guys like quit, or they like kind of like quasi were retired in 2019. It's sort of a piece with that. So
I put the
I don't.
link to the space.
Interesting. Well, do you guys want to keep going? I was not. We've had 2 hours. I was planning on this being short, but Charles, you're the co-host. Do you want to just turn this into one of your late night spaces since we've reached
I
the
can. I
witching
can. I mean,
hour?
unfortunately, I think you're going to have to leave or if you leave, right, you shut the whole thing down. So I think maybe.
Oh, I can just leave my phone on if you want
All
me
right.
to.
Then here's what we'll do is
That will be good for me. I'll get some final work done, and I'll be productive and not go stare at Twitter, which is what I do at night.
well, I mean, I do nothing but stare at Twitter at night. I try to avoid it all day, but it jumps on me. You know, it's like one of
Yeah.
those things that's like lurking at you in the. It's like when you were a little kid and you were afraid of the monster in the closet. That's Twitter for me. I was banned from it for
Yes.
7 years, and it was some of the most productive 7 years of my life. But
That's
unfortunately,
true.
here we are.
Well, someone got me on TikTok, and I started to do TikTok as a kind of research project, and I just got rid of it. It was starting to scare me, and it was completely addictive, and I just thankfully cut myself off because that thing is toxic as hell.
No,
Tell
no,
people
you should go
tell
back.
people this tell people the story about how they were pushing polygamy at you and all the rest
Oh
of it.
yeah. Well, this is actually fascinating because so you put in your name, and so in your email, and look, if I were being really top secret about it, I probably could have lied about all these things, but I didn't. So it kind of knew my age, it figured me out, and even after using it for like an hour, it knew that I was a man. It knew that I was divorced, or it intuited this through the algorithm. It was showing me a lot of videos about that, or like meeting signals in your 40s. I was getting depressed. It knew that I grew up in Texas, and there were these girls that would have like a UT Texas hat on, kind of, shaking their booty or whatever. Like it was weird. And I definitely didn't like it. We've gone from like you put in where you grew up and what school you went to on Facebook to the machine learns who you are. And but I also noticed these weird things that definitely didn't appeal to me, but I found very fascinating. So there was this woman, and she was an attractive Arab woman, and she was wearing a hijab. And she said she was doing one of these typical TikTok videos. It's like, all right, let me give you the lowdown here, guys. So if you want to have a man, you've got to bring women to your man. So I know you don't like it, but he'll appreciate you and love you. So she was basically suggesting not exactly polygamy, but like having a harem for your man. So there's this very strong Andrew Tate quality who's coming from this sophisticated English speaking Arab woman who was wearing a hijab, who's Muslim. And I was just like, this is absolutely insane. And this gets to this like dark underbelly of American culture right now where we're having less sex as a population. I mean, there is a sex dearth that is really important, that is quantifiable. And yet there's this like underbelly of resentment and perversion that you see cropping up in figures like Andrew Tate or in this TikTok woman that I just referenced. And the fact that it figured out that I was like, it's a guy who's newly single, who's in his 40s. So let's show him harem videos. And so it was also kind of weirdly pro-Islam. So in the year if we were in 2003 and it figured out that I was a middle-aged man, it would have showed me all these videos about how Islam is attacking the West and we need to keep them out and pro-war stuff and things like that. And now it's like promoting Islam to me. Just anyway, I erased the hell out of that app.
So you put the app away and you join the local mosque in Whitefish, Montana.
Right. And I was like, where are the women at? Like, wait. They're like, here's your Quran. They're like, oh yeah, whatever. All right. So like, when do I have my harem? Like that's what I'm here for. Yeah. No.
Well, of course,
unsuccessful.
of course. Who was the woman who was Sam Bankman-Fried's girlfriend, who was in favor of all the Chinese polygamy? Do you recall this?
Yeah.
That like, what was the thing about how the way to do polygamy is to do it like in some kind of imperial Chinese way?
That's funny. I saw some horrible image on Twitter. I don't know if it was real, of some like completely unerotic, ultimately horrifying like photo of group sex among the Bitcoin bros. So all these like overweight nerds like fumbling with each other. It was gross.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
the reason like all the open AI people are all in open relationships, and the
Mm-hmm.
reason, Sam Bankman-Fried and his sort of, weird harem are all like banging each other out, is that this is kind of like what the cults used to be like, right?
Yeah,
But now we're in this world in which people just like defer Peter Pan style of never really being in a serious relationship with anyone. Everything is sort of contracts and free agency, and that's sort of how things go.
yeah, definitely. All right, let's do this. I'm going to go get some work done. I'm going to leave my phone on because we have a good listenership here. We have like 100 and almost 160 people.
Make sure you plug it in. Make sure you plug it
I
in.
will.
If you will.
That's true. It is now. It is getting power. So I
By the way,
will.
I'm
I'm
gonna
going to
come
go do
visit
some
you.
work
I'm
and
gonna
then.
come visit you in Montana soon. By the way, I've decided
Oh,
at some
good.
point.
You're more than
So
welcome. You have. Yes, there is a room waiting for you, and ski season ends in early April. So there you go.
very good, very good. No, I think I have to go pick up some things in Idaho, of a family nature. So I may make a road trip of it. So
Awesome. Yeah, Idaho's great. You should visit Coeur d'Alene. That's a wonderful place. Um, anyway, I'll probably hop back on here in a little bit once I need a break. But I will have fun, kiddos.
very good, very good. Go ahead, Andrew. You had your hand up, and then we'll go to Ace.
Charles, actually was gonna ask you. I don't pay attention to a lot of your spaces. So forgive me, I've been busy lately, but I kind of, this is a huge topic, maybe too big for right now, but I kind of like want to know your opinion about 9/11. That might be starting off with the big ones, I guess.
Oh, all right. Just jump right into the frying
Yeah,
pan, right?
maybe we don't have to if you
Right
don't
into the
want to.
fire.
We don't have to if you don't want to.
Yeah, nice subtle topic.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I will definitely, we could definitely do it. I'm currently at the airport having missed my flight because of stupidity, but we could do it. See, I have to be back in my lair where I have all my notes and my study, and then we could maybe do it in like 40 minutes. But if we could keep it slightly lighter
Okay,
between
yeah.
now
No,
and
yeah.
then.
I knew you were at the airport.
But yeah, I mean, basically, the short version of my views on 9/11 is that, and of course, it's quite dangerous to talk about 9/11 in an airport. So thank you for that,
I'm
Andrew.
sorry.
Um,
Well, I
but
didn't. You
but
didn't need to. You
but
could
my
punt. You could punt.
okay. The short version is there's a video from 2019 of Netanyahu talking about cyber and the way in which you can remotely control planes, and I think that is a very important video, and it's something that people should really think about. And that's sort of, we can kind of get into this. I know Tom has some views on it, but we'll get into it in like an hour or so. I'll basically do this the whole night because I get too excited about planes and traveling, so I'm not going to sleep or anything. So, well, we'll see if Richard's phone dies or whatever. Then we'll just do it again. So we'll probably go until like 6 or 7 in the morning East Coast time, just in case people really want to go crazy on these
Yeah. Okay.
topics.
I apologize for
But
asking. It was kind of stupid to ask. Given that I knew you were in an
no, that's
airplane.
fine. It's fine. I mean, it's a great topic, and it's an extremely important topic, especially seeing as self-driving cars were just no longer self-driving cars anymore, right? They were just updated. So it's a very timely topic, and the question of how much of life is automated and how much of it is remotely controlled is probably like the big question of our time right now.
Definitely.
So yeah, it's certainly important.
Actually, okay.
It's
Can
also one of those
I
topics.
ask a also? It's not related, but it's kind of a deep question because I'm curious about this. I guess is your like overall religious views, because I know you are Christian, and I guess I'm just kind of I don't know, what is your background is like Protestant or some kind of Protestant.
Well, I grew up. I grew up Episcopalian. I became Catholic,
when I married my future ex-wife, and now I pretty much bounce between churches in the Northern Virginia area. I think if you put a gun to my head and loaded it, I'd probably be some kind of Anglican, but I'm not. I don't really think of church in that way. You know, I don't really. I think of basically. I think Christianity is generally true. Like I would say that I'm a Christian, but I'm not. I'm not obsessive about it, if that makes sense.
Okay, yeah, yeah.
It informs all of my, like, I pray every day, I pray at meals, that kind of thing. But I don't. Yeah, I mean that's sort of how I live and exist. But I don't. I don't sort of evangelize or anything.
Oh yeah, I got it. You're not like fervent.
No, I mean, so my view is that the seven deadly sins are basically what built the modern internet, and so Facebook is vanity, greed is like Coinbase or whatever, right? And you can kind of see each of the seven deadly sins deployed against us. And so when I think about the seven heavenly virtues, that's sort of what animates a lot of my thinking when it comes to investing.
What is Twitter?
Twitter is probably wrath on some level. I think spaces have changed that. Spaces are basically more Christian because it requires us to confront people and their sort of inner humanity. And so, people look down at the spaces, they see people's profiles. There's a sort of like, face-to-face interaction that goes on. And so, that's sort of very important to me when I think about breaking bread and meeting people and talking to people. That's sort of how I think about it. But yeah, it's a good question. I'm thinking at some point about writing something about my religious views. I'm always kind of uncomfortable about it because I have a lot of friends who I'll end up alienating when I write something about my real religious views. And so I'm always kind of hesitant to talk about it.
Yeah, that's fine. Charles, we were talking about movies earlier. There's a movie featuring Arnold Milchan in a little cameo. It's called Once Upon a Time in America with Robert De Niro, directed by Sergio Leone. Came out in 1984. I believe Arnold Milchan himself was had some maybe not Likud, like Israeli ties.
Oh yeah, he's a self-described Israeli spy, actually. So yeah, that's not news. I mean, maybe it's news to some people, but yeah.
No, yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of stuff there.
yeah. I guess what I want to ask was if you saw the movie and then what your kind of opinion was on it.
I haven't seen the movie, but I have seen. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that Arnold Milchan touches, and I think we've talked about this in previous spaces. We maybe should do a predictive programming space at some point, where we just kind of go through like all the stuff predicting 9/11, all the stuff talking about like the financial crisis before it happened. Certainly, I think the white noise thing falls in that category too. Absolutely, would be my view, but. I don't know. I mean, it's the Arnon Milchan tie-ins with Israeli intelligence and with him trying to get Netanyahu to work for him is is very interesting. I mean, it's deeply compelling to me. But yeah, let's go to Ace real quick. By the way, I'm just trying to get out of the airport. When I get out of the airport, I can talk a bit more freely. So whoever wants to filibuster or chat a bunch, now's your chance. Where's Dana when I need her?
No. You guys were talking about opera earlier, and most people acknowledge that it's dead, but people still cling on to rock music as it's dying or it's going through changes. So I was just gonna ask, just broadly, like, since you guys are older than me, like when you started to see that shift, because I mean I would agree with Richard and say that rock is dead, but a lot of people don't want to classify it the way they do opera, because I think it would say that the big part of their identity in pop culture is dead, which is very daunting. But I was curious, Tom, I know you were posting some awesome Metallica post Cold War clips. Maybe that's like the high watermark, but people have different definitions of when it declined, and I was curious if anyone in here had a pitch.
I think it started declining, at least in my experience, probably around 1996, 97, because that's about the same time you start seeing all of the pop stars like the Britney Spears, Christina Aguilera, um, all the boy bands. They all like flood onto MTV, and that's when you stop basically seeing rock on MTV. The exception being like some of the quote unquote new metal bands like Korn, uh, Creed. Uh,
You
you
would
know
still
the
consider that a decline? Like it's
yeah
losing?
yeah
Okay.
yeah, because when you go back to like the 80s into like the early 90s, um, it was very dominant. But I also think I think Richard brought this up, and so did Charles. Like the heroin problem, specifically, like when you talk about like the grunge bands, quote unquote grunge bands, like a lot of those guys died or they stopped touring. You had Guns N' Roses basically breaking up right after they were like the biggest band in the world, and they didn't do anything for gosh until like 2015 when they started touring again as like the real like several of the original members. So a lot of those bands, Alice in Chains, they all stepped down like uh, at the height of their popularity for various different reasons. You had the Vinny or uh, what's his name?
Vince
Gosh, I
Neil.
can't remember his name. Uh, no, Pantera's guitarist.
Oh, Dimebag.
Dimebag Darrell. Yeah, he gets shot on stage in 2005. Vinnie Paul's dead, but that was a major band that's been they're touring now with like Zach Wild on guitar, which is I think kind of cool. But yeah, and it's just kind of
Well, a lot of
gone
people look
away.
at grunge as like the death blow, but like you said, Pantera was still chugging along and the metal scene was getting stronger. So I don't know. I hear a lot of conflicting narratives about like, yeah, Dimebag got killed. What was that, like 2002?
I think why kids start listening to rap more than anything. That was the key. I mean, the youth turn into rap.
Yeah, and I also think too that maybe perception is, when you say rock is dying, is it just because you don't see it on uh, MTV like we used to? And of course, I don't. I mean, I haven't watched MTV in a long time. I don't think they have like music videos on anymore. Uh, and so, just the whole way in which people access music is totally different. So, like Richard's talking about his experience with TikTok. I mean, if you're on TikTok now, are you going to get served up like a rock band or rock music of
Well, I
what's
think
out there? I don't think
yeah,
so.
yeah. So I think there's a lot of things happening at once. So first, I think the country has gotten a lot less white, and like we just need to acknowledge that like rock music is like kind of a white person thing. I know same thing with opera. Opera is maybe like the most white person thing. Um, my current girlfriend is she's a half Mexican cellist, and so all these people kind of like come out of the woodwork to sort of like venerate her career. And you know I've gone to the National Symphony like many times with her, and when we go, it's a there are lots and lots of white people going to opera, right? Still, but they're all like super old, so the energy is obviously shifted. I think when we think about rock stars in the modern era, I think we could also think about like tech CEOs or kind of billionaire oligarch types that they've really replaced that energy. And you can kind of see it in like how little you know about a number of these like mega wealthy people, like their families or who their parents are or all of that. And that's kind of a lot. It's kind of just like with rock stars too, right? You don't really know all that much about their families. They just sort of come at you with their music, and they're sort of allowed to be sort of like not really have a family in any meaningful sense of it.
Well, that's funny because there's some white people that say, it changed after Nirvana took over. And so now it's cool to be alternative. The 80s is dead and gone and we should not miss it. So when you get these indie bands that come up and say that they're carrying the torch for rock, and there's white people that think this is what it should be. We don't want to have big poofy hair and Aquanet and stuff. So I don't know, Tom. Maybe you're talking about like it's like the rules changed, with MTV, the shift, and then you got the internet. It's like it all became decentralized. So I don't know, like Charles said, everything's happening all at once. I don't know what could have possibly kept it going.
I think the
Well, I also
decentralization is the big issue. I mean, that's what I was trying to say about my kid, being off at a punk band concert right now. It's rock still exists. It's just definitely decentralized and more localized.
Well, I think all experiences now are a lot more personal and a lot more intimate. I mean, even this space alone is kind of an example of that, right? So there's a certain sense in which like what is it, video killed the radio star, right? And so the internet basically killed the video star, or something kind of crude to that effect. And you think about these mass events, right, the mass gatherings of people, and it's kind of hard to imagine them in a post-COVID, post 9/11 era, except like kind of as in a defiance of all those restrictions that have been in place. So you look at like people could like they could do like their Woodstocks. They could like hop the fence. They could like, party and all of that sort of thing, and like make love. And there wouldn't be like people taking pictures of them. There wouldn't be people like, pressing them and putting them into, databases like Clearview AI, right? Sort of like the permanent record, in other words, is like kind of real in a certain real sense. And so it's hard to have kind of an intimate relationship, in a sort of altered state of mind at rock concerts than it was previously. And I noticed that a lot, like with the younger generations, they're much more acutely aware of like their digital footprints, and they're much more acutely aware of like all the sort of like digital breadcrumbs they're leaving. And it's sort of like when I was a kid, it was kind of a joke, like it was kind of understood, but it was kind of a joke that something would be on your quote unquote permanent record. And now like people don't joke that way. Like that is very much felt, by the younger generations. And
Yeah,
rightly so, by the way,
yeah,
because it will be used against them in
yeah. I
different
mean,
ways.
my daughter, none of her friends, none of them use their real names online. I mean, not that they can't be traced back, but I'm just saying they're trying at least.
Like, imagine if people would have had cell phones during Studio 54 days. With
Right.
like, I mean,
Yeah, it's
our
over.
like an entire generation of our political class rightly would have never been elected to anything. The world would have been possibly different, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. But I even think like when I was in college, which I was in college like 2001, I graduated in '02. And what's so crazy for me is like, I'm glad that we didn't have all the social media back then, but it makes you appreciate like the actual photos that you have that you had to take with your camera and then go get the film developed, etc. Um, it's just weird how different that whole experience is now. So anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. It sounds like the decentralization uprooted the ethos. Like obviously in New York in the 70s you had a punk scene, but I don't know if
Yeah.
like a bunch of young people going to a punk show today, I don't know if that's the same thing because they don't have that community. Like
Yeah. No,
Also, like
you're so right about that. Like the
Also, like a lot of
infrastructure.
stuff these days is like way more expensive than it was like when I was younger. So like I look
Yeah.
at like I used to be able to go see a movie for like $6, right? And now it's like $10, $12, $15 for a matinee even at some theaters. So it's kind of like things have just gotten way more expensive, and I think when you're young, that's like very hard to do, you know?
Yeah, like when you think about, you look at like a tour and all of the people that they have to employ to go on a tour and put on a great show, the buses, all the expenses. Uh, I think that there was probably the whole, digital downloads, things like that, kind of upended the record industry and the whole apparatus that made money for to be able to fund those things and then make it profitable. And you hear about like the 360 deals, and it's so hard for an artist to make money now, which is totally true. um, it's just kind of it's maybe it's just me being a boomer looking back thinking when I was like it was cool to be able to go to a concert, and just things were a little different, but
Well, I don't know though. I don't know. I mean,
whatever.
Going back to what Ace said about CBGBs. I mean, I went to CBGBs back in the day when it was on, when it still existed and was on Bleecker Street, and when it was Skid Row, and the house party that my daughter's at now, the punk house party, when I see the photos she comes home with, there are as many kids at that concert as used to go to CBGB's. I mean, CBGB's was tiny. It was really, really tiny. So the community was not perhaps as big or pervasive as we kind of think when we look back on it with nostalgia. I mean, a lot of things that are original start very, very, very small.
Yeah, because like Tom, what you were saying about a tour in the '80s, that would like bind you to your Gen X, generation. People would remember that because like MTV would centralize all the culture. But now I feel like if I bought like a new record, like a CD, I don't know if that really ties me to my class of 2017 or whatever, because I don't even know if they have it too, or if that ethos is there with them. I just feel like we're all isolated. It's not ours anymore. It's not like an organic movement that I hear from like Gen Xers and Boomers talking about, Studio 54.
Yeah,
I don't
like
know.
well, you're onto something, because like I can remember a big deal being you go out and get the new album, and like you're talking about, dude, did you see all the cover art inside, of like the new Tool album, which was always really cool, really artistic, and that just that brings you together with other people for that experience, and that's really not a part of that anymore. It's not really uh, there like it used to be. Like it was a big deal to go out and buy the album, and
Yeah.
there was like the way Charles was saying that we're kind of funneled towards watching current events and politics is how we used to be funneled into paying attention to our bands and our sports teams, and and things like that.
Yeah, politics took it all over. Like even in the '90s when you had like feminists debating about pornography, even if it's like really hostile, I feel like you can find some authentic community within those two camps if you're trying to rally on each side. But today, I guess you would just have to keep up with the news, and that would be the water cooler talk. I don't know, it just
Yeah.
feels so different.
Well, in large measure, this is a function of the fact that music is less relevant culturally than it used to be, right? Like you've got a huge balkanization of cultural outlets, whether it's through podcasts or through, audiobooks, or through YouTube videos, or through TikTok, clips, or through, sort of Instagram influencers or whatever, right? And so like there's such an enormous balkanization, not only of different creators, but also of media types, that you end up with like an extreme kind of distributed state of youth culture in general. And so there's not really anything to unify young kids, even really on a sort of it's not like goths and punks and jocks in school anymore.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what it is now.
It was interesting to me, like over the course of my life. So like I'm 34 now, and it's interesting to me like how the nerd culture became like mainstream culture. Like it used to be like kind of weird to like wear a Star Wars T-shirt, right? And now I see like hot like 20 somethings wearing like Star Wars clothes, right? And there are things like knowing all the Marvel comics. Like there was a comic book shop near one of my parents' businesses when I was a kid growing up, and I used to go over there and like read the comics, and so I knew like a lot of the storylines of all this stuff. But now I go online and it's like people notice things about these topics like way more advanced than I ever did. So it's sort of like that's where the energy has kind of gone. But it's also interesting too that like things also seem dumber though than they were, right? So you look at like J.J. Abrams' is Lost, right? That show was on network television. Like it's crazy to imagine that, but it was like it was on I think ABC or some shit. And now it's like there's really nothing on network TV that's like at all good. The energy has all moved to like HBO, Netflix, and all of these like streaming war platforms. So that's kind of how I've come to see it. That the kind of water cooler conversation is over. What's replaced it is Twitter, I think, in just a meaningful way. Certainly among like the highly intelligent, high IQ people. And I don't say that just because like to flatter people here, but like as somebody who was banned from it for 7 years, I can tell you like I missed it a lot more than I thought I would, you know. And in some sense, I think that like banning people from like the public square, uh, it is in some sense like the old fashioned punishments were like exile and death, right? And now we have this sort of situation where we have these people who are like kind of quasi exiled, right? Like they're like kind of banned from certain, from Uber or from whatever, from these different platforms. And we're not really sure what to do with them because we can't really punish them fully, right? But we can ban them from like one or two companies, or we can put them on like the SPLC list. But like that kind of doesn't really work either in a real meaningful way. So I don't know. It's interesting stuff. I mean, my basic takeaway though in the last few years is that the interest rates and all of that have changed the game, because as interest rates rise, you got a kind of patronage politics, which is why you're seeing things like Substack take off.
Yeah, it's like the Substacks and the podcasts. Those are like the new the new bands that you follow. You know, and then the different genres, which is really
Yeah,
interesting.
and it's kind of like we speak about like podcasters selling out, like the way we used to speak about rock stars selling out or
Oh
something.
That's
yeah,
true. Yeah.
100%. Yeah. Oh, that's such a great point. That's such a yeah. They totally sold out after their second album or what. It's just not the same. They're just they're it's two good songs and the rest is all filler. you know, they totally wrote that just to get on the radio. You can tell. Whatever. Yep.
I mean, back to music. There are creators now who just even notice how I call them creators. There are musicians now who release directly to Spotify. So yeah, it's a very very distributed, fragmented and balkanized kind of situation. We'll see how it develops over time, but it's definitely a period of transition.
Well, and I'm curious, like, what happens to those people in like 10 years? Because whereas, the Sunset Strip would be a safe haven for talent, they're not all going to make it, but you could at least have your chance. I don't know if that same opportunity is afforded to people on a streaming site. It just feels like you're a lot
I
more
don't know.
vulnerable.
I'm of mixed minds about this. So I've been writing kind of professionally on the internet since I was like 18, 19 years old. And so I've kind of came up with blogging, and I've met like some very interesting people just by virtue of being interesting online. And it's hard to imagine that I would have been able to meet those people otherwise. So I don't know. I'm sort of the view that the internet, if you're a nerd, is like kind of the best things, particularly if you're an introverted nerd, is kind of like one of the best things that could have ever happened to you. I mean, I think in a previous time, well, certainly as a redhead, I probably would have been put to death. But as kind of a strange person, I think the internet has basically changed everything. I mean, it's the source of my fortune. It's the source of a lot of my friendships, and so it's also the source of a lot of my stress. But it is what it is, and I've come to really, enjoy that the internet has taken away the focus on living in particular places. Like after I was done with college, I lived in Manhattan for like 8 months, 9 months, and I was doing quite well for myself financially, but it was very difficult living there because you just like had to wear suits, you had to go to certain restaurants, you had to like basically follow all these kind of like social etiquette rules that were basically not really fair and not really like it was sort of like something you kind of learned over time by being humiliated, by failing to meet the social expectations. And then like just talking about like dating culture, you used to like have to meet women in bars, or like I guess in like you know I don't know where people met back before there was the internet. So now like people slide into each other's DMs, right? And it's just like it's a much easier way of existing, and it's much easier for people who are like kind of more cerebral, less like in your face extroverted. And I kind of think the pandemic was kind of like the revenge of the introverts against the extroverts, right? Like all the people who had basically like mastered the inner office politics of life, basically the people who got promoted because they were like good bullshitters at work, that basically when it all became like work from home and show your work, it made the labor force and the world like a lot fairer. And I think about like there's a lot of like women who basically have stayed home with their kids, and the work from home thing is like way more an option than it ever was. And then you think about the downward pressure that that's having on like commercial real estate, which is of course very Chinese, very kind of Jared Kushner-esque, right? And so I'm sort of the view that like a lot of these transformations that have happened have actually been like pretty societally positive. Like I think, I made an argument when gay marriage, and basically in 2004, I made an argument that basically like gay marriage was kind of inevitable, not on like not like on like progressive left theory, but basically because like so first of all, the pop culture very much wanted it. So like Will and Grace wanted it, and I was like 16 or so when I made this argument. But basically, like I was like, well, everyone's like kind of gay on the internet, right? Like if you just like look around, and this was like there was like all these message groups that had started up, and so my view is just over time, there's like more and more information that we're giving up about ourselves on the internet, and then it gets harder and harder to hide who we are. And so we actually are forced to become, if we want a public presence and we want to build trust, we're actually forced to give up more information on ourselves in a sort of revealing way. And it's very hard to hide like your sexual orientation or to hide key aspects of your identity or personality, particularly in a world of spaces and of Twitter and of Facebook and LinkedIn and so on. And so my view is that basically like the second the iPhone really started going, and there was like, it was basically inevitable that gay marriage would happen, because basically what would happen is people would want, everybody who was gay to basically be out or like registered in some kind of way so they couldn't be blackmailed. And I think this is why like people like Andrew Sullivan were pushing this idea, because Sullivan, of course, had gotten like there was some like issues with him, and like what was he going to be blackmailed? Was he not going to be blackmailed over his HIV status? If for those of you who are older and remember this like blogging kind of like contretemps about this, like I don't know, what was that, like 15 years ago? So basically my view is that we're now, because of the interest rates going up, we're entering this new place where people have subscribe to each other, right? And they give each other like small amounts of money. And because there's not a need to move the money as fast as there is in a zero interest rate environment to try to generate a yield, because like the money is not constantly moving, people can actually like build real fortunes where they just sit on their money, and there's a sort of incentive towards saving. And if there's an incentive towards saving and to sort of like keeping your cash and using the interest from that cash to fund various things that you're interested in politically, that gets very exciting very quickly for people who are actually producing interesting work. So it's kind of like a return to a kind of quasi Medici world. Whereas in the zero interest rate environment, people are always warring with each other, trying to command attention. And so you think about like, if you have a certain number of subscribers on a Substack, right? Like, 5, 10, whatever, and you grow your audience. I mean, if you can't find like 1,000 people in the world or 10,000 people in the world who like you enough to give you like $1, right? Then maybe like what you're working on is so niche that it actually doesn't really have a market in the first place. So anyway, these are kind of like, this is kind of how I think about these technological trends. And I also think like there are certain moments in time where like it's clear to me that like Netflix was allowed by the US deep state to come in and screw up the cable companies. That was like what the whole net neutrality fight was like really about. And then Netflix was also allowed to do that to screw over Hollywood. And clearly there was a kind of like op run against Harvey Weinstein and all like the weird Chinese money coming in through the Weinstein company. And I think that this has not really been understood, the degree to which Hollywood was very Chinese. And we're now seeing this on the tech front. We're seeing all of these sort of tech oligarchs, and their thing is not working anymore. Their game isn't working anymore, would be kind of the way I would frame it. I don't know. That's a lot of information, but I'm kind of blathering, and it is midnight 30 on the East Coast. But anyway, I don't know if that resonated with anyone.
I mean, the lack of the ability, the absence of the ability to compartmentalize is a huge cultural shift. I mean, I think that's something that the internet has contributed to. I mean, what happened with Andrew is he made a name for himself as a moralistic voice against what he characterized as gay culture of promiscuity, etc., and was then found to be actually advertising personal ads under a pseudonym to have bareback sex. So he kind of got caught, and we're in a situation.
Not
Yeah,
ideal.
not ideal at all. And so we're in a situation now. Which,
Is this Andrew Sullivan?
yeah, it's Andrew Sullivan.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. By the way, I'm of the view, by the way, just for those who are unaware, that all of those bloggers back in the day, that whole period was basically a giant intelligence op of different people basically representing different viewpoints of their respective kind of leaders. But yeah, go ahead, Leah.
Yeah, so I think the inability to compartmentalize different aspects of our lives is definitely a dramatic cultural shift that the internet is contributing to, that we really haven't totally reconciled, because you kind of have two choices: to sort of not be visible at all, or to be totally anonymous or pseudonymous, or you just have this option of just basically having everything out there. It's very hard to walk a middle ground if you have any kind of public persona in the age of the internet. So it's a complicated time.
Or even for your family to do that, right? So like you look at like public figures and how their family members get doxxed, right? And I'm increasingly of the view though that like the self-doxing is actually like the smartest play you can make. And I think we've talked about this before, but it's why I'm convinced that like Hunter Biden will ultimately become president, because there's just so much that everybody knows about him or feels as if they know about him, including
Too
like
much.
the worst aspects of his life. Yeah, maybe too much, but like everyone has an opinion on him, right? And so that's kind of telling and interesting, right? Like we literally have congressional critters out there who are wanting to make like, they basically want to make the entire nation's business his coke escapades with prostitutes
All of
and
it was a model customer, and he got great review. He was known as a gentleman.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean, certainly Hunter Biden has that big dick cocaine energy, doesn't he?
yeah,
which is an asset.
Yeah, which is a total asset. I mean, if he were not as well endowed, shall we say, he probably wouldn't be a national figure or as impressive. In a certain sense, he's kind of like he's a very impressive figure in that respect.
Pre-modern heroism, maybe.
But by the way, if I could just respond to Leah's thing, I would actually like to defend Andrew Sullivan's, sort of deviant, bareback advertisements, and here's why. It turns out that the 3-drug cocktail for HIV is so effective that it suppresses the viral load sufficiently, such that guys that are on the proper drugs for treating HIV are essentially unable to transmit the virus, irrespective of their sexual practices. And so in some ways it's actually safer for an HIV positive man to be engaged in this in this raw dogging, if you'll pardon my terminology, than it is for a man who is unsure of his status to do so.
Yeah, but I mean, first of all, we didn't know that back then, and second of all, it was really the moralism that Sullivan built his brand on, and so the fact that he was then engaging in the very kinds of behavior that he made his name decrying was a little bit, typical for the right wing, but it was revealed in a far more dramatic way than it often is.
When did this happen? The Sullivan controversy.
Oh, God, I don't know.
Was this 20 years ago?
It was.
Or?
I think it happened in the early to mid aughts, maybe like 2005.
Yeah, I think it was like 2005,
so.
2006 is like when I seem to have recalled coming upon it.
But this is 10 years after the release of The Effect of Drugs.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of immaterial. Like that's sort of not the point, right? So like, even if the risk is relatively low and like whatever, the point was that he was sort of forced to reconcile his private and public identities very early on in a very loud way. So his personal brand, I think, suffered from that. He of course bounced back. But my sense. And by the way, we could do like a whole space just on Andrew Sullivan and all the weird stuff around him.
His pseudonym was Raw Muscle Glutes. Hold on, I'll put the Village Voice article into the space thread.
Yeah, the Village Voice, for those who are not aware, the Village Voice was basically like it's sort of like progressive, but also like kind of weirdly deep state friendly publication. So you have all these like very interesting figures and writers that come out of it.
Are they still around?
I don't think
No.
so. I think they've long since been discontinued. Yeah.
That was Lester Bangs would write there, right? All this like Rolling Stone writer type stuff.
They went after Trump early on as well.
Who was the guy who did almost
Wayne
all
Barrett.
the anti-Trump?
Wayne Barrett.
Yes. He called me like a year and a half before he died, and he left me a voicemail, and I never got to it. And I've always wondered, like, what the hell that was
He
about.
was an amazing
You know?
journalist. He died either right before or right after Trump got elected.
No, I think right as he was rising. Yeah, I think. And then he also did a lot of great stuff on Rudy Giuliani. And his archives, I think, are still in the University of Texas at Austin. I think that's where they are now these days. So quite interesting. And his view, of course, was that Rudy Giuliani was a kind of mafiosa type, which I think is basically held
True.
up.
Yeah.
He
Gosh,
he
the
he,
Andrew
he
Sullivan
died.
scandal.
He died 2 days before Trump's inauguration.
Oh,
Yeah, you often wonder. Like, I know Leonard Cohen died like the day before Trump became president, and I've often wondered, like, there's like a whole lot of very interesting people that died like basically from 2016. Basically like November 5th, 2016 to like Trump's inauguration. And it's sort of like some of them I think were, there may be foul play involved. Some of them might just be age or whatever, but it was very much a changing of the guard. And I think we'll look back at that period, sort of wondering a lot more. In some sense, like, Joe Biden, who's older than Trump, right, and sort of like generationally older, he's sort of more silent generation. I would say that in some sense, Trump is kind of like peak boomer in a way, and actually kind of Gen X in a weird kind of way. Like it's
yeah.
hard to it's hard to imagine him rising, without Studio 54, without Roy Cohn, and you do get the sense that like Trump couldn't have become president without going to Studio 54. That Studio 54 was like a very important part of his rise.
Bret Easton Ellis, he wrote, Trump was really influential in his books, like, American Psycho. And it was always talking about, Patrick Bateman was obsessed with Trump and, the aesthetic and the building. And I've listened to a couple of interviews of Bret Easton Ellis, and he talks about, when he was doing his research for writing the book, that he spent a lot of time with guys on Wall Street, back in the, mid 80s, high energy, high cocaine, all that stuff. And those guys like worshiped Trump. So that was all part of it for sure.
Well, probably the movie Wall Street, right? Probably played a significant role, that kind of archetype.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is about Michael Milken, right? I mean, we can kind of say that now.
Yeah.
Is that right?
But Trump
Yeah.
pardoned him, didn't he? Even
Trump
though
did pardon him. Yep.
he was already
Yep.
out of jail. I always thought
Wait,
it was
if
fun.
it was about Milken though, why did Easton Ellis go out of his way to make this like a Harvard WASP with a syndicate at his father's company type vibe?
Oh, I mean, there's so many examples of that, right? Over time, of people. Basically, they take the villains that were Jews throughout history, and then they're always turned into some sort of cartoonish wasp that's actually
He's
a Jew.
subtly indicated as Jewish in the film. I have not seen it in a while. There is some line, and it might even be in a deleted scene, where he makes a kind of passing joke that will go over most people's heads, of saying something like, "Well, I actually didn't go to church on Sundays," or something like that.
Yeah, and then he's got that one where he says, "Hey, take it easy on the anti-Semitism."
Yeah.
Oh well, that's in American Psycho.
Oh yeah.
I was actually referencing
Yeah.
Gordon Gekko and
Cool
Wall
it
Street.
with those anti-Semitic remarks, right?
Oh,
That-
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're saying in the original Wall Street?
Yeah. Wall Street is based on Milken. I mean, I think that's fairly well known. Although Oliver Stone's father worked on Wall Street for a time, and Oliver Stone's half Jewish, and Oliver Stone's also a kind of crypto right winger in many ways.
Kinda.
You can see this. Well, he's a co-writer of Conan the Barbarian.
Alexander the Great.
Alexander
I actually think that's far more dangerous, the Conan the Barbarian stuff. I'm sort of the view. Can you guys hear me? By the way,
Yeah.
am I coming through?
Yeah.
So I'm of the view that Amanda Milius, right? Her father is John Milius, who was also involved with Conan the Barbarian, and she was involved with the State Department, right? And she's very close with Curtis Yarvin and sort of like that kind of neocon scene. And she was
They actually fucked, according to a friend of mine.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know that we necessarily want to go into the personal details of
So
people, but
this is John Milius's
Did he raw dog it?
daughter. Is that?
that's right. This is so John Milius's daughter, Amanda Milius, who I know, I've met on a few occasions, and she,
Well, is she my age or something? I mean,
yeah, she might
she's.
she might be. I don't know quite.
No, she's younger than you, Richard. She's 37.
Is
Oh,
she
okay,
is she really?
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She never likes to tell anybody like what her age is. It's hard to.
I don't want to
Isn't that a
say.
rude question?
I don't want
Yeah.
to say anyway. But yeah, she was very in with like the Arthur Schwartz's, the kind of like neocon world, and she was very much like a part of that kind of frame, the sort of Jewish Trumpist type. And she couldn't really kind of make a go of it in Hollywood, and so she sort of like became a she entered politics, right? And so I think that sort of John Milius, Oliver Stone connection. And then, of course, there's all the questions about Oliver Stone's son's connections with like QAnon and all these like weird Chinese stuff. And so
Hmm.
I think we sort of don't understand the degree to which like all of these political people are in some sense actors. And I think Trump was kind of like, I've been thinking a lot about like, so Ronald Reagan was an actor, right? George Herbert Walker Bush, director of the CIA, which is kind of a make believe kind of thing. You're supposed to imagine all these crazy things, right? George W. Bush, was a cheerleader, right? Which is like, there's all these questions about W's, sexuality, which I think I've explored elsewhere, kind of written about it, and then Trump is sort of a reality TV star, right? So that's basically like the four Republican presidents, of my lifetime. I guess if somebody's around, like for Nixon, you kind of think of Nixon as kind of a California type too, which is in a way kind of all of California is a sort of stage play kind of thing. But there's a certain sense in which like the Republican Party needs these kind of actor types to justify its own existence, and it needs them to sort of like imagine crazy things and to sort of be outside of the experience of kind of the more dominant institution building, sort of by the book, liberal kind of consensus. And so I think that is sort of kind of where things are shaking out on the Republican Party. And so I think that's why you increasingly see like the Lauren Boeberts of the world, the Anna Paulina Lunas, the degree to which Matt Gaetz, as I mentioned before, he grew up in the home of, that was used for the Truman Show. There's a degree to which they sort of have to become even more highly constructed actors in this kind of drama. And I think Trump really understood this in a serious way. The sort of like play acting as president or play acting as America, as the American boss. But if you look at Trump, I mean, obviously there's all the Russian Jewish mob money behind him, the Tamir Sapir money. You look at, all the connections with the Chinese that go way back. And yet he's still somewhat weirdly patriotic, notwithstanding the money that's behind him being kind of strange and from all over the world. It's very fascinating, just his degree of sort of operating in this kind of like organized crime, 1980s. I mean, there's a certain sense, when Hulk Hogan, defeated Gawker, albeit with a little assist from me and from Peter Thiel, it was sort of like the heroes of the 1980s were coming to rescue America, right? That was a sort of, 2016 vibe, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now we kind of see that like they really like couldn't get it done in a serious way, right? And so we had to go back to basically the 1950s, the sort of like can do America New Dealer attitude of a Joe Biden to really like make this happen. And I find that kind of switch to be very compelling and very strange on many different levels.
Yeah, it's that's so interesting because it's like what Richard was talking about earlier, where like this cast of characters, if you will, it felt like they were brought back, but it was just like kind of exhausting. I think we'd all agree that I think Trump, like the whole thing was, there was all the excitement 2015, 2016, and then he gets elected and then it just became exhausting. And that just goes right along with what you're saying and what Richard brought up
Well,
earlier
because they
about
were
like the
all
movies and stuff. They were all hot back in the 80s, and they were actually they were in their prime. And then it's like we signed a quarterback that used to be great, and it was like when Joe Montana came to play for the Chiefs. Yeah, I think about that, and he, was old, and he had a couple of good years with the Chiefs, but you always see that like an athlete gets signed by another team after their great careers basically over, and it's just kind of painful because they're just not what they used to be.
Yeah.
right, and of course, Joe Montana, right? He's now a venture capitalist, right? So that's sort of interesting on many different levels too. The degree to which the football star becomes the venture capitalist, and I think that is going to be the new place that the right goes to for this energy that it previously had. So Teal is obviously a part of that. This Joe Lonsdale character is a part of that. These sort of like people who are venture capitalists, and what are they? They're sort of casting directors in a weird way, casting directors of capitalism. Um, and I think
Hmm.
that that's sort of how we need to think about it going forward.
What happened, Charles, with the WASP leadership? I mean, they were nowhere to be seen in what the last 15 years, and just now they kind of coming back 20 years even. What would you say about that?
Yeah, I totally agree with this, and I actually it's interesting, right? So I now live in Northern Virginia area, and it's like all of the WASPs seemingly got a memo that they all needed to support Joe Biden, and they all seemingly got a memo that they needed to support me. So I'm having all these like old WASP families like contacting me wanting to do business deals. And I've been asking them like, what have you guys been doing since like, in the last 30 years? And they all kind of say, oh, not much, like we were raising our families or we were like, on to the mistress, or like we'd go down to Palm Beach, or we'd go to like Naples or whatever. But they basically, it's kind of like in the Lord of the Rings, right? Where the elves kind of disappear, right? They all kind of like go off into the faraway lands. And I think that there were a lot of people that were sufficiently freaked out by Trump that they kind of felt like they had to reemerge in a serious way. And I
Yeah.
think Joe Biden himself is one of those people. I think he had hoped that he could hand it over to his son, to Beau Biden, but obviously he died. And then his other son, Hunter, we're not yet ready for that. It's coming. Don't you worry, it's coming. But basically, that I think is kind of where things stand. And this WASP, the way it was sort of explained to me was is that Obama was kind of backed by sort of Jewish CIA, but also to some degree some of the Likud Israeli types, not like the crazy Netanyahu ones, but kind of the ones who are kind of in between the Mossad and kind of Jewish CIA. And that explains all of his support by like the North Side Jews. That explains like how they were sort of backing him in many respects.
He was a Shabbos goy, wasn't he?
He was a sort of Shabbos goy, yeah, in a certain sense, and he would always make these, these sort of homages to sort of secular Jewish America, and he was sort of friendly with them. Lived amongst them in Hyde Park. Was socially spotted with them. They, in many respects, so Obama wins his first ever election as the president of the Harvard Law Record. It should be Harvard Law Review. According to the Harvard Law Record, he wins because the conservatives there actually back him over the more progressive Jewish guy who's there, including a lot of the more kind of conservative, centrist, seeming, democratic Jews who backed him. So Obama, in some sense, he becomes president, but as he's kind of rising up, Vladimir Putin invades Georgia, and the sort of WASP, world basically goes to Obama and says, "Well, you have to give us our guy, right? You have to have a sort of a sort of Joe Biden figure in there as sort of like the old white guy to kind of balance out the ticket." And it's sort of like an alliance between like the Jewish folks who have Obama as their proxy, and this sort of like WASP world that has the fake Irishman of Joe Biden as their proxy.
Hmm.
That's sort of how to understand that political alliance. And obviously, I'm of the view that John McCain post all the scandals he had, post all the issues he'd had, that he actually threw that election to a large extent to Obama. That basically that was kind of what that was about. And anyway, so then we sort of look at the totality of the
Wait,
Obama.
Charles. There's a major point I think that you're missing here, which is that Biden, strictly speaking, ethnically, is not Irish. Biden is a
That's right.
Northern English name.
Yes, well, he's always LARPed as Irish, right? So there's always these people who present as one thing, but they're really another thing, right? So he's always like pretending to be Irish, and Obama kind of encouraged that in many respects, and they sort of pretended because they kind of needed, So Biden's role really was to take the energy away from the Kennedys, who really were Irish, kind of like mobsters pressed into the service of the state. And so he was sort of there to achieve that objective in a sort of meaningful way. And when he makes an
Was this
allusion,
partly though to play to like the sort of like Rust Belt like working class Catholics that ultimately delivered the election?
well, that's a part of it, but of course, like his political inspiration is Neil Kinnock, right? And Neil Kinnock is like the liberal, the labor sort of leader, right? He's a sort of like he gets in trouble for making homage, some say plagiarizing that speech in 1988, and that supposedly sinks his campaign, right? So I think a major reason Biden never really took off politically, and really like he was rescued by Black Americans in the 2020 election. I think a major reason that happened is precisely because he's English, right? And because if you look at the early voting states, right, they're sort of on to an Englishman LARPing as an Irishman. So you look at Hunter's first job; it's working for a British deep state connected bank, right? So there's all of this stuff, and then of course the British intelligence services are of course playing a lot more in our politics in all kinds of interesting ways. And so I'm more or less of the view, for what it's worth, that we were sort of denied a WASP leadership since essentially maybe the George Herbert Walker Bush administration. I think it's really been that long. And that they were sort of reeling after that defeat with Perot, basically acting as the spoiler to Bill Clinton. And I think Bill Clinton was kind of he was a kind of WASP that was recruited, but in his heart he was always kind of a redneck who would love going through trailer parks, seeing what he could find among women and among politics. And I think there was a certain accessibility of Bill Clinton, that he would sleep with anyone and everyone, and that was sort of gave him his charm. And of course he was a Rhodes Scholar, probably a CIA asset. We've sort of talked about that before in different ways. But of course he was sort of
Christopher Hitchens alluded to that in his autobiography.
Yeah, I mean, Christopher Hitchens, of course, is very like Likud heavy, and he was trying to replace Gore Vidal, who was really our gay, right? Our guy as well as our gay in a certain sense. And if you read, what Gore Vidal would
one
say
last thought
about the
related to this, though,
neocons.
Charles. One last thought about Biden. My one, excuse me. The Kennedys hated Biden for some reason always. Ted Kennedy always worked against Biden. Do you have any thoughts on why that was? Is it because he was LARPing Irish?
Yes, I mean, there's a lot of blacks who hated Obama because they saw Obama as basically like a Jew in blackface. I mean, I actually interviewed Bobby Rush one time, and he just like very dryly noted that he's the only person, he's the only person to beat Obama in an election. And I asked him like, how did you do it? Like, what was your strategy or whatever? And he said, well, I'm black and he ain't. And I was just like, oh, okay. Like, like it really is that simple. And I think that's kind of where the Kennedys were. Now, of course, Caroline Kennedy is very much a part of the Biden administration. She's, of course, our ambassador to Australia. She was, in some sense, exiled, right, to Japan in the Obama years. And you look at like Rahm Emanuel was chief of staff to Biden, right? Obviously very connected with the Israelis. He has been exiled to ambassador to Japan now, right? So he's sort of trapped over in Japan. So there's a certain sense in which Biden has shifted the balance of power, where the WASPs are in the driver's seat, and the sort of like Jewish, liberal types are kind of in the back room, right? Now, in some sense, you could see Blinken. Blinken is sort of a WASP that presents as a Jew, right? He's married to a shiksa. He's sort of secular in that way. And of course, he's hugging Yair Lapid, like totally different, in many respects. And he's very much connected with kind of the old French Jewish world as well through his stepfather. So very interesting kind of politics, very interesting team that was set up. And you can kind of see, Biden in a certain sense, he's like punishing Pete Buttigieg, right? Pete Buttigieg was supposed to be his big rival, right? Obama personally called Buttigieg and like told him that he needed to back Joe Biden, right? And that it would be his time sometime. And of course, what's the job that that Biden gives him? He gives him a very serious job, which is Secretary of the Transportation, which of course he can't do because he's a McKinsey person and a Harvard graduate and the son of a Maltese academic. So he never really stood a chance because he's not a serious man. And we all know that he's not a serious man. He's being revealed over and over and over again. Meanwhile, you have Gina Raimondo, who is his Secretary of the Commerce, who is the sort of woman, Italian woman out of Rhode Island, which is, of course, one of our most waspy states. And she, notwithstanding her surname, she's basically a wasp going through and just eliminating all of the Chinese companies from our country and just sort of quietly, professionally taking all these things out one by one by one. So in many respects, my view is that she's the real heir to Biden currently in the sort of, in the sort of alliance there. And the sort of Italian alliance with Biden, the sort of old-fashioned Italian Englishman alliance can be seen obviously with his wife, who is Italian, right? And so that sort of needs to be understood in that way. And in many respects, a lot of the Italians who've come to support Biden are the sort of anti-mob Italians, or at least they're the Italians that are resentful of the degree to which the mob has taken over the Republican Party. And I think they're going to be the ones who are going to be very essential at defeating DeSantis when he runs for president.
Charles, what do you make of the insane silliness of Nikki Haley's campaign?
Oh well, Nikki Haley is controlled by the Likudniks, who essentially ran her office in the UN, and she was their sort of pet. I mean, she was running around banging anyone and everyone in South Carolina politics, which turns out to have been a very good way to become governor and ultimately UN ambassador.
Wait, she was not banging Lindsey Graham.
Well, she was not banging Lindsey Graham.
Or Tim Scott.
Or Tim Scott, for that matter. But yeah, I mean, she's a very interesting figure. A good friend of mine used to be her driver, and he used to go drive her and drop her off at various state senators' homes.
Is she intel of some kind?
Well, the family connection. So her family is Sikh, which is interesting in its own regard because you don't usually see Sikhs rise in American politics. But usually it's the sort of more, sort of Hindu, sort of types, or even like the sort of, secular kind of Muslims, like what's his face, the guy who's on, global positioning or whatever. You know who I'm talking about.
But that's not true in Canada, dude. Sikh gas stations are lighter than water.
Yes, that's true, but we don't really have that in the U.S. context, right? So we don't really have a sort of Sikh politics, but they are, as a voting group, they are increasingly Republican, is what I'm told. But anyway, her family owns a lingerie business that went bankrupt, which she ran the books for as an accountant. So that was her sort of private sector experience before she ascended to the state Senate, whereupon she was sort of, while her husband was deployed, she was sort of, engaging in the oldest profession and sort of achieving her objectives. Now, I will say, I'm actually kind of okay with women, or even men for that matter, sleeping their way in politics. I think it's an underrated way of getting power. We've talked before about Kamala Harris in that context. So I'm actually not opposed to it. I actually think it's actually more American in a weird way than the sort of Bill and Hillary thing, where essentially the argument for why she should be president is that she was Bill's wife, right? Which is like, I don't find that compelling enough. And everyone sort of had to lie, and they sort of had to create jobs for her, like Secretary of State, which she made a pig's breakfast of, in my opinion. So anyway, my sort of takeaway is that like there's actually something very American about sort of sleeping your way to the vice presidency or to the governorship of a major state. And I think it needs to sort of be sort of explored.
Oh,
It's over.
so I think he popped out there. I wonder if he ran out of power or something.
Is he on the plane?
I don't know. He said he
Getting
missed
out of
his flight at some point.
I think he was just at the
Who
airport.
knows? Yeah.
I think he was like saying he was leaving the airport because he'd missed his flight and going home or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I got the same idea.
I think they've traced his phone call. He said too much, and so now it's over.
Yeah. So,
He was talking about the Clintons. See?
Yeah, he's literally spilling all the beans in a Twitter space. You just can't do that.
There are a couple of things that I find interesting. I do find the Nikki Haley thing interesting, and I think it will help Trump actually
Oh yeah,
quite a bit. Because he needs more people in the race. I see these figures that are recurring types from 2016. DeSantis is Jeb. He's the inevitable candidate, governor of Florida, and he looks very strong. But once you start looking a little bit closer, you see that he really can't be president.
Richard, Ron DeSantis is a charisma vacuum.
Oh, that's what I mean. Yeah. Oh, here, Chuck is actually back. I'll let it back on. And then Nikki Haley, I think, is kind of a Rubio type. This weird claim for a new generation of leadership, even though she's like in her 50s. I don't know. I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, that's really weird.
In our day of politics, but that was Rubio's kind of claim. Like it's basically, I'm going to say all the same things that the conservatives have been saying forever, but I'm young or something. And I think it's just a weak message, and it's not really going to go anywhere. So I think, I think Trump has a very good chance of winning the Republican nomination, absent jail, or even with jail. Or he's not going to go to jail, but getting prosecuted and getting indicted and convicted and all that kind of stuff. I think even with that baggage, he could win the Republican nomination. Very interesting stuff. One little side note. I noticed. Oh, Chuck is requesting. He must be having technical issues. One little side note that I've noticed is that there is this major coordinated attack going on. I think the Republican Party, or the Republican adjacent conservatives, they are getting the House together for 2024, and they're doing it early. And so, whereas 2 years ago, before Stop the Steal and J6, I think all of the Claremont crowd, or the Gray Zone, which is affiliated with the Kremlin, but according to some people is a kind of teal network thing. I think they would have been defending Nick Fuentes, and now they are attacking him. I mean, the Gray Zone is what is it? Blumenthal and who's the other guy? Aaron Mattei. So they're presenting themselves as a kind of like left wing group. We're more Intercept than the Intercept, and yet they're making all of these MAGA arguments. So they're playing to a new audience,
right?
And
I can tell you for a fact, Grayson is not by Teal.
I don't know. It looks very much like the same audience, like the Yarvin type audience.
Plausibly, but okay.
Well, nevertheless, they're doing the same strategy, which is why they're going after
Nick. I'm a left wing, but I'm your left wing friend or something.
Yes.
It's like Jimmy Dore or Glenn Greenwald or all these people.
That's why Nick has to be attacked from their front.
Exactly. So they are attacking him now, and they're going after him, I think, with increasing ruthlessness. And they just want to get rid of that. I think the Ye thing kind of threw a wrench into the gears. But they're attacking him from the right. So they're basically saying this is something today, he ruined the campaign of Joe Kent.
Yeah.
Like, what left winger would possibly like Joe Kent? I mean, it's just insane, And so they're doing that. The other thing that I see from like the religious right is already on the DeSantis train. And in their typical way, the e-grifters are increasingly jumping to DeSantis. So Bill Mitchell, et cetera. And I've noticed that like these Claremont fellows, this kind of like let's create an alt-right, but it's stupid. Like let's generate Pedro Gonzalez and like out of an AI generator, and like we're gonna create Jack Murphy and
National
all this just fake crap. They are also now just kind of openly attacking Trump. And so
Sorry.
I think it's interesting, actually.
Yeah, it's pro wrestling.
Yeah.
Richard, do you know why BAP, who I'm entertained by, I'm not claiming fealty to him at all, but I'm wondering, I find him occasionally an astute observer of culture and politics. Do you know why BAP has such disdain for Pedro Gonzalez, or as he calls him, Pedrito, and regularly accuses him of being a closeted homosexual? Like, why there is such contempt there?
I don't know. I didn't notice that. I don't follow BAP too heavily. I didn't know that he was going after Pedrito.
Historically, he has. It's not a current problem. Sorry.
Well, I've made fun of Pedro. Pedro is just kind of hateable in the sense that it's all fake. I mean, it's this like warmed over.
Oh, wait! Cigars and scotch don't make you manly and right wing.
Oh my God!
Well, it's an Ann Coulter brand.
Yeah, and Ann Coulter like does all this stuff as well. Ann Coulter presents herself as like a racist 50-year-old Scotch drinker or whatever. It's that kind of
Ann Coulter is
all the time.
Skeletor, who spends all her time in Palm Beach around rich gay Jews.
She was on Tim Pool tonight. It's so funny.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
No, literally, Ann Coulter is
Joe Rogan, Tim Pool, Bill Mitchell, the Religious Right, the Claremont Institute. They are already on DeSantis train, and I think they're cleaning out like Fuentes, maybe because of Trump, or maybe because of Ye, or maybe just because he's a force. I mean, he is who he is. I mean, I don't know where BAP will go with this. I presume BAP will stick with Trump, and he's not kind of aligned with them. I have weird. I mean, I've said this before. I have this kind of weird Trump nostalgia or something, where all of the people attacking him are like less. They're lesser people than he is, and I know Trump is a buffoon, but it's like they're attacking the person who actually did it, who actually like risked this much and was this vulgar and crazy, and they're attacking it. They're in no place to do that. The other
man
thing
in the arena, Richard, man in the arena.
He is the man in the arena. I mean, he's the clown in the arena,
right?
But he's still in. He's the rodeo clown, but he who kind of like is riding the bull, or to take these metaphors to their.
Well, it's like somebody that makes fun of your brother or something, and it's like, you don't get to make fun of my family. I get to, because they're my family.
Exactly.
And you earn the right to criticize Trump, and Charles did, and everything else. And these people, they're just the same weak, lousy politicians and
it is
fake constructed people that were there in 2015 doing the same.
Exactly.
It is straight up hilarious to me.
And they were the big supporters of him, like closer to 2020, after they did everything they could to like make sure that you guys couldn't be involved in it, which is just pathetic.
Which is why they lost.
Exactly, and they it's why they lost in 2020, because I mean, I remember this. I remember going back to 2020. There was this weird guy who I actually talked to on the phone, and he was clearly up to no good and doing all of these ops. And he was telling me once Trump lost, he went completely nuts. I'm sure this guy's lurking out there, and he was saying things like, we were so excited that you endorsed Joe Biden because you're the kiss of death. You'll destroy anyone you support. And I'm like, let's look at I get it that I am controversial, but it's like, let's look at the facts here, bro. Like I endorsed Trump in 2015, and he won the nomination, and then he won the presidency. I endorsed Biden, and he won. Like, my record is perfect.
Richard,
what are you talking about?
I'm very interested to hear your perspective on Claremont. How do you read Anton and sort of like, Poulos and that whole cohort? I think some of them are interesting. I actually found the Flight 92 or Flight 98 election, that famous essay that he wrote in Claremont
Yeah.
Review, to be quite compelling. I actually sent it to a number of my lib friends back
Well,
in like late.
you're not alone on that. That was
And
the
but
phenomenon of
I
people.
my philosophy professor, my favorite philosophy professor at university, was very impressed by it, and to the point that he said, "Okay, I kind of get where you're coming from." He obviously didn't vote for Trump, but he like
Yeah.
at least was willing to entertain the idea. And I'm wondering like what happened to Anton and that whole milieu since then, because they actually like seem to be like kind of like insurgent at that in that period, and they seem to have lost the plot radically since then.
Well, they never moved beyond Flight 93. I mean, it's all of this, we need to do this last dash, swing for the
The
fences in order
logic.
to save the
So I,
republic
I
type stuff.
edited that piece, and I actually introduced Anton to Thiel many years ago. And the logic of that piece, looking back at it now, leads inexorably to January 6th, right? This sort of
Yeah.
last dash, we can do it, let's storm the cockpit. I also don't believe that that's actually what happened on September 11th, right? I don't think the let's roll Todd Beamer thing. I mean, I don't believe the 9/11 hero narrative, our martyrs narrative is true. How was the cell phone working? I mean, there's like lots of questions there. And of course,
Yeah.
the homage to 9/11, this idea that you can take back control of the plane, right? And there's this question of like, was the plane flying on autopilot? Like, what was really going on there on 9/11, right? This sort of self.
Wait, hang on a second, Charles. You're undermining a major American heroic narrative. You need to explicate your logic here, dude?
Well, I mean, I'll actually address it, but you can't interrupt me. Okay, I'll let you know when I'm done speaking, and then you can interrupt.
Deal.
All right. So a big reason we Americans have survived and done very well is that we take control of our actions. We conquer the continent. We are pioneers. We sort of we came over on the Mayflower. Many of us had nothing left, nothing left in the old country, and we came over, and we essentially took control of this continent, and then we took control of the planet. Okay, like that's the deal. So we are obsessed about having control over all kinds of things. We're kind of control freaks in that way. So I believe that what really happened on 9/11, which could be, a space in its own right, and maybe we can go into it, and Tom and I've done spaces on this subject, but I believe that basically what really happened on 9/11 is not the narrative of the 19 hijackers hijacking the plane. That it.
Okay, Charles, okay. This is I don't want to get
Oh, I
banned
won't
from
ban you.
Twitter.
Don't worry.
Let me
Don't
just
worry.
say
Don't
that.
worry. I'll be very quick on this. Okay.
And I'm not saying that out of any
No, no,
morality.
no. I
I'm
understand. I
fine with
understand. You're
people
not going to get
discussing
banned.
things.
All right. So I don't.
Okay.
I don't believe. Let me just put it this way. I don't believe the 9/11 story. Let's just put it that way. But I do think that there's a clear link between the 9/11 story and the storming of the Capitol on January 6th. This sort of like final Ragnarok style battle, right? Where you take
Yeah.
back control of your country, right? We're losing control of the country. And now, of course, it's been transmogrified or however you say that to the southern border, right? But of course, the truth is we're seeing all of the people at the southern border now because of the Trump policies that we saw, like the whole obsession over sanctioning Venezuela, which we did as a favor to the Saudis and to the Chinese. And so what's happening is we're
Mm.
collecting more people at the border because our levels of detection are much better because we're deploying satellites and ground penetrating radar and all this technology, some of which I'm an investor in. So we are taking control of the border, and we're realizing that the border, much like the UFO problem, to the extent it's a problem, that we basically haven't had mastery of these domains. And so my view of Anton, so I've known Anton a long time. He was the speechwriter for Giuliani, right? That's sort of, people don't really remember that, right? And then he went to go work for the National Security Council, where he was a sort of right-hand man to H.R. McMaster's, who was in some sense a more moderate figure than Bolton, who later ultimately replaced him. I mean, H.R. McMaster's was in favor of keeping the Iran deal in place, for instance.
Hmm.
So, so that's sort of my read on him. And of course, increasingly, he's from California. I think he's from the Sacramento area originally. He's sort of half Italian, half Lebanese. And his family, I think his father-in-law is like a trial lawyer. I was on a yacht with him that one of his family members owned at one point when I went to when I was a part of the Claremont Publius program. And so, what can I say about this? My takeaway on this is that piece, which was very controversial even within Claremont, right? That piece was trying to tap into the sort of 12, conservatives. Basically, that anything and everything is justified to take back control of the government. And that this is an extraordinary time, it calls for extraordinary measures. Looking back on it now, I regard that piece as very evil, as basically setting in motion a kind of like refusal to actually abide by democratic norms or by a kind of reformist progressive spirit, which has basically been the story of the country since before we were even a country. And I think that's deliberate. So, you follow a lot of Anton's conversations on immigration, right? And he's like lecturing me. I remember having him lecturing me about the founding of the country. And, his ancestors came in like the 1900s, might have been here since the 1600s. So it's like, what are you talking about, bro? Like, you're not going to like tell me, like we're sitting in California, a state that like my family came to, a wing of my family came to in the 1870s. Like, what are you even talking about? And so he was just kind of like one of these guys, and it's very clear to me that he was, he's a Cal State guy. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but he's one of these public school graduates that basically he's seething with resentment.
Yes.
Not unlike Darren Beatty, not unlike Pedro Gonzalez, not unlike Tucker Carlson, and we could go on and on and on with the list.
The whole Claremont crowd is like this. It's also the who was the guy who died not too long ago? He actually wrote an article about populism that was popular. It was like read by Rush Limbaugh on air. He's an Italian Catholic. This is another look for Catholicism. I mean, it's a real telltale sign. I mean, I'm sorry if I'm being rude to any Catholic here, but what is his name? Do you know who I'm talking about? He's a Claremont guy.
Cordovilla.
Cordovilla, yes. These guys, what I see from them, there's this resentment of WASDom, which they associate with the CIA. And there's actually a good article on this in the Baffler, of all places, I guess, but it's very accurate. This seething resentment of WASDom and the CIA, and you can kind of see this in the deep state. But there's this kind of like class politics of attacking any government employee and the kind of construction of the wealthy elite as evil whites, but attacking any government employee, including attacking public school teachers and so on, and promoting kind of like outsiders as part of the class. So it doesn't matter how rich you are, you're still part of like the populist class if you're Elon Musk or you live on a ranch or something. And
what are the arguments? What are the arguments against the WASP?
Oh,
sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
What are the arguments against?
Well, a kind of emptiness as well, where Codavilla was fanatically against and they're also the left wing, or I should say the left coast Straussians, basically people who like believed in Strauss's natural right rhetoric and didn't quite understand it. You see this in Anton's book of the last one he wrote. What is it, like the last chance, or why that matters, or I forgot what it's called, but just all this kind of gooey, like Christian individualism. They're all Catholics, and they actually believe Strauss's rhetoric. So they fundamentally misunderstand Strauss's project and his counsel on lying, which is pretty hilarious. They have totally evaporated what is actually interesting about Leo Strauss, which is the world of Kojève and Carl Schmitt and so on, the whole kind of European Strauss. and they take seriously some of his exoteric writing on like natural rights. And they, again, it's this empty revolt. So it's like the Iraq War is an existential crisis. We need to just nuke Iraq and kill all these people. 9/11 is an existential crisis. The border is an existential crisis. We don't have a country. And you can see this with Ann Coulter, all this kind of stuff. This like getting everyone on edge, but it's a kind of empty assertion at the end of the day. Like they're not actually even promoting Catholicism. Like they're not like what is once we like storm
Richard,
the Capitol building and take over the government. What is another 4 years of Trump going to mean if we do the Flight 93 route? What are they actually promoting? There's nothing there. It's just like hollow yet extremely fanatical right-wing ideology.
I don't think it's a coincidence.
Richard,
By the way, I don't think it's a coincidence that Codevilla was killed by an illegal alien, right? Which is, I think, very important to understand in a car accident. And I knew Codevilla. It's not a coincidence, too, that he was, a Senate Intelligence Committee staffer. I think, he was a sort of like, one of the aides to the main people there. And he was in favor of pardoning Jonathan Pollard, right? Who is like one of the more famous, traitors in American history.
Wait, Charles, was Codevilla Jewish?
No, he's Italian.
No, he's
Italian,
Catholic.
yeah. Italian Catholic, yeah. So there's a certain sense where there's a certain sense in which these people, like, what can I say about it? I mean, they have such a warped understanding of American history, and it's part of their political project where they actually deliberately misunderstand Strauss, which, by the way, Harry Jaffa, I was one of his last students, and his view was actually in line with what Richard's saying, interestingly enough. And he was of the view that the Claremont Institute was falling, that it had been captured in a certain way by the sort of more neoconservative, more Likudite view of the world. And I've been meaning to do a piece about this because it's interesting, because his argument was that just as the Weimar Constitution had led to Hitler, so too did the Israelis' copying of the Weimar Constitution lead to Netanyahu and lead to sort of this gangsterish government in Likud. And that they, in turn, had basically taken over the Republican Party. And his view was actually that the natural equality that was sort of presented by Abraham Lincoln, that was actually a good and solid ground on which to basically build American identity after the American founding. And so he was actually in favor of a lot of the progressive reformers like Teddy Roosevelt, like McKinley. And of course, the rest of the Claremont people don't want to talk about that period where basically...
Oh, they hate it. That's American history for Claremont is basically the founders, Abraham Lincoln, and then the progressives. And it's just and the progressives are the villain of the piece. I would remind them that we only had immigration reform via the progressives. It was in the progressive era. And, according to like Otis Graham, it was the final act of the progressive era or the ultimate act of the progressive era, which is immigration restriction.
Right. And of course, Calvin
in
Coolidge, who I wrote my first book on, was an Amherst man from Vermont, right? And who was in favor of restricting immigration on all kinds of grounds, but on environmental grounds.
Wait, Charles, was Coolidge a Puritan?
Like he's a sort of historical Puritan would be the way of understanding him, yeah. Although his political philosophy really came out of like Charles Garman and the sort of Amherst mafia, the sort of Amherst political world. And of course, they kept us out of various conflicts in Mexico, right? They were the financial muscle behind all kinds of things like electrification and sort of the rise of Charles Lindbergh and the plane flying across the country. So this was a quite technological time while we were being a very progressive time. And so, my view is that the inability of Claremont and of course, the inability of them to really understand American history is, I think, actually deliberate in much the same way as they don't really understand Churchill in a meaningful way. They sort of strip American history and British history, if they're talking Churchill, they sort of strip them from their historical context and sort of look at them in sort of an abstract, almost autistic kind of way,
Yeah.
rather than understanding that their greatness.
Yeah, but this is true of all these systemically oriented libertarian or sort of like
Well, it's a preference.
classic
It's a
liberals,
preference
right?
of the abstract over the prudential.
But here's the thing, Charles. Like, I think the popularization of this, like, probably started with Alan Bloom with the closing of the American Mind, because everything you're saying, it seemed like I remember reading that book when I was like probably 19 or something, and it seems antecedent to all of Claremont's work subsequently.
Yes.
Well, of course,
The
who
attack
did
on
Harry Jaffa hate
Nietzsche.
most in the world but Alan Bloom, who he wrote Shakespeare's Politics with?
What is that true?
Yes. Oh, yes. He wrote a number of things critiquing Alan Bloom, and that led to Irving Kristol and the sort of East Coast Straussians essentially writing Harry Jaffa out of the movement. By the way,
Mm.
interestingly enough, Harry Jaffa was the first person who was not related to me to introduce me to people who were intelligence officers that he had taught at Claremont Men's College, who interestingly enough, despite many years of being Republicans, those two men that he introduced me to actually supported Joe Biden, and I think one of their sons is actually in the Biden government. So there's a sort of like lost history of Claremont, and the sort of sense in which Claremont, basically rejected the teaching of their founder, right? And so then it raises this larger question of like, do they really actually care about history in any meaningful sense, or are what they doing instead is collecting young men and women of ability and sort of brainwashing them
It's
and controlling them?
funnily enough, not only was Alan Bloom gay, but according, if you believe the Romanov left that Saul Bellow wrote after his death, uh, uh, Alan Bloom died of AIDS.
Yes. I when I was at U of C, another graduate student took me out to dinner in Chinatown.
Wait, Richard, was Saul Bellow still alive when you were there?
Uh, no, I mean
He
he
might
might
have
have been
been
Stop!
alive.
alive. He was
Stop!
very
Stop
old.
interrupting! I want to hear this stuff. Go ahead.
So I was a guy invited me out to dinner. We went to Chinatown to this Vietnamese restaurant, and it was very good. You know, it was authentic Vietnamese food. But I was kind of wondering. I was like, okay, I mean, this is great, but like, why did you choose this place? And he said, our waiter tonight. He was like and he was across the room, and I looked at him. He was like, that was Alan Bloom's lover. So he went through this kind of elaborate,
Real?
like, yes, he went through this elaborate invitation just so that I could, meet Alan Bloom's Vietnamese boy toy. I thought it was hilarious. Uh, but Bloom, I guess, is kind of an equivocal figure because I mean he was connected to all of this stuff. He was involved in like the publication of the hugely classic book, Kojev's reading of Hegel. I mean, he knew Strauss himself, etc. The closing of the American Mind is, I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, not that I disagree with some of his like attacks on the left on a superficial level, but I only agree with him on a superficial level. I mean, he basically thinks the left are a bunch of Nietzscheans and Heideggerians amongst us. I mean, if that were the case, then I would join them. I don't know what to say. So it's just it's a weird, but it's a kind of trend. I mean, it's almost like the Dems are the real racist, like intellectual version. That book. So it's kind of funny in a way, and you see like the persistence of these types of memes of viewing the left as like evil Nietzschean, power hungry maniacs wanting to seek to oppress people. It's a weird view of the left, and it has kernels of truth here and there. I mean, I do think that like the liberals are now much more statist than they were. Like the New York Times is kind of bending towards the Bill Maher center and kind of despite many of its employees and kind of more on like the trans issue, and it's more statist, and I get that, but it is just again a kind of obviously wrong conception of the left, and it's something that you can see in vulgar form and in Tucker Carlson, etc. So it's just it's just a weird thing. Again, I would just stress that that's kind of how I see Anton and all these people. It's not that they're bad exactly. I mean, like Anton, a couple or a year ago or maybe 2 years ago, he wrote this like Machiavelli article that was very long, and it was good. It's like he's a man of letters, but like, what is the product of all your labors? What is the product of all your labors? The product of all your labors is Pedro Gonzalez and the just unbearable, immense stupidity of the conservative
Well,
movement.
and Tom
Like when
Cotton
you,
though, right? Which I think is not nothing, right? There's
Yeah, but they're all fucking gay,
Well, this is the
Charles.
point, right? This is the sort of joke, right? Which is that in a certain sense, what happened was the Republican Party ended when gay marriage happened because all of the gays could just marry each other rather than joining and running the Republican Party.
yeah,
This is why I think.
an irony, great
I
irony.
mean, I don't think it was an irony at all. I think Joe Biden
It's
deliberately did
why
it
they,
to take all.
it's why they're desperately trying to stop gay marriage in 2005. Like Ken Mehlman, or he's like, we can't have this happen. We don't know the devastating effects.
Right, it's
Yeah,
Keith
yeah.
Raboy.
It
Keith
was.
Raboy would publicly be like, screaming epithets, anti-gay epithets, right? And of course, like,
Gay marriage is anti-Semitic, Charles. It's anti-Semitic to be pro-gay marriage.
well, I mean, this is always the thing. So anyway, Jaffa was very much a critic of Bloom. Jaffa was very much a critic of a lot of these people, and wrote about it often and enthusiastically, saying that they misunderstood the country, they misunderstood Leo Strauss. And I'm of the view, that Leo Strauss. I mean, he was involved with OSS in the war, right? He was involved with MI6, and he was involved with basically selecting men of great ability who are good readers of texts, which is exactly the skill
Right.
set that you need for spies, right? People who are serious about ideas, people who are serious about being people of letters. And now I look at the Claremont Institute today, and they're like bringing in Jack Murphy, right? Or they're
Yeah.
bringing in these figures. They're praising BAP, okay? Like the idea that Harry Jaffa, God rest his soul, to the extent he believed we even have souls. But to the extent that we're praising BAP as somehow where the kids are at, it's just wrong. Like, it's just not true. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
there's something. I think the product of the Claremont Institute is actually the recruitment and compromising of a number of young people who were staffers in a number of these key positions in the Republican Party. And I don't think it's a coincidence that their money comes from Tom Klingenstein. Tom Klingenstein, he had a very difficult relationship with his father. His father was a sort of deep state Jew who would finance and support a lot of sort of like British, Anglo American, CIA, MI6 operations around the world. And so I think what happened was the son got recruited or sort of compromised in a way. And there's all these people around Tom Klingenstein that are really taking advantage of him, especially after his late wife passed away.
Well, Charles, setting aside the various intelligence conversations, which are surely valid avenues to explore, I'm wondering what Richard thinks about one of my favorite thinkers, that is a Jaffa, I guess, acolyte.
Hold on. Let's not forget.
Uh,
Let's not forget, though. This is an important point that Anton worked at BlackRock of all places. Okay, like, what the fuck are we talking about here, right? Like, let's be mindful of that, right? He was like some sort of SVP or something, and he is one of these people that is not like a bookish academic. I mean, I used to go meet Harry Jaffa and bike to his office, okay? And it was like next to some like redneck nail salon or something. And I'd go in there and he would have like marked up newspapers that he was reading in his 90s, okay? He had all of his books, all of his footnotes ready to go. And this was a serious man, right, who lived the kind of life of a scholar. And here we have, who never complained about America, who was actually like deeply grateful to be here, and he would always point to the fact that George Washington was the first leader to describe Jews as his fellow countrymen. Okay?
Well, but
Hold on, this is
Charles, I
important. This
wasn't
is
referring.
important. So here we have a guy who is not a serious scholar, who went to Cal State, who is a sort of Lebanese Italian guy who likes to dress in sort of foppish clothes, lecturing me about America, lecturing me about California, and basically encouraging people to basically go and like take drastic action, and sort of storm the Capitol or storm, the cockpit or whatever. And it's just like this kind of intellectual defense is not intellectual. It is an op, and it is designed to get very smart people compromising their entire careers. And thank God I woke up from it. I
Yeah.
mean, I think about that every day, what it was about me. And I think what it was I, was interested in genealogy and genetics, which they all shied me away from, which is interesting in its own way.
No. It was because you were a ginger dude,
No,
obviously.
no. Ryan Williams is the head of it as a ginger, But I looked around and I realized, like, I don't really like drinking all that much as these people all do, and I don't really like this kind of abstract notion of history without talking about. I mean, people who are on this space know. Like, I just got the 75-page autobiography of my namesake, who was like one of the first settlers in Washington State, who was an inventor, very involved in Washington Territory at the time, actually, very involved in Wyoming and sort of building all the water infrastructure there and oil infrastructure. And like, this was a serious man who did serious things in the world. And then he wrote about them, and he was a college graduate, my great grandfather, right? So when many of these people are like still in Europe in the shtetl, or not to like bemoan anyone's past, right? Because like,
Wait. You can't mean the shuttle, Charles.
well, I mean, when you're looking at the history of these people, right? They came to America long after America was formed, long after, in some cases, long after the progressive movement that they decry, which was essential from stopping the country from being under mob rule, in my opinion. And they know nothing of it. It's sort of like they came to the country, in the seventh inning, right? As there was like 40 runs batted in, and they sort of came in there and they're like, "Oh no, you guys are doing it all wrong." And it's like, "No, shut up."
Oh! I thought you were referring to your own family when
No,
you
they're
mentioned that
shtetl.
alive.
They're on the shtetl.
I was like, what the fuck? No,
No,
man.
and they put in its place this just like vacuous, like Catholic infused individualism as the real America or something. And it's something that is very accommodating to them and that fits their own
But
religious
isn't
bigotries.
this the core irony, Richard? Like Hino Euros were actually always very collectivist, right? Like the
Yeah.
individualist element is a leader feature of American culture.
Oh,
You know,
yeah.
if potentially even a Semitic feature of it. Like
Well,
post
I think
1900.
I think it I think it was, I mean, there was a certain, like, American identity is something that's fascinating and it's something to think about seriously. I mean, there, you know, people like the model of Christian charity, et cetera. I mean, these like notions of a new Jerusalem were written before Winthrop even like set foot on North American soil. So there was a kind of messianic quality to America among these types of people who came here. So there is a kind of religious fanaticism. Um, I think the frontier rugged individualism is definitely a bad myth, and it's an incorrect myth. There had, to survive moving outward into kind of like unknown territory demanded a huge level of collectivism. It also demanded a kind of religious fervor as well. I mean, I think Jackson Turner is, the Hegel of our country in terms of his just accurate description of what this process really meant.
Yes, and the people who
But
were a part of it went and as families, right? They
yeah,
journeyed together, and then when one of them fell ill, they took in the children of another. There was a level of kind of communism, small c, that
yeah,
is basically like unheard of today. I mean, I was reading about my great great grandfather who was an orphan, okay, and he was taken in by a neighbor as they were crossing the country from Arkansas to Washington Territory. So it's like there's a level here where like they don't know the history of the country in any meaningful sense, but they don't really want to know the history because that's not really a part of their political project.
And what exactly what if your basis? I mean, in Michael Anton's book, he spends all of this effort like talking about this weird kind of individualist, quasi human rights conception of of America, and he kind of says like, oh, some people like Patrick Deneen disagree with me. So he's creating this caducean that is synthetic, false left right between him and some other Catholic, basically, who just has some like slightly different version of this. So there's this like vague.
Richard, can I read a very brief 3 sentences from The Great Gatsby, which I think captures your feeling?
Can you what? Well, you're interrupting me. I don't appreciate it. I was in the middle of something. So
my bad.
If you have this like human rights individualist dogma, like on what basis are you even going to limit immigration? Like what are you talking about? Like you want to found a nation on this thing? I'm reading your own words, and you believe in like you're an individualist at heart. On what basis are you going to engage in immigration restriction? I mean, it's kind of like a self-defeating game that they're playing, and it can't. So there's this kind of like emptiness of what they're asserting. They're asserting nothing, but they're asserting it violently. It's like the worst possible thing. So I think there is absolutely a connection between like the so-called intellectuals of MAGA, like Anton, and like something as vulgar as J6, and something is just kind of destructive and going nowhere as J6. Even Charlottesville. I mean, Charlottesville, it's less relevant after J6, but it was a kind of like, it was about statues and history and the South and something like that. But there was this just like empty quality to it where it's like, let's go and confront Antifa or something like that. And there wasn't really something there, something serious that it could go beyond, where it was. But anyway, go ahead. What were you going to say? Sticks or Strix or?
Well, before he goes, I was going to ask if Jan 6 usurped Charlottesville.
Oh, clearly. It was Charlottesville. I mean, yeah. I mean, it had all the problems of Charlottesville. It's like the Bourbons, they learned nothing and forgot everything. It's like had all of the problems of Charlottesville and then taken to a new level of, outright like political violence and buffoonish. I mean, just as buffoonish, more buffoonish than Charlottesville. But then it was actually threatening the state. Whatever you want to say about Charlottesville, and I just levied some criticisms about it. It was, it was this kind of reaction, don't take away my statues and so on. Whatever you want to say about it, it was a legal rally. Like it was, people say we want to get people participating in, in civic society. Well, I mean, doing a big protest, that's one way of doing it. J6 was like beyond delusional. There was no like QAnon involved in Charlottesville. No one thought that this was like we're on a mission from God or this is part of our attack against the deep state or something. It was basically, we're enthused, we're popular, let's go, go do it. And J6 was just taking it to this like beyond all proportion.
Yeah, in a way,
learned no lessons.
In a way, Richard, and I've thought about this actually quite a bit. The degree to which there are these, as you say, caducean setups, right? In a weird way, the fight over the statues was really a fight about symbolism and history, and sort of deracinating the Southerner, making the Southerner ashamed of who he is. And as somebody who had a family that actually fought in the Civil War on the Union side and killed a whole bunch of them, right? And was actually, I had family members that were wounded in it and the whole bit. And their attitude was like, the war's over. Like, let's just go about building the country. Like, let's go to the West.
Right.
Let's get out. Like, let's not kill each other. And there are all these people who are basically encouraging, right? Like Nikki Haley is encouraging humiliating the Southerner. And the Southerner, the Southerner and the Scots-Irish, the rednecks, basically, they love their symbols, right? They love their American
Yeah.
flag. They love their sort of patriotism, right? Because many of them can't read. I mean, let's just be honest about that. They're not illiterate people. And so
Yeah.
and so when you go there and you're basically as a WASP, in a certain sense, you are actually, saying to the Southerner, hey, I'm going to protect you from basically having to dig up your ancestors from the grave, right?
Yeah.
And actually, I actually find that gesture, I didn't know how to put this in the words at the time, actually to be quite American, right? But of course, it it met with sort of violence by all the crazies that were summoned there by all kinds of different foreign actors and others, right? Because it was in Charlottesville, the place where we train, our future CIA officers. It was a sort of attack on UVA in a way that, and sort of the land around UVA, in a way that the Rolling Stone situation was an attack, right, where they were smearing those frats, right. Um,
Yeah.
and so, in a way, the Duke Lacrosse thing was itself an attack too, and they sort of had to create a sort of hero of a young Steve Miller opposing it, right? Um,
I somehow was involved in all of these scandals. I've
yes,
lived quite a life in
yes,
my.
you and I both, right?
Well,
Somehow we're like the Forrest Gump of this sort of thing, Um,
I kind
wait,
of am the Forrest Gump
Richard,
of all this stuff.
Richard, you
I was
were
present in New York City in 9/11, and then I was present at Duke for the Duke Lacrosse case. Then I moved back to New York and was present for the financial crisis. And then I was present for Trump and so on. I think now that I'm like taking care of kids and stuff, I'm kind of
no,
like
and then there's a
I've
balloon.
been
There's
able
a
to get
balloon that
away from.
shows up in Montana, for Christ's sake.
Right, exactly. The China balloon flew over my house. Pretty funny. But yeah, I look, I could go into Southern stuff and like the Lost Cause. I do think that the Lost Cause was a negotiated strategy for the South, where it's kind of like we're going to allow you to have heroes and to lie about the nature of the Civil War so that you'll be an American now. You can. It was a kind of
Yes,
negotiation
we will.
factor. Like
We will
we're going to
let you
let you
save.
have
We
this.
will let you save face after we've maimed and burned your countryside.
Yeah, which is what you should
Yes,
be
it's
done. In fact,
magnanimous. It's magnanimous. Yes.
yes, it's magnanimous and it's strategic. But at the same time, from the perspective of the South, it is toxic lies because, like, it's this notion that the Confederacy wasn't based on human bondage. I mean, let's just be honest here. You can read Alexander Stevens, and he is the ideologue of the Confederacy, and he makes this very clear. And there's this kind of weird lie where it's like, you see this with Southerners now. It's very grotesque where they'll talk about like the Black Confederates, and like it was only the Union that wanted to maintain slavery. I mean, it just goes to like idiotic dimensions. It's basically Dems are the real racists. It is the Yankees are the real racists. It's absurd. And I think there is a kind of mendacious quality to the Lost Cause myth that I think just needs to die because it is a lie. And we've also kind of grown up. We need to do Lost Cause stuff now? Like that has been healed. That wound has been healed. Like we can move on, and we don't need to like engage in this mendacious like activity. Now again, look, I'm older. I went to UVA. I like read a book beneath the Lee or Stonewall Jackson statues. I mean, I get it, and I get the symbolism. There was Lee Park in Dallas where I grew up. I mean, I get the from a nostalgic standpoint, but at some point you just move on from this stuff. I mean, it's not healthy to dwell on a wound.
What is the key to do that?
What is the what to do that?
The key, the main factor, what helps more to move past that?
Well, you see that you have a future. I mean, you have to look forward so that you can leave some things behind.
Yeah, but let's be real. A lot of these people don't have a future.
They don't, and they have a
They
past.
have a past, and
And
they're being. I
I
mean,
think it's dangerous to take that away
I
from them.
think I,
So
I
that's all they
I
have.
think of fentanyl.
Yeah.
You know, the fact that the rednecks are being killed, they're genetically predisposed to like opioids and die of them, and then taking down their statues, right? I thought it was a form of kind of cultural genocide. Um,
Yeah, and it is, and it's very dangerous to do. Like it's you have to negotiate these things, and you can't just demand unconditional surrender and annihilate your opponent. I mean, it's not magnanimous, and but it's also not strategic.
and the same thing,
Like that's going to
I
create
would say the
something.
same thing is happening to a large extent with the DeSantis attack on African American studies. It's the same sort of thing, right? This sort of attack on basically encouraging blacks to know their own history, or that their history is a part of the American experience, right? There's this sort of
Right.
like uprooting of them, and it's done by a guy who's an Italian, right? Again, like came in the 1900s, post Ellis Island era. And by the way, like I don't want to come across as like not believing that immigrants can't become citizens. You know, I married an immigrant. Dating a half Mexican woman, for goodness sake. Like I'm not. I believe that basically there are lots of ways to become an American citizen, but I do think that this notion of sort of like picking at all of our scabs, right, and causing all of these domestic fights. The Standing Rock thing is an example of this. Picking fights with Native Americans, the sort of like Black Lives Matter riots of 2020 are an example of this. It's like there's this effort going afoot to basically get us to all fight each other, and then what you see in the January 6th moment is you see a whole bunch of mentally unwell people looking for excitement, people who are, in financial distress, all different types of kind of normie conservatives basically being led into a giant trap. And what's interesting about it, not from the Fed's direction standpoint, because I think the Darren Beattie thing is a lie. Um, but what is interesting to me about it is that they're essentially all thrown away, right? They're identified, they're processed, and they're sort of like stripped of all these things, all because they were sort of, taken away in the moment. And even the moment, there's this sort of thing that came out today about how Trump wanted to call Fox News and that Fox News refused to take his call. And on one view,
When on J6?
on January 6th. Yes, he tried to call into
Interesting.
Fox, and Fox refused to take his call. Now, I know and others know that Trump was actually trying to calm people down and get them not to be violent on January 6th after it sort of got out of hand. He tried to tweet, his sort of Twitter account was sort of messed with in all these elaborate ways. Maybe it was done by Yoel Roth. We don't really know, right? We don't really know. One could kind of see Trump, a longstanding federal informant, as basically, the situation gets out of hand. He's sort of told calm it all down. He tries to calm it down. Of course, Fox News doesn't pick up the phone, right? And we see Rupert Murdoch, very Chinese, very backed by the Chinese. Maybe he wanted that kind of political instability, or maybe his masters wanted it. And of course, I think what we need to understand is that there are whole numbers of industries that are being set up by our enemies, be it the 1619 Project, be it the trans issue, that are kind of active measures being deployed against us. And so what happens is we spend all this time fighting about, or talking about, Bitcoin or the trans issue or AI or whatever, while other countries go and they, take all the bauxite in Guinea, right? Or they take all of the cattle in Brazil, right? It's a sort of like endless way of getting us to fight with each other because they know that if we're all united, that basically none of them stand a chance, or at least if a sizable
Yeah.
percentage of us are united. So it's a real concern. And I think from the political side of it, there are these political projects that are dead enders, right? That lead to civil strife or sort of the termination. I mean, if you take libertarianism and the drug culture very seriously, right, you will basically do a bunch of drugs and drop out of the world. You
Yeah.
know. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a real concern. Richard, would you make me co-host, by the way?
Yeah, sure.
Going back a little bit on like what what we are lacking from what Richard was saying, this idea of a better future. If leadership has something that needs to take ownership, is on that, doesn't it? Inspire. I mean, set a tomorrow that is better than today, and that is what we have been lacking a lot. And maybe
Yeah, I mean, we
short
do have
reference.
a bad
Yeah,
a leadership class for sure, and I think a major reason we have a bad leadership class is that groups like the Claremont Institute select bad leaders. You know,
Yes.
and I think that
yeah.
yeah.
I guess also that after the Cold War, like there was that was like the main thing they were stressed out and they were dealing with. The thing is, so that can't to happen. The U.S. ends up winning. So I don't know. They relax, and all the things that we are dealing with now, that is most than anything, lack of leadership, um, is whatever we have to deal
Well,
with now.
there's not really a connection between an intellectual caste and political leadership that's any good, really. Like with the progressive era, you had political actors, some intellectuals in politics like Wilson, and political actors who are kind of following like a general channel of of thought that unquestionably improved the world and was right. And we're kind of benefiting from the progressive era to this day. All of the things about the progressive era are still actually wildly popular. The New Deal is wildly popular. Conservatives are insane to question that. And it's like the left right now, I think is just really largely toxic, and something like someone like Buttigieg, and I don't want to get on some conservative diatribe against him or something, but he's kind of an expression of this. I mean, the meme that came out of this is that he spoke at a conference shortly after the Ohio disaster and was talking about diversity and equity in construction workers. I mean, you're not what you should be talking about is what you're going to build, and not like, do we have enough African Americans in a Seattle based company or something? It's just ridiculous. It's like telling people this is what we're going to do for the future. This is a terrible crash, but we're going to soon have magnetic levitation trains, and we're going to soon we don't need to be on a plane travel all the time. We're going to soon start connecting the country through a high-speed rail system. I mean, there's so many like visionary ways that can be done, and these people, it's like they don't. There's nothing. I mean, it's just this absence, like fake. I want more equity in these pre-existing things, which is just kind of leeching off them. Like redistributing wealth that's already been created. And so the left as a movement is kind of like negotiating with and managing and responding to all of this kind of toxic demands for equality from people, and they're not actually putting forth something.
Yeah,
And
Richard, totally agree with you. But that's a stupid left. I think as there is a stupid right,
but the right is
that's a stupid
worse. But let me say that.
Okay, it's more,
Before
more
anyone
stupid.
thinks that I'm defending Republicans, because I might sound like one. The right is just clearly worse. There's no real policy, and their ideas are horrible. So,
yeah, no, I mean, I think the right. I mean, probably the extreme right is now the priority, but the extreme left can also get us to a place of no return, like the worst place. Both extremes are at the end the ends. So yeah.
I mean, when you're in a debate about tearing down statues, or caring about trans conversations in schools, rather than discussing like what new scientific breakthroughs we're going to commercialize, you have a real problem.
You've already lost. You've already lost.
And if you look at Joe Biden, he is actually one of the left wing, the left out there that actually has a vision of not gouging Americans. We're not going to be treated as suckers. I mean, there's a whole program there with this 80-year-old man that is impressive and audacious and energetic even. And there's none of that from pretty much anyone else in the country right now, with one or two exceptions.
Yeah.
And maybe that's...
I think we need to pass over horizon before we're going to find people with a vision. Like, again, all of the Buttigieg type, he's just, they're squeezing the lemon till the pip squeak. Like, we have these institutions, and we're just going to kind of like make sure that Black lesbians are equally distributed in them or something. It's just, it's nothing. It's nothing. It's meaningless nonsense. And but it's like, I think we almost need to go through the disintegration of these things to kind of inspire people to either like salvage what can be salvaged or present some major vision. Like, you have to follow me because I'm going to take you there. The current system doesn't work, but this is where we're headed. And arguably, if we're overly charitable, you could kind of find a little bit of that in Trump 2016 or Buchanan or Perot, a kind of right-wing nationalism kind of thing. But I'm being generous here. The issue is there's going to have to be some kind of movement that says, like, we've got a world to build, and we're moving forward. Get in if you want to live, and if you don't want to get in, we're going to leave you in the dust. You have to tell that to people. And now it's like, oh yeah, we're going to like make sure that transsexual teenagers don't commit suicide at high rates. It's just stuff that's just totally uninspiring and just dubious at best, including that example I just mentioned, and just kind of meaningless. But yeah, I think I guess the theme, if there's one thread that goes through this like very long conversation, it's this exhaustion of both elite and popular culture.
I think we've been here before, though. No?
Yeah.
There's... I look at the Inflation Reduction Act and sort of the efforts to electrify everything as kind of the fight between the ground people who want to basically use old dinosaur juice and pollute our air, and the people who want to use like Ben Franklin style electricity to power everything. Right? And I think that basically there's conflicting visions of the world there. Right?
Yeah.
We could have a world in which every single person drives an electric car that is like affordable, that works for them, that isn't, and where we don't have to deal with all this, smog and cancer and all the rest of it. And I think that vision is actually not that far off,
Yeah.
And I think that, we actually have a president now who actually wants to build this sort of new, clean energy future. And we've had presidents who basically want us all like addicted to our iPhones, or who, want us posting things on Facebook or whatever. And now we have a president, having people actually work and actually have.
Yeah. Like, when I was at this New Year's Eve kind of shindig thing, I met this young guy at the bar, and he was very young, and he had kind of a funny background. It was really amusing talking to him. And he was one of those people that's a little too effusive and talks too much, tells you too much information. I actually mentioned that to him. I was like, be careful, handing over your autobiography to a stranger. But anyway, he's a very gullible kind of type, but he was a good kid. He's good. He wants to have a future. He wants things to move forward, etc. He's working at Applied Materials out here in Montana, where they're getting, subsidies and tax breaks from the CHIP Act, and they're engaged in really high level industrial production, down to the atom. in chip manufacturing and making the machines that make machines and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, this is, as flawed as this kid is, like, it's very, it was kind of like inspiring. It was like a 23-year-old who actually sees a future in the world and is excited about his work and sees these things moving forward and things like that. And yeah, I mean, I don't think Biden's perfect, but there's just like a semblance of something you can find in his stuff, in his kind of make America great again agenda, that really is positive. And if I were to talk to a conservative, like the analog of this kid who actually has a future or a semblance of one, um, like a conservative, or what are they going to be talking to you about? You know, like weird QAnon memes, or how like the Democrats are Satan worshipers, or how the Nancy Pelosi wants to kill you or something. I mean, it's just toxic nonsense coming from the right.
Now, do you think that's by design? Like, do you think
Well,
there are right wingers with vision that are hunted down and exterminated in the cradle?
well, clearly the right is like is engaging in like bad evolution or like dysgenics or something. Like the right is getting dumber by the day, and there seems to be all of this money directed in promoting horrible shit. So you could say it is kind of by design on some level.
Yeah, I mean, the theory that I have is that there is this group of people out there that basically it's all casting for them all day, every day. And they basically hunt down anyone in the US that has a vision that's compelling. And they
Yeah,
smear them, or they make things up about them, or they hack them, or they publish their Hunter Biden nudes or whatever. And they basically, this is the conspiracy theory version of this is basically there's this group of people that basically smother promising leaders in America before they're able to rise.
yeah,
And that's sort of why we have an 80-year-old president, is that he sort of escaped the dragnet, right? And
yeah,
I kind of believe this. This is like one of those crazy things that I mean, you and I've had like foreign actors come after us. We've had all kinds of crazy things happen to us that, like, if a normal
yeah,
person were listening to us, would think we were like genuinely insane.
yeah,
And in past generations, like, we are the people who have the pedigree that would actually be like emerging leaders in the country, right?
hmm,
And so
It was also
that's kind of interesting to
Chuck.
me, who are those people? How do they do it? How can they be stopped? And maybe this is a way, there's all this conversation about how there's no progress, there's no whatever. But again, great grandfather, 60 plus patents, genius in every respect, went to a schoolhouse where there was like no paper there, right? Like, there's a certain level of like, where they didn't even have desks, right? One of these one room schoolhouses, and people are complaining about how like their teachers are underfunded or something, right? And it's like, maybe we just don't have students that actually like want to work hard, or maybe we're suppressing them in all kinds of interesting, elaborate ways that go beyond just the one room schoolhouse. I mean, it's a very interesting question. Like, is there a world in which, it's like 1944 or 1943, and Hitler is like writing all these nasty things, or like trying to hack Oppenheimer or something, right, in the modern day, and basically stopping him from getting kind of going? That maybe there's a sort of like kind of a stealth assassination going on of interesting people, either through character assassination or through actual like killing them. You know,
yeah.
that's some dark stuff. So somebody should have a more positive thing to say. But I think that basically,
I have felt nothing but antagonism from the right for my entire life and career. And I noticed that very early on, even when I was, you know, totally unknown, there was this antagonism coming from the establishment right towards me. And I'm not paranoid. My personality is probably the opposite of that. But hit pieces and various conservative publications like very early on when I was doing stuff on a total shoestring and things like that. And the group that became interested in me were liberals, and which is interesting. And I think they felt like they made a mistake on that and kind of reversed course. But I've always found that dynamic interesting. Like there was no interest in me from Fox News or something like that, but there was a lot of interest in me from like the Atlantic and New York Times. Now, I do think that they changed course and they, are going to measure things, but you know, towards the right, people like me and my ideas, I mean, we don't even exist. Like they're just things to be suppressed. And if they talk about these ideas at all, it's by creating these almost like parodies or caricatures. Like I was talking about like 2 hours ago. You don't have Jack Donovan. We're gonna find this like weird scammy Jewish man who has scammed multiple schools. I mean, this guy is a total horrible person and who's involved in pornography of all sorts, and we're going to create him as a kind of manosphere guru. You create these terrifying parodies of things that are actually good. Or yeah, the Claremont does this. This is their whole entire lineup of people, and I know it's kind of self-serving for me to say this. So I mean, I try to remain skeptical and self-critical, but like there does just seem to be a like deliberate effort to destroy any of these things, particularly on the right. And the liberals will kind of deal with you in their ironic and critical way, but at least you get like some sort of hearing from them. This is just the dynamic I've noticed for quite some time, and I noticed pretty intensely in the alt-right era. And I think that's what will happen as like the right breaks down, because this whole game they're playing is not going to work. I mean, whatever you want to say about Nikki Haley, she is correct to say that like Republicans have lost 7 of the last 8 national elections. And all of these QAnon religious right people going with DeSantis, they're going down. They're going to look humiliated. All these people, the Claremont people going on the DeSantis train, they're going to lose. They're going to be humiliated. Like this thing cannot work. Fox is going down with the Dominion stuff. I mean, there is a great reason to believe that this whole thing is under a tremendous amount of pressure. It's in jeopardy. That's a good thing in my mind. But I still think that like so long as conservatism, like exists, it is going to flesh out any new ideas which it understandably views as threatening.
I mean, I just don't see a future for it, right? So, I mean,
No.
that's really the issue, and I don't really. It took me longer to admit this. I mean, I sort of knew it on an intuitive level, but there's a sort of antisocial aspect of youth Republican politics and a kind of weird kind of minstrel show or performative aspect to it that you see with like it sort of feels like a revival meeting when you go to like a Turning Point USA event, right?
Yeah,
And
definitely.
it's sort of like a good friend of mine is a book publisher, and he was saying to me recently that like there are no conservative books anymore because they all just want to write books that no one reads, right? That they get all their donors to buy, right? So we're sort of in a world now where we have like memes and tweets, right? But we don't really have serious books. And he mentioned like the bell curve and some of these other things. And I said, what if I were to tell you that I actually believe that
those books weren't actually all that serious, right? That actually what's happened is that the right basically doesn't have a compelling vision on science, on art. The basic argument that they have, that the Baptists have, is just work out a bunch, right, and lift and like look pretty,
Yeah.
basically, like be gay, basically.
And be gay, join the Republican Party. I mean, it is a very weird kind of thing that he's promoting.
Right.
And it is very much appealing to existing people in the Republican Party. I mean, one of the just funny things about the Baptist sphere, like if you, I mean, obviously Baptist does all this weird stuff, but if you can kind of like pin him down on something, it is basically like, don't show your face, join a Republican Party, and then like you'll get power somehow or something. And there's all this kind of pornographic but literary pornography of like we're actually Bronze Age warriors, engaged in raping and pillaging, all this kind of stuff. But that's all nonsense, and it doesn't actually even fit with his general program. But the notion that like this hasn't been tried or something is just hilarious. Like, what do they think has been going on for like 5 decades of people joining the Republican Party and like keeping their head down and having this, big objective to move things forward or so? That's all they've been doing over and over and over and over again. This is not a new thing. It's just dressed up with gay erotica. And it's like you have to develop a real vision and real ideas first, so you know where you're going. There's a map of where we can go to build a new world. If you don't have a goal or a vision, then you're just engaging in endless Flight 93 elections. You're just basically saying like, oh my God, we're gonna lose. We can't possibly lose. All right, we're going to cheat. We're going to just throw the kitchen sink out here. We're going to do whatever it takes to like desperately pull a victory out. And that ends in disaster over and over again, as it should.
Well, I mean, there's no there, right? I mean, that's the fundamental.
Yeah.
And by the way, I do think, and I think you and I experienced the same sort of thing, where we were basically like told, "Shut up, nerd! Like, get in your corner, stay in your." I mean, I remember when Mike Cernovich was like attacking you on your style of dress, right? And and I just remember thinking to myself, like, really? Like, is this what we're doing? Like, this is not the game, right?
Right.
Was it the three-piece suit?
I don't remember if it was
Who
suit
knows?
or what, but the point was like there's all this sort of obsession about how people look, right? You remember AOC's out with her boyfriend or whatever, and he's wearing sandals, right? And they're all like, "Oh, how could he wear sandals or flip flops or something?" And it's like because he's a wasp and he wants to be comfortable in Florida. Like, fuck off, you know?
They attacked Obama for wearing a tan suit.
Yes,
Do you remember
I do
that?
remember this, and I remember thinking like,
Yeah.
this is who these people are. Like, there's no, it's all, even like the optics discussion, right? Everything is optics, optics, optics. It's like, well, where are the ideas, right? And
Right.
you see this in Silicon Valley too, where they all say, oh, ideas are cheap, execution is everything. And it's like, no, it's not. Like, it's not just ideas, it's having good ideas and thinking about them for a
Right.
long time before you bring something to market. And there's this sort of
Yeah.
like just hustle all the time, be a kind of slave, right? And I think they really just they don't have anything. And they certainly don't have anything in a high interest rate environment. I mean, why would anyone really want to be a Republican or a sort of conservative in this era? Like, what is it in there for them? Now, they could be part of a religious cult. Okay, like I could see why people who are parts of religious cults might not like,
Right.
the state involving themselves in their affairs, right? But obviously, we're not going to have people be slaves to religious cults. Like, what is the compelling vision? They always say, "Oh, it's about my freedom," and it's like they never have a definition of like what is it that Joe Biden is going to take away from them
that they, and then it's all
Right.
like a freak out over a gas stove or something. It's just like it's just constant like bullshit, and none of it works anymore in large measure because like abortion has gone, it's now a state's issue. Like it's the big thing that got a whole bunch of people, myself and others included, who like found abortion, certainly in the third trimester, grotesque, right? That was a major reason a lot of people went to the polls. And now it's a state by state, regulatory decision, and it just sort of it just like the gay marriage issue deprived, when it became law, basically deprived the Republican Party of smart closeted gays who hated themselves and were therefore vindictive and capable of running things. Now we're in a
Hmm.
situation where a whole lot of people who are of religious, faith and sort of, just sort of normal people who just find abortion gross, there's really no reason for them not to be Democrats now. You know,
Yeah.
it's sort of like it's
Uh,
de-escalated the issue. But go ahead.
yeah, Charles, I think there's a couple things that you guys are missing in this conversation. The first is that Richard actually did present a positive vision, nominally speaking, as a counter to mainstream republicanism, namely his sort of white ethno-state rhetoric of 2016, 2017, and that was a catastrophic failure that resulted in everybody that was associated with him ruining their lives permanently, for the most part. Now, Richard, I'm not coming at you. I think that you're actually a well thought, well spoken gentleman. But that was horrific for the guys that were sincere followers of you during that era. And so you were saying that there was no positive vision. That is not true. You offered a positive vision that was literally suicidal, at least in social standing for everyone that adhered to yours. I'm not saying that the criticism that there isn't a current positive social vision is incorrect, but I do think that BAP's attempt is something like creating a non-racialist, white ethno-state vision, like alternative to that, given how radically and embarrassingly yours failed. That being said, I don't like BAP's either,
Oh,
but I just wanted to point
I
that out.
don't think that Richard's failed at all. I think Richard actually set in motion the Democrats understanding that they had to get white people, and I think it actually ultimately led to the Joe Biden presidency. So in a weird way, I think like,
But it's 2017 Charlottesville,
oh no
fellow
no no,
travelers. What happened to
The
them?
Charlottesville matter was a sort of trap that was sprung on Richard and on others who were present there. So
He led his followers right
no, no,
into
no.
it, dude.
Okay, I'm not a
I was
defender of Charlottesville, but let me explain what I see here. I see there were sort of two approaches in 2016. There was the Trump working class, we are going to build a wall, we're going to basically make you safe here in America, and a sort of like appeal to white working class people. And then Richard was more wear a suit, be sort of civilized, have a sort of vision, be proud. White privilege is a good thing, right? These are all basically encouraging people to have waspish values. Okay. Now, I don't think that, given that there were lots of foreign actors there, lots of spies involved in Charlottesville, I don't think that Richard bears responsibility for that any more than I think that, DeRay McKesson bears responsibility for various protests getting out of hand and being violent when other people come there and basically are agents provocateurs. And I would also say this of the Trumpists too, the people who are peacefully assembling on January 6th to bring their grievances, about the election, and it was admittedly not a well conducted election, right? I think they too have a right to sort of peacefully assemble. And of course, there were agent provocateurs in that crowd causing that chaos. So I think uh, blaming a movement on, blaming a leader for the overall behavior of the movement is, of course, not very fair when we're in an environment where people can basically get radicalized or sort of try to hijack and
If you don't hold a leader responsible, what the fuck is the point of being a leader, dude?
I mean,
that this is look, Charlottesville. What I wanted of that whole year were college tours, etc. I did not want the kind of violence enacted by all of these or many of these psychos who just jumped on this train and turned it into what they wanted, which was endless street fights. And those same people are still around. They're still in the dissident right. They're probably in the
Richard,
BAP
I
sphere, if
listened to the
anyway.
recordings of you ranting about quadroons and octoroons and how angry you were in your shrieking voice after Charlottesville for being abused for not being allowed to protest properly. You led your followers into the fucking fire and they got burned
You
up.
didn't pay attention. You're obviously not a very good reader of text. You didn't pay attention to what I was saying. I lost my shit. There were people surrounding me engaging in secret recordings of these things that they wanted to use at opportune times, which is something in itself. But there was no reason for me to lose my shit other than I saw Charlottesville as an utter disaster. I mean, it doesn't make sense otherwise. If my desire was violence and mayhem, then I would have been celebrating and toasting people after Charlottesville. Instead, I saw at the end of it that it is turning into something that I didn't imagine.
And also, like, dissident movements typically aren't successful in America. Like, in American history, there's not really like a formula that works per se. You know, it's like a very
no,
chaotic
Yeah.
I
force.
think
But I know it's very convenient for you guys to like scapegoat me while you basically like remain in the shadows thinking that like, oh, we were about to win if not for Spencer or something like that. But it's ultimately absurd what
By
you
the way,
guys do.
I think that Joe Biden.
You're strawmanning, Richard.
No, I mean
I'm not
you're
straw
being kind
manning.
of.
I've experienced this for years.
Yeah, I mean, I obviously agree with Richard on this. I mean, I don't think that you're responsible for who shows up to a public event where there are lots of people that showed up expecting and looking for a fight. And now we see those same people that just seem to move across the country, picking whatever cause du jour to try and cause chaos. And that's something, by the way, one of the weirdest things that I saw having started Clearview was that there are like groups of these people that go around the country basically looking for events to cause disturbances at. And many of those people were at Charlottesville. Okay. And, you know, law enforcement got involved in some cases. In some cases, there were actual foreign spies, right, causing the mayhem at Charlottesville and on January 6th and in Minnesota. So this notion that there's not like some, you know, this, by the way, is a major reason, by the way, that I don't go to public protests because first of all, you're not secure or safe at them. And if anyone tells you that you are, they're insane. Whether you keep your face covered or not, like there's all kinds of satellites that sweep up and pick up everybody's phone number. So people are just high if they think they can actually have a public protest in a meaningful way that is, you know, that can happen. I mean, that's just sort of like not a thing anymore. So no, I actually think that in many respects, the vision that was laid out there, you know, in general, in a post-Trump era, that basically Joe Biden had to respond to it. I mean, Joe Biden has said the reason he decided to run for president was because of Charlottesville. Now, he doesn't go and elaborate about what he meant by that. Okay, he doesn't, and that is very interesting to me. Why did he see a need to run? Could it have been because of what I said earlier, that there was a sort of foreign actors trying to use that event to cause pain and suffering between Yankee and redneck or Confederate, you know, and then of course there's all the people who are, you know, there to cause mischief and leak things and sort of cause chaos and selectively edit things. I mean, there was a sort of effort there to cause chaos and to basically
Yeah.
use that chaos to basically trigger a kind of American Civil War. And
I would also be interested to learn how I ever got in trouble for talking about the ethno state and empire and all this kind of stuff. The alt
Yeah,
right
I can
blew
answer that if
apart. The alt right blew apart due to base people who are mentally ill. Someone like James Fields being an excellent example, engaging in street violence.
Oh,
I mean
hang
that.
on. You defended him
No,
for
I didn't.
the
When?
entirety. Yeah, yeah. You called the people in prison on your podcast or in
No,
jail
I
on your
did not. You
podcast.
are that is
Like,
an absolute law.
yes, you defended
I
you.
will get no. That is that you are either misrepresenting me out of ignorance or you are lying. It is one or the other. Oh, I'm very curious. Do you have the transcript of the trial? It seems like that information would have been brought up by the people attempting to persecute me, but they didn't say that. Isn't that funny? Maybe you're confused. If I want to be nice to you, I would say you're
I'm not
confused.
confused. I
But if I'm
listened
not,
to
I
your.
mean,
please
it's
produce
very
that
simple. Put it up on the jumbotron.
produce that
Put it,
evidence.
All right,
Produce
give
one
me a
bit
minute.
of evidence
yeah, put it up on the
that
jumbotron.
I engaged in any sort of communication with someone in prison. Please.
No, I didn't say you engaged in any communication. What I said was that you defended them on your podcast and you called him a political prisoner.
What
Well,
podcast?
I don't. I mean,
The
I
one they
have
used
a
to do
I
on
have a
YouTube before he
nuance.
got banned.
I don't remember calling him a political prisoner, but I mean, I don't know. What do you want from me? I mean, like,
Okay,
I think
you're
that
moving the goalpost
it's.
again. This is what I want, Richard. All I want is this. I think an acknowledgement is merited that Charlottesville was a massive error and that you were
Have you
playing
been
into.
listening to the to what I've been talking about? I didn't organize Charlottesville, by the way. I was an invited speaker. And like, what do you want from that? That's what you want me to like say, "Oh, I'm so sorry for the error" or something. Like, what are you talking about? You guys want to engage in this kind of scapegoating because you're like unknown shadowy figures who want to snipe at people, and you think that there's going to be some like legitimate movement that's going to take place behind Twitter profiles and anonymous avatars, which is obviously ridiculous. And so you'll attack anyone who actually shows their face and does something and says something in a sincere manner. But secondly, in terms of James Fields, I think that actually there should be some more nuance shown towards him. He is clearly someone who is suffering from mental illness. And I don't know. I've said these things. I've said these things in depositions of my feelings towards these, and I've spoken in a nuanced way. I'm not just. What do you want me to scapegoat him too? I mean, he is a truly deeply flawed and a person who made a terrible decision. But if you owe people like that something, it's to be objective and to look at the whole situation straight, to understand situations that were very bad or out of control, to understand horrible decisions or loss of control that they experienced in these. But it's just like you guys want to engage in these just like stupid games of like good and evil
No,
about
I mean,
people, and
I
it's
think
just
the so first of all, I mean, Charlottesville is a very past thing now, right? One could make the case that there are lots of different interpretations of what happened on Charlottesville, just as there are lots of different interpretations of what happened on January 6th. But one can also have the conclusion that I think you've brought up many times, Richard, that both situations, led to sort of a political violence, and that is something that you categorically reject. That it's sort of it leads to
yes,
a kind of dead end. And by the way, I'm of the view that because of Charlottesville happening, right? You know, good, bad, indifferent, but mostly, bad, chaotic, and dangerous. We got one of the
yes,
best presidents of my lifetime, which is Joe Biden. Um, so, in a weird way, that event basically forced our aging president, basically, to get off the to get up and actually run for president and actually change the country, change the direction of the country. And in a weird,
Also, yeah, the endless lying that the right engages in about the disastrous nature of J6 is incredible. And it's kind of funny when I like, has BAP denounced J6? I presume BAP endorsed it, while it happened. You saw that among the entire, like, the residue of the alt-right, the NJP and all this kind of stuff. They all endorse all this stuff that's obviously far more damaging and so on. And yet they think but we can kind of scapegoat Charlottesville. We were just about to win, but Spencer ordered us to go to Charlottesville. It's just the most bizarre, like, behavior among the right in
and I think
general. That's why I don't want to have anything to do
and
with
James
it.
Fields got 140 years in prison, which is quite a lot.
Yes.
Does the punishment fit the crime? I mean, I must say, I find that very disturbing. And I, by the way, maintained that we should be treating and helping the people who were harmed at January 6th, many of whom have mental health issues. It seems to me that a just nation like ours, whether it be January 6th or dealing with the radicalization and Black Lives Matter and the rioting there. And by the way, I've helped put some of those people in prison because of the companies that I've helped start. So, like, let's be clear here that, like, I'm very clear about my views on these subjects. I mean, there are people who are in prison today because I was involved in helping to start Clearview. They were identified, they would not have been identified but for Clearview. And my view is that they should be held accountable for their actions, and they should be treated if they need treatment, and they should go through the process of rehabilitation if necessary, if they can be, which is, I think, an open question for some of them, because some of them genuinely are mentally ill. And the people who sent them there, the people who weaponized their mental illness, in much the same way the people who weaponized the mental illness of some of the school shooters we've had, they too need to be held accountable.
Yes.
So, I think there's this attitude that, like, January 6th, Charlottesville, the riots in 2020, these are all symptoms of a larger problem, which is the degree to which these social movements that exist online try to have political power in the real world, and the degree to which lots of different actors, foreign intelligence and otherwise, use and manipulate those situations for their own objectives, which is mainly to cause chaos in the country.
Yeah, so I actually found the audio. I'm gonna see if I can figure out a way to play it for you guys. But there was
No.
a
Share
series.
it in the jumbotron.
Yeah,
No.
sure.
Share it in the jumbotron. You. For me, you've kind of lost credibility because you've been wrong on a few subjects already tonight. So I need to see the audio and draw my own conclusions from it before I hear your summation of it.
Chuck, when we're talking about entities that are influencing these individuals, we're talking about the FBI primarily, right? Because we're talking
Not
about
just the FBI.
I know, but we're talking about foreign influence. But we're talking about primarily the FBI, right?
No, we can. No, we're not talking about primarily.
It's both, but primarily.
No,
FBI.
sir. QAnon was an Israeli psyop. Okay, and if you have QAnon getting people to show up on January 6th, or you have your rods from God, Moonies getting people to show up on January 6th and busing people to the event, or you have Turning Point USA loading people up on buses and bringing them to the event, no, sir, would I say that the FBI was involved in that. Now, if we were to have an FBI and the FBI were not to have been present at all on January 6th, not with informants, not with others, that would be a scandal of the highest order, would it not? Why would we have an FBI if not to penetrate that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think there's a difference between penetration and actually inciting, like, let's storm the Capitol, let's go in. Some of the people that were, FBI informants that are breaking windows and stuff like this. Some of the, Antifa people that were FBI.
So that remains to be seen as to whether or not the people breaking the windows were FBI informants. We don't know that. We do know that this Ray Epps character seems to have been an FBI informant. We don't know that decisively as yet. So I do think this Fedsurrection narrative requires a bit more evidence. We know that there were foreign actors who were there. We've identified many of them. Many of them have fled the country,
Ukrainians.
of all different types. From the Clearview stuff, we picked up 6 different foreign intelligences that were there.
I know you were talking about the other night and how they picked
Go
up a
ahead.
bunch of like Russian faces. They were picking up
The
Russian faces,
Russians,
but I thought that was
Vietnamese.
interesting because if they're just picking it up off like facial recognition of a certain ethnicity, Ukrainian and Russian are
No. They're identifying actual human beings there who are then processed and said that
gotcha.
this person is an illegal of this, or an illegal spy of this country or that country. So there were Vietnamese present, there were Chinese present, there were Israelis present, there were Ukrainians, Russians. Those are just kind of the ones that I sort of recall. And by the way, that was in the first 3 weeks of sort of working on that. So God only knows how many there are today. And by the way, many of the people who were involved that were foreign intelligence after the January 6th moment, they actually fled the country. So that has made apprehending them and bringing them to justice quite difficult, which is partly why you're seeing things against the Oath Keepers, right, and the Proud Boys, and not focusing so much on kind of other issues. But yeah, if you want to make the case that the FBI has a lot of problems, right? Look no further than Mr. McGonigal, right? Special Agent McGonigal. I mean, there are many examples of the FBI over the years that have wrongly persecuted people of different forms and fashion over the years, and I think that needs to be understood. So absolutely. Now, Stir, did you get the audio of that thing? Now, what is this that you've shared with us in the Jumbotron?
Yeah. So this is about 3 minutes in. You can listen to Richard losing his shit and using a bunch of racial slurs, but I'm actually not upset about
so
that.
you're gonna play the audio.
Richard, I got in trouble for interrupting you. It's only fair that you let me speak.
Well, it's actually my space, and I don't actually think you're operating in good faith. So
that wasn't what we asked you for, though.
You're gonna replay the rant? Are you
That
joking?
wasn't what we asked you for, though. You're moving the goalposts on this. I asked you for something.
First off, don't replay that because we're simply going to get the space banned. I'm not saying that. I mean, the rant is out there. I'm not afraid of it. I'm not proud of it. I'm not afraid of it. But like that's what you're doing.
This is not the argument that I want to have with you guys, honestly.
Then why do you come here? Why do you start the argument? You started the argument. And you're losing it, and you're like, oh, this is not what I want to do.
No, that's not what it was. My issue was with your claim that there was no positive vision on the right, or that you had never offered a positive vision on the right. You had, and it failed. And that was my primary issue.
Okay. Congratulations. Yeah. Go have fun with your BAP group. Yeah. Go.
I told you I didn't like him either. That
he doesn't like BAP either. Yeah. He just everyone's bad. What fucking bullshit is this? Like, I do think that you owe even someone like James Field, you owe him. This is what we owe him as a society, to look at him straight and to deal with him with some kind of nuance. And he absolutely should be punished. There are people who I guess I won't name to at the moment, just to be nice about it. But like, there were many people in the alt-right who were, endorsing it or saying he's a hero or whatever. I didn't do any of that. And in fact, I got in trouble with the alt-right for denouncing Jason Kessler's endorsement of James Fields, because it was just way, way over the line. And I also told people to leave Charlottesville city limits. I said, this is my recommendation. Please leave Charlottesville city limits an hour before the car incident. So I don't even, and it's also this kind of game that, guys like this play, where they, on the one hand, like, accuse you of not being hardcore enough. You have a vision, you had a vision, that vision failed. As if the ethno state, like that idea, which has been around a long time and I didn't, invent. It's derived from Wilmot Robertson, it's derived from Guillaume Fay. But the notion that that was catastrophic and all these people were put in jail for that or something like that. I mean, most of the people getting doxxed at Charlottesville and losing their job, I do think that was unfair. I also think that you're a grown adult attending at the time, legally permitted rally, and you have to take some self-responsibility for what's going to happen. It's not like doxing was new in 2017 or the left was new in 2017. But like, I never endorsed any of this stuff, and I don't know what to say to these people. It's just not a serious look. You have to look at your enemies seriously and try to understand them. And I'm obviously, this guy treats me as an enemy. But anyway,
No, I mean, I think there's a
enough.
level of dishonesty here that needs to be understood, which is there are lots of these events that have, I mean, it's now been it'll be 6 years since Charlottesville. It'll be 7 years in November since the election of Donald Trump. And there's a lot of
Mhm.
things that we've learned about how social protests work, how these kind of things happen, and how they get taken over, and how there are people there who are mentally ill and who have issues that sort of take advantage of this situation or harm themselves or others at these events. I mean,
Yeah, the rise above movement, as you were describing them, these itinerant gangs that go to protest movements in order to get into fights.
yeah, I mean, I don't.
These people have been prosecuted, and the notion that they're innocent or that they've been prosecuted for their ideas or something is ridiculous. I'm sorry. Like, there probably is a double standard, if we're fair here, of not prosecuting Antifa, although Antifa has been prosecuted in many cases. But let's go with this for the sake of argument, that there's a double standard and that Antifa don't get prosecuted for the same crimes that, the alt-right or the J6ers or the MAGA people did. Fair enough. I will probably agree with that premise. But it doesn't follow that there weren't many, many violent, bad actors on the alt-right and in the time who have been prosecuted for things that are crimes and that are things that just need not take place. I mean, that Charlottesville it became a terrible situation, became a chaotic situation. The rally itself was scuttled before it even began. No one gave a single speech. And people were pushed out of Lee Park, or Emancipation Park, as it became called, into Market Street. And then downtown Charlottesville was chaotic. And at some point, the local, I mean, this was revealed in the Heafy report. I mean, the local and I think it was local and federal, or local and state, or state and federal, or something like that. The police forces or security forces were literally not on the same wavelength. They were not able to communicate to one another. So it was a disaster on so many levels. Now, whether you want to have a conspiracy theory about that or whether you want to chalk it up to incompetence, which is what I would do, a conversation needs to be had.
Why not? I mean, why not both?
Why not both? Sure.
I have a quick question for Richard. Richard, what is your current opinion on the ethno state and how the evolution to whatever you think today came up to be? If you can focus on that, it would be great. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I have a nuanced opinion on this. I mean, I've always been in support of bigger supranational institutions, whether it be America as a conception or whether it be the European Union or things like that. So the ethno-state in my formulation was much closer to Guillaume Fay's notion of a big Europe, less connected to Wilmot Robertson, who was a kind of micro secession kind of ethno-state, friendly divorce notion. I've never really taken to that kind of stuff. I have a bigger vision for the ethno-state. I think it is worthwhile to talk about these things in terms of idealism, and in terms of where we could go in the future. But to talk about, I don't know, to talk about this in like the contemporary American context, it doesn't quite fit, and it doesn't work, and I can kind of see how it can be reduced to some just kick out the immigrants or something.
Yeah,
But
I would say to a
yeah,
large
go ahead.
extent the AUKUS framework that now exists, the Five Eyes system that's now been fully developed, is a kind of Anglo-American, Australian kind of ethno state of a form, right? And it's not clear to me that a sort of like Anglo-American, Australian system wouldn't have space for immigrants and for others who want to partake of it and who want to join in on the celebration of its ideals. You know, um,
Yeah,
so there's a sort of like there's everything from an eliminationist view of an ethno state, which is maybe like a Nazi Germany, if you will.
yeah,
But even in Nazi Germany had exceptions of different forms in practice, if not in ideology.
right.
Um, and there's another sort of view, which is that like actually WASP society and WASP values are such that all people, I mean, they literally ran the British Empire, right, on those values and virtues. And there are lots of Indians, and there's lots of, there are lots of Nigerians and others who basically see themselves in those WASP values and live up to them. And so I think that sort of ethno-state language of 2016, 2017, I don't think it's really applicable today. I think we're living in an era of empire. And even the idea of a white nation state is in some sense a kind of balkanization. And what you see
Absolutely.
increasingly, yes, increasingly you see the Chinese and others encouraging that kind of balkanization and that kind of conflict within
Oh
the
yeah,
United
well let me
States.
go back a little bit. I mean, I in 2016, this is well documented, I opposed Brexit. And I have always been a kind of European Union enthusiast. And so, I mean, I did, and I went against the populist tides and so on. In terms of an ethnostate model, it's something that I talked about in 2013, I believe, which was basically like immigration reform is not really viable. We have to kind of like start looking out in the future and so on. And again, that was 10 years ago. I probably have a much more nuanced view of these things now. But I mean, I would see something like NATO as a like in the way that the ethnostate can be actualized, that it is the rubber is hitting the road, it does exist in the form of an alliance of common peoples, common languages, and common values that has expressed itself in something like the NATO alliance, with some obvious kind of exceptions, Turkey being most obvious. But you get the point. It is a North Atlantic treaty between Americans and Europeans, united again in shared languages and shared values against a foe in mutual protection. Um, these kind of federal structures do exist, and they are things that I support and work to support. So I do agree that, like, maybe you can, yeah, this is fair game criticism of me. I was trying to inject something into Trumpism that was kind of hollow. And on some level, the ethnostate, it's not even that it's kind of like immoral or murderous or something, but that it just there's an emptiness to it. It's like, let's kick out the immigrants, we'll have white America. Well, that's not going to happen, and it's not going to work that way. And so, legitimate criticism about how the ethnostate can function within like existing populism or something. Those are
I
all
mean, I think
legit
even the idea of an
critiques.
ethno state that doesn't first start on values is kind of ridiculous, right? Because
Yeah.
why would an ethno state turn away people that are fans of it, despite not being racially a part of it, right?
Right.
Do you see what I
Well,
mean?
I mean,
Like,
absolutely. I mean, I've come to the conclusion that a empire of the future has to be built on religion. So, I mean, yes, I absolutely agree with you.
why would a well-functioning state turn down people that were fans of it and wanted to support and die for it if they were not ethnically quote unquote pure? And how is that even possible in an era in which everyone's getting genetically sequenced and discovering
Right.
all sorts of things about themselves? So I think it's just kind of like getting locked in that battle is kind of silly. But I will say, you remember all those things where people were putting up posters saying it's okay to be white, and that was
Yeah.
leading to like all the rage or whatever. To some
Yeah.
extent, I think the Democrats read that and they're like, all right, let's put in Joe Biden,
Yeah.
right? And so I think actually, in many respects, a lot of your ideas have kind of come back at us in the Joe Biden presidency in kind of weird, kind of progressive, lefty kind of ways. I mean,
Yeah.
even the idea of like, I myself am not a European Union fan. I think the European Union was essentially German domination. It was basically the rise of the European Union, in my view, was basically achieving economically what the Germans had failed to achieve militarily. So
Right.
whereas you were
But where's
against,
your criticism of that? I don't see.
oh, I mean, I was against the European Union, like in many respects, right? So like
Right.
I
Chuck,
think
economically or ideologically?
I think that basically what happened. So I have sort of several views on this. So the first is that the Cold War never really ended. It was a way of like putting us to sleep. The sort of end of history argument was a way of basically getting Americans to turn inward and basically be obsessed with our own domestic nonsense. And that's basically why the 90s basically were kind of a lost decade for America in many respects. And that we basically went to sleep and all the gangsters from the rest of the world came over here and took over our politics and our economy. And we sort of don't want to have that conversation because it's a very uncomfortable conversation because it suggests that we were conned, that we were duped.
Yeah.
So that's sort of argument one. Argument two is I'm of the view that basically Britain needs to be colonized by America. And that basically that is the completion of 1776, and that basically the internal conflicts within the sort of American, British, Australian, basically the far-flung Anglo-Saxon empire, right? Which both the Chinese and the Russians have noted, right? That basically we are the ones who can run a rules-based order that invites in people like the Indians. That basically the world is a better place essentially for everyone when the WASPs run it in a coalition of people who share WASP values. Okay, and
Yeah.
my view generally is that the Germans need to always be kind of under heel and basically be dominated. And that actually, in a certain sense, they kind of like that. That actually letting the Germans run amok in Europe is actually bad for Europe and bad for the Germans because they end up getting dominated by even more disturbing figures like the Chinese or the Eastern Europeans and the Eastern, basically the East Germans in league with the Russians. So that would be sort of my frame on it. And so actually, my basic view is that World War II never really ended, and that we need to always kind of keep Japan a vassal state, and Germany basically can never get too strong because they'll escape the binds with which we put them in. That would be sort of
Well,
my
it's
frame on
interesting because some of the things you're saying actually resonate with work I did in graduate school, actually, on like Konrad Adenauer's vision of an EU.
it. Yeah,
So
I remember
this,
having this conversation with you in like some version of it in like
oh, interesting,
2014 or something. And
interesting.
and I remember
Because
saying to you that I thought that the European Union wouldn't work because of the abstract nature of it, and that
right.
basically, as a practical matter, it would be German or Franco-German domination of all the smaller countries.
Well, that's yeah, that's definitely. I mean, the abstractness of the European Union, the fact that it's not founded in blood, that it's founded as a coal and steel conspiracy, basically, is an absolutely legitimate criticism. It's probably the best criticism of it. But it's interesting. I mean, Adenauer himself, Catholic from the Rhineland, he, there's this anecdote that might be apocryphal, but kind of makes a point, which is that when he would get on a train to Berlin, he would close the window so he wouldn't have to look out onto the Asiatic steppes. So that's basically what he thought of the eastern half of the country. And in many ways, the separation with East Germany was kind of good riddance in his mind. There's actually a really interesting book that's translated in English that I have in my library on this rejection of a reunification of Germany and a neutralization that he engaged in. So,
By the way,
Beria,
Merkel was, Thatcher was strongly opposed to German reunification, and there was a
yes,
view that if America and Britain acquiesced to reunification, that the Soviet Union would actually block it. But of course, the Soviet Union didn't block it because they realized that Marcus Wolf and the rest of them in East Germany could actually take over Germany itself. And indeed, that's kind of what happened with Marcus Brown and Wirecard and Merkel and all of that.
interesting. But to go back, just to finish this, so Beria basically, who's a horrible person in his personal life, but was actually a strategic operator, on the world stage. He was offering the neutralization of Germany and reunification. So he was kind of like, let's just rid ourselves of this satellite and we will have an Austrian solution to Germany. So he was offering that. Konrad Adenauer rejected it, maybe in some part due to his kind of European bigotry, you could say. He did not want this outcome. He actually preferred the outcome of a kind of French, Rhineland, Catholic Germany, Bavaria and Rhineland and France unified in this kind of new neo-Europe, and we're going to work with the Americans to accomplish it. So there are actually a lot of the European Union. There are a lot of like really strange pathways. And the other person I talked about was Coudenhove Kalergi, who's become this like bête noire among the right. The Kalergi plan is about turning Europeans into Africans or something, and it's all this European Union hate. So Kalergi would do these conferences where he would have portraits of Napoleon, Nietzsche, and Kant, which is kind of a funny combination of people, but all people I like. And the members of his society included Churchill, interestingly, and they wanted Mussolini early on to lead the delegation as a great Europeanist. And Mussolini himself was doing like international fascism conferences and things like that. So there was a very strong kind of imperial fascist streak actually to the origins of the EU. Now, Coudenhove Kalergi is, celebrated by the current EU, but it's kind of in a very, very muted way. They don't really want to talk about these things that are published in his books and are, very available. And I think there's almost like a kind of countervailing trend as well. I mean, Coudenhove Kalergi wanted to unify up to Russia. He saw the EU as a counterbalance to the Soviet Union, as did Adenauer. But he certainly would have wanted to, integrate Germany and Eastern Europe. I think Adenauer was similar, but kind of had like a more westward push to this thing. And he was very fine, working with Americans.
When do you think
Israel,
the German project went awry? I mean, for me, I think Gerhard Schröder's relationship with the former Soviet Union and sort of like moving to Germany, or moving to Russia and St. Petersburg and all of that, that was sort of my tell that things were not exactly peachy keen over there. But when was your sense that like Germany was actually like quite perfidious and having lots of issues?
Perfidious, I'm not sure. I mean, I can tell you what I want. I mean, I would want a unified Germany in an EU. And I do understand some of the criticisms. The Germans, they're either at your throat or they're at your feet. is a motto. So they're either trying to kill you and dominate you, or they're begging and groveling. And they're probably, I'm half German, half English. Even I can admit there's probably some truth to these anecdotes, or not anecdotes, mottos or maxims. But I would want a unified Germany. I think Germany has a tremendous amount to offer in terms of its intellectual qualities. I mean, I think German idealism is the greatest technology. I mean, it's an artificial intelligence, you could say. It's kind of way of thinking that is extremely powerful. And the fact that the last battle between left and right Hegelians occurred on Stalingrad, I mean, that tells you all you need to know about the power of this way of thinking. It is dynamite, and it birthed Marx, it birthed Nietzsche, it birthed the 20th century, it birthed Hitler, it birthed Trotsky. I mean, it is dynamite, and the way you use that is really the question. But if you want to make an argument that Germany and its great abilities need to be kind of moderated or contained or so on, I think that's totally reasonable. But I don't think Germany, it's in no one's interest for Germany to be demeaned or Asiafied, which is almost this notion of let's look, Ostpolitik, let's look east. We'll have a prosperous Germany with cheap gas and all looks well, but we'll ultimately be under the thumb of Russians in Eastern Europe. I think that's a very bad way to moderate Germany. I think it's a very good way would be Germany to kind of understand Central Europe as part of this Western project. And Russia isn't.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're probably right about this. I mean, my view generally, and I just shared this up in the Jumbotron, is that there's actually a lot more of a Russian emigre, sort of like white Russian kind of roots of Nazism than we're sort of
Mm.
allowed to discuss. And so that book, the Russian roots of Nazism, white emigres, and the making of National Socialism, I think is really essential reading here, because I think we are sort of led to believe by a lot of our people that it was sort of like, the Hitler's willing executioners kind of thing, that there's something innately German about exterminating the Jews. And I think that there's some sense in which that's true. Certainly the German love of machines and of building machines and sort of mechanizing war and mechanizing solutions to problems, right? But I also think that it's also true that after the Russian Revolution, there were so many Russians who were sort of rendered essentially stateless by that experience, and
Yeah.
they ended up in Germany, and they ended up being very deathly afraid that a similar revolution might happen in Germany, which indeed it kind of almost did during the
Sure.
Weimar years. And so, so essentially, my view is that we don't really talk enough about the sort of Russian, involvement in Germany, and that's becoming more and more clear over time. That's an essential thing we need to get. We certainly see it with the number of Germans who are being identified working for the Russians in various ways,
Yes.
sometimes literally as spies and double agents. We certainly see it in the degree to which Marcus Wolf and the East Germans essentially did a lot of the spying on behalf of the Soviet Union. And so
Yes.
my view generally is that Germany always needs to be contained, and that the best way to keep Germany contained is actually to have Britain and America on the same team. And that there was a sort of delusion in London that basically they didn't have to care about their colonies and what was going on there, because London was a sort of global financial center, right? That it was a sort of like center of finance, even more so than New York. And I think actually that was all a lie. That basically what it did was it allowed a sort of elite in London to ignore its responsibilities both to its colonies and to sort of its own countrymen outside, in the north of England and all the rest of it. And so my view, and the reason I was pro Brexit, was that we would basically force the British to basically take more seriously their obligations, not just in their own country, but also in our country, and that they could be basically quite useful to us in cleaning up the elements of our society that don't work all that well. Much like the same way in which the Churchill's special operations executive came over here and started killing Nazis or Nazi sympathizers in the run up to America entry into World War II. And that Joe Biden, is probably the most Anglophilic president we've had since FDR, that Joe Biden would essentially, ultimately look the other way, or that a future American president would look the other way on kind of the necessity of cleaning up America. And I think
Hmm.
that's basically happened is my contention. That and that Britain right now is sort of like flailing about looking for another economic model, and that economic model is going to be some kind of union with the United States, which will happen once the conservatives lose the next election.
Well, I
That
think that would be great.
the Keir Starmer and Joe Biden, alliance basically for the future of the world, I think is basically going to be the thing that sort of epic poems are written about. It's sort of
Yes, that sounds
you know,
great. The
the only
fact that
problem.
Keir Starmer and I seem to be like clearly related, I
You do look an awful lot alike,
I,
don't you?
I don't think this should be underestimated. He's like me in 15 years if I stay in shape because
the
he's a handsome devil.
the funniest thing to me about him is that he was like a classmate and a very good friend of Andrew Sullivan, and similarly, Andrew Sullivan was like very good friends with Boris Johnson, and so you sort of wonder like, what did Andrew Sullivan do in the old country that got him forced to move to America? Because I don't believe
Right.
for a second that he like woke up one day and was like, oh, I've ascended to the highest rungs, like I'm a little Irish boy, and I've ascended to the highest rungs of British high society. Oh, I think I'm just going to go move to America and run the new republic in my 20s. Right?
Hmm.
Like there had to have been something that he did that sort of like obscured from his biography.
Well, maybe we got a glimpse of that in that Village Voice article that was published.
Yeah, maybe so. And maybe in some sense he was forced into blogging as a kind of exile, a sort of intellectual exile. You know,
Yeah.
I do wonder a lot of the times, like how many people come to this country who are exiles, and how or how many of them come here who are like willing immigrants. How many people who come here who are spies, and how many people who come here who are just exiled from the other country. And we never really can know that, can we? Like that's sort of
Definitely.
a challenging question. But when I understood this sort of German Russian relationship, I feel like I really came to understand like Peter Thiel, and I really came to understand like a lot of the relationship that the sort of American right has, because Donald Trump is himself, sort of Germanic stock.
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of his political base is German, right? Particularly in the Midwest, and it's in a certain sense, Joe Biden is sort of capturing and enslaving those German Midwesterners with what they really want, which is factories, right? He's sort of like forcing them to kind of work on behalf of the American project of electrification and sort of building
Mm.
all these things. So I've come to basically believe, and it's kind of like it's embarrassing to me that I didn't pick up on this sooner. Like elements of it I picked up on, but I didn't really understand just like how much the Biden had like a vision of the world. And as Tom Baer points out down below, like there's a certain sense in which like all the neocons hated him on so many issues over the years and always sort of said that he was stupid. And then you'd look at the record and he'd be like, hey, I think it'd be a good idea to break up Iraq into 3 countries. And basically, like, that ends up like quasi actually happening, right? Like, hey, I don't think it's a good idea to invade Libya. It'll lead to all these black Africans coming into Europe and basically destroying Europe. And like,
Yeah.
that ends up happening. So, like, at a certain point, like, he's sort of like, kind of like, he's got this gift of prophecy, but we don't really notice it because we're sort of not allowed to notice that this boring white guy from Delaware is actually like who has like went to the University of Delaware and Syracuse Law School. Like he's actually like kind of right on big questions.
Mm.
And if that's true, right, then it raises all the question about like how necessary the Ivy League is, right?
Yeah.
And how smart the people are who go to the Ivy League, you know?
Yes.
Which is, I think, not an idle. I mean, Jordan Bloom makes this point in his Substack recently, and he sort of points out that like Harvard, Stanford, right? I mean, Stanford is clearly, things are clearly fucked up at Stanford. Like they have this giant academic crisis where their president like fabricated all this research. We have Elizabeth Holmes. I mean, we have so many people that have come out of Stanford in the last few years that are like clear and present dangers to the republic. Sam Bankman-Fried. I mean, pretty much like all these bad tech guys come out of there in one form or fashion.
Yeah.
And then similarly, you've got like all these problems with like the Yale law people, right? Like you've got Amy Chua out there, like basically like grooming people at Yale Law School. And you have the famous guy, Stuart Rhodes is who just like sentenced with the Oath Keepers stuff. I mean, he is a Yale law graduate, right?
Yeah.
And so there's something clearly rotten in a lot of these institutions. And so the sort of cult of the Ivy is in some sense like the title of nobility being foisted upon us, and that's it's not surprising to me that like the lawyers who are leading the Dominion lawsuit against Fox News are UVA grads, right? Matt Gaetz is a William and Mary Law School grad, right? And so you just sort of like look out at the world and you're like, oh, like these Virginian schools are basically like pushing back at these sort of like larger societally damaging things. And obviously that flatters you to some extent at being from UVA,
Sure.
or but I do think that it's actually kind of true. And you look at like Sheldon Whitehouse, who's like very essential to Biden, and how he thinks about both the compromising of the Supreme Court with the Federalist Society, but also like a forward agenda on environmental policy. And you look at that, and he's a UVA alum, right? And you just look at all of these UVA and state school alums who are around and pushing the Biden agenda, and it raises a really profound question about like who really are the smartest people in our society.
Yeah.
Like maybe we've over-indexed for perfect scores on the SAT. Maybe we've over-indexed to a society that values IQ. And in fact, I think the first conversation you and I had was I was making the IQ supremacist argument, and you were telling me that that was a stupid argument. And I think all these years later, you're in fact right, and I've come around to your point of view on this. In fact, there's probably a great number of IQ points I would trade for happiness points to the extent I could find an exchange. And it's very obvious to me that Joe Biden is in some sense a lot happier than I or some other people I know. Maybe not as bright, but like let's judge him by his policies. Who cares
Yeah.
if he could do calculus or whatever? It's sort of immaterial.
Chuck, on what you're saying, I mean, for a long time in the conversation that I appreciate a lot, I've been thinking that also linking to what happened in Germany with the Nazis, the crisis was the crisis of modernity, as understood as reason. And what the US got right at the very beginning was both like the optimism towards reason, towards replacing God with reason, basically, but also a healthy, like, what would be reticence to completely trust in it, especially after they saw what happening in France. So the US has that great advantage. So it took on the illustration on modernity, and also saw what happened when you take those ideals, basically reason, too much. It creates monsters, basically, because of course we want things to be reasonable. Of course we want to use reason, but when we are overconfident on it, we don't see things that are just unknowable. Doesn't it?
Yeah, I follow what you're saying, Daniel, and I think you're absolutely right that that's a big part of it. I do think though that one of the things that sort of helped the United States is we had people like the Ben Franklins of the world that were both extremely intelligent, extremely reasonable men, but also extremely practical, right? Inventive, sort of if you had any problems, you could just get up and move to another part of the country.
Yeah,
And there was
and be open to feedback. Because if something doesn't work, well, it doesn't work. You just do something else. The problem with the IDs and like people who take on that too much is that they embrace reason, modernity, illustration, whatever, as an ideology, not as a tool. I think that when you embrace something as an ideology, the
yeah,
ideology is
so
never going to be enough.
so the basic argument is that they embrace they embrace modernity, not as a tool but as a kind of ideology, not as something that it can help them and the country move forward, but as something that's basically a feather in their cap, as a way of signaling to each other that they're members of an in crowd. Is that basically your view, Daniel?
Yes, yes, and no ideology is going to ever match like whatever the future is going to throw on us. Doesn't it? The ideology like
Yeah, no
is a
ideology
system of
can ever really compete with material actual fruits of their results, right?
yes, yes, with
And so
feedback, with whatever we have to do. Yeah,
yes, and I think that basically, I mean, so my view is obviously there's a through line between basically the inventiveness of a Ben Franklin and the inventiveness of Thomas Alva Edison or even Henry Ford, and that both Edison is basically delivering light into the evenings, right, to the common man cheaply, and all these other inventions. And and by the way, he's financed by the British all the way through, which people sometimes forget, and JP Morgan. And that Henry Ford is sort of selling a sort of Americana, a sort of freedom to move anywhere and do anything. And I think that that is a very important thing as well to kind of understand. And so what I think the problem in Germany was, I mean, we can do a space just on the problem of Germany generally, and of course, how to have that conversation without being banned or sort of accused of, whatever, is basically an impossibility. And I don't want to foist that upon dear Richard, because I like Richard and I don't want to see him get in trouble. I'm okay with getting in trouble, but basically, um, you know, what can I say about this? I mean, I think the problem is there was never a German state. There never will be a German state. And the only way to have a German state is to have a kind of dictator or Kaiser or a sort of figure that basically, is the sort of like head mob boss figure.
yeah,
And
yeah. Just quickly, there is a perfect example for that when the Germans bought was actually the postal office, basically the government in Germany, bought DHL here in the US. They had this plan of making it big enough and efficient enough to compete with the UPS and FedEx in the national US market, not just international, where DHL is very, very good. I use them a lot. But in any case, um, they start building this super mega center in Ohio. I guess it was going to be the main hub, and it was super technologically advanced, and was going to be like having all the most updated technology and super efficient. So basically, with that, they were going to be able to compete and overpass FedEx and the regular mail and UPS. But that never happened because that's not how things are done here in the US, doesn't it? The way people do things here is like keep on tweaking, keep on moving forward, keep on solving problems as they happen, not like having this master plan, super
yeah, we are
idealistic.
much more kind of experimental, right? We're much more tweakers. We're much
Yes,
more,
yes, yes.
yeah.
And the idealist German,
No, I think you're quite right, Daniel. And
yeah, but
I
it
would say
doesn't here.
when I was in Germany for the first time, I was a boy, and I remember, the sort of engineering side of my brain was like, oh my God, this place is magnificent. Like the faucets are correct, the layout of the cities is correct, everything is sort of organized and beautiful, and it was a sort of like engineer's paradise in a certain sense. But then I sort of realized that like no one can get anything done there without getting like 10 or 15 or 30 or 100 permissions by the various sort of leadership. And in Britain and the sort of British system, right, things are much more sort of like uh they're much more informal. They're much more sort of like experimental in a way. They're much more like, we send our best people out to run the empire, to go on great adventures. Whereas even in the United States, the average German American doesn't actually move all that much over the course of their life, right? They live basically quite close to where they came over. And you look at somebody like a Ben Franklin. Again, Franklin is warning about the Germans and their kind of like servile nature, that basically like you can't really trust them. They're potentially dangerous for our republic, right? And I think that there is some sense in which that is like in some measure true, right? Like there are a lot of German Americans who essentially lined up with and were friendly to the sort of American Nazi Party, and many of those people, let's not forget, like the people who first seized and captured Berlin was the Soviet Union, and so the Soviet Union could see many of the people who in the Midwest and elsewhere who were of the Germanic stock, who had been sort of spies in the United States on behalf of Nazi Germany. The Soviet Union had access to all those archives. They captured them, right, in World War II. And so there is a certain sense in which a lot of our Midwestern friends, they are sort of captured in this sort of problem of the German soul basically needing a kind of Führer and leader figure. And I think a lot of them responded to Trump, who is, after all, half German, right? And there was a sort of like kind of Pavlovianness around Trump as their leader. And I think that what's happening now is essentially there is no real leader of the German people because there is no real German economy. They've been stripped of their natural gas. They've been stripped of their Eastern European slaves who are all going to Poland or to the Ukraine. And that basically Germany is done as a major political entity as we've currently understood it, that it's basically on its knees. And the only way it's being sort of propped up is through the gas that's coming, through Holland, which is coming from Qatar, which is, essentially protected by the United States and Britain after Jared Kushner tried to shake them down. Actually successfully shook them down for $500 million for his 666 Fifth Avenue deal. So yes, I think the modernity question with Germany is that Germany wants to be modern, right? It sort of lies to you about being modern. And you sort of look at the machines and you look at all the beautiful things and how well organized it all is. But then you discover while you're there that actually, like, that family that you just met has been there for 9 centuries. And they are still very much Teutonic kind of knights types going way back when. And that basically the modern facade of them is what's really like, it's all basically fake, right? It's not a real thing. It's a superficial level of modernity. And it's not really interested in kind of ruling the world for the benefit of the world, of trying to understand the world. Like the Germans could never have come up with something like evolution as a theory, right? Because it requires too much observation of the natural world and not enough domination of it, right? Or conquering of it. And so that's sort of the German mind, right? And so I look at a President Biden, and he's essentially like put them back into the cage that they were put in post World War II. And you look at things like Axel Springer, which owns Politico, which again is causing all this social mischief, right? They get leaked the Supreme Court opinion, right, about Roe v. Wade, which causes all this Strum and Drang, right? You look at this kind of thing that's going on, and you sort of understand that, like, there are all these German criminals here in this country, and that Donald Trump was simply like, he was the sort of federal informant overseer of the crime world. And that Deutsche Bank, which had financed him and which had the Russian connections, and of course financed him and Jared, that Deutsche Bank was basically that when Trump's grandfather came here, he didn't come as an immigrant, such as yourself, Daniel, or others who wanted to really be a part of this system. He came here to basically treat it like a marketplace and basically to run whorehouses and cause all this trouble in the country. And that basically when he went back to Germany, how the conversation must have went, which is that he was then told to come back to the United States and be a kind of spy or informant. And his son, Fred Trump, it looks plain to me anyway, that Fred Trump was a kind of informant too on basically all of the American Nazi activity in the German American community, and that's sort of why we see that they used to call him Fred the Fed, right? That was the sort of joke among the Italian mobsters that he did business with. That basically you couldn't trust him because he would betray you to the federal government, right? And then of course his son Donald Trump Jr. we know into the 1990s was a sort of federal informant for the FBI, and maybe still, right? We don't really know, right? It's sort of like an open question. It's a live question with Trump. And then, of course, you see that there's a concerted effort by all these sort of Israeli botnets and Chinese botnets and others that we need to just, Merrick Garland's doing nothing and we need to just jail Trump, jail him now, jail him, right? But of course, that means that we won't focus on like the Jared Kushners. We won't focus on sort of the other players around Trump who are in some sense kind of much more dangerous than Trump is, because Trump is all of 77. Like we all kind of know that he doesn't really want to be president, that he's just running again as a kind of gambit to avoid going to prison or getting in trouble. Or maybe even he's running to help out Joe Biden get reelected, in the same way that a lot of mobsters understand that they're not fit to rule. So that's sort of how I've come to see a lot of these things is the Germans need to be dominated, and that they're actually grateful when you dominate them. And I think that that is kind of what Joe Biden understands about the German soul. And I think that's kind of what the early American founders understood about the Germans as well, and something that we would be wise to consider today.
Wow.
Sort of a lot there, but yes. I do remember talking to you about Adenauer, by the way. It's kind of funny. It's funny how when you mentions a name, your memory kind of jogs things, It's sort of funny. Where's your family from in Germany, Richard?
They're Saxon. My maternal grandfather, he went by the outrageous name Dick Dickenhorst, which I've always found quite hilarious. I am named after him, actually, Richard. And but my paternal family is English. Yeah, no, I'm proud of my German ancestry. I resonate with Germany when I'm there, and I've always been attracted to Central European culture and philosophy and so on. So I kind of
Would you say you're more on the English side of your heritage or on the German side in terms of your worldview?
I think it's a kind of I think it's a mix. I mean, I'm definitely not. I don't have Scotch Irish ancestry, so I don't have that. I don't really fit in or resonate with those people. And but in terms of my worldview, I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's one of those, your head is one way and your heart is another way. I mean, I do think that if someone were to look at me or get to know me, they would probably see kind of the English American coming out. But then again, I always have had this fascination, and I think in my way of thinking, it is influenced by German thought.
What do you think the Germans get mostly right about politics?
Yeah, this is a huge question. I don't think maybe they don't get anything right about politics. I mean, well, I mean, if you think about it this way, I mean, it's like the unification of Germany in the 19th century, and the creation of Germany. I mean, the joke, of course, is that it's like an army in search of a government, or an army in search of a people. So, and that's due to geography in many ways. You're kind of surrounded. You're a land power that has to fight off foes and so on. So, I mean, I definitely understand where that would come from. But, if you think about it as well, like, let's say you were born before the First World War. You could have lived under a kind of post Bismarck imperial Germany with an emperor and so on. Excuse me. Then apologize for that burp. Then you could have experienced a almost American in the worst possible way chaotic Weimar Republic system. Then you could have lived under Soviet communism, effectively in the German Democratic Republic, a little bit of Stalinism thrown in there for good measure. And then you could have moved on over to an American West German style where you're in NATO and you're in the capitalist world, but you're kind of subservient in that way. I mean, you would have had an amazing 100-year life, and all of it would kind of be flawed and temporary, in some way. I think you would, if you lived that life from, say, you were born in 1900 and died in 2000, I think you would be very cynical about politics in Germany. It's here today, gone tomorrow. And it's all a bunch of lies, and it's kind of the same people changing ideologies. It's like the Nazis suddenly become commies, and they, change their uniform up a little bit, but it's kind of the same old thing. And so I don't know. I think Germans, obviously, music has been this amazing gift to humanity that the German speakers have given. And I would absolutely stand by my, previous suggestion that I'm using German idealism as a kind of placeholder here, but that ability to think in terms of opposites and negation, and that kind of untranslatable word of Aufhebung, which both means kind of negation and transcendence at the same time. This cast of mind or way of thinking is so powerful. And I don't think anything in, say, Anglo philosophy holds a candle to it. Much like Anglo music of the last 250 years. Some of it's good. I don't, I'm not demeaning anyone here, but it just doesn't hold a candle to the German speaking world in terms of the creation of art music and dramatic music, etc. And I do think, I mean, the that ability to think in terms of attention of opposites and to understand the process of negation of a concept, that created the 20th century and all of its glories and all of its horrors. But you have
That's
to recognize its power. You can't be one of these conservative James Lindsay types and be like, oh, Hegel invented transsexuals or something. You can't think like that. That's just a redneck, like, resentment way of thinking. You have to understand the power of that style of thinking, which gave us Kant and Hegel and Nietzsche, and additionally, like Kojève and etc. Strauss, others. They were all coming from that tradition. Much like there's a kind of sonata form in so much of classical music. I mean, there's a powerful impulse there that can give birth to a lot of things. Sonata form was not unique to German, but you get my point.
I think the power of optimism you speak about is super. I mean, it's just an incredibly powerful thing, and I say that as someone that's not, right, and someone that tries to train myself to find the veins of optimism, because I see the power of it. I see the power of moving, how it can move people and organizations.
Yeah.
And and Chuck, I think you were speaking of the type of American exceptionalism I can get behind. The idea of the tinker and the explorer, the pushing of the boundaries. I think about my own family. Like, so in general, if I kind of run back the tree, there's a few late arrivers, but in general, we all arrived around 1650, something in that ballpark. It amazes me, people in the early 1800s that were moving from New Jersey to Pennsylvania to Iowa to Wisconsin to Tennessee in a lifetime. The sort of, I think, both optimism and the sense of adventure that it has to take to fuel someone, along that, and what that creates. I think it's a pretty cool vein of the American story. I think that does live on in the DNA, so to speak. And if I might, I just wanted to, sorry, I was like waiting in the wings here. I was wanting to comment on, if I can go back just for a minute, about the Ivies, if you guys don't mind.
No, please. I mean, I can't say enough negative things about them, having had lots of family members who've attended them. So go ahead.
I think the, whether there's anything inherently wrong or not about the Ivies, I think the fact is that they're a bunch of little shits that have absolutely filled the wings, right, over time, and certainly, and I think increasingly so. I think there was a time when folks were optimistic and they sought knowledge, and we didn't have the type of data proliferation that we have today, right? I mean, knowledge is so accessible, and so you sought out the highest institutions, quote unquote, right? The Ivy League, to find that. And those folks were really what made the place, bearable, you know. and in today's world, I think it's the Ivies really their value, or it's always been, but today for sure is the value of the folks around you. The problem is the value of the folks around you has dropped precipitously as the folks that recognize that's not where they have to go to achieve what they want to achieve, right? As data proliferates, as the ability to share ideas and get ideas out in the open forum is easier than ever, it's ever been, right? And so I think more than anything, it's probably the changing landscape of who is actually at the Ivies more so than the Ivies themselves.
Ooh, that's a good compelling case, actually.
Definitely.
Yeah. I actually think that what has happened is that some of the Ivies, Harvard, Yale, and maybe I would put MIT into this category, and Stanford, certainly Caltech too, they've basically been Chineseified, or basically by being globalized, they became Chinese. And in them becoming Chinese, they sort of became sort of Chinese and Jewish to a large extent. And so they sort of were not the kind of WASP finishing grounds, or sort of WASP, sort of like finishing schools that the country kind of needed. And so we had to create these other schools that could do that. UVA started filling that role. Middlebury College filled that role. Many of these sort of smaller liberal arts colleges sort of achieve that kind of thing. But my sort of critique of them is really that they became a sort of thing that people wanted to attain, like a luxury handbag, or like a sort of like high-end car, right? That they were sort of a part of the managerial economy. But whereas in the past we had a managerial economy that actually built shit, we now have like a financialized, techified economy, and that basically they all became kind of middle management in that tech economy, right? So like it's impossible to imagine Harvard, or Facebook without Harvard, right? That Harvard is sort of essential to the Facebook story. And I would argue that Facebook has actually been extremely damaging to the social fabric of the country. That basically during the pandemic, Princeton man, Jeff Bezos, stepson of a CIA officer and grandson of the Atomic Energy Committee, guy, and who's number 4 employee at DARPA, Lawrence Gies, that Bezos was sort of figuring out, hey, how do I get the supply chains to work for everyone to get their packages during the pandemic? And Mark Zuckerberg was sort of like allowing QAnon to radicalize your grandma or something.
It's beautiful.
And that to me is like such an indictment of like the kind of stewardship that you're supposed to have over the people who are using your products, right? That like if you go onto Facebook, like you will discover that your aunt is a racist in ways you didn't even know was possible to be a racist, in a sort of lazy way, right? And so my sort of view about Facebook and about Harvard and about Stanford and about Sam Bankman-Fried is that they're all part of the same op. And the op is basically kind of creating this fake nobility in America that doesn't really work, doesn't actually achieve any real objectives other than its own perpetuation. And so to my sort of critique of it is like, I don't really care like how smart you are that you went to Harvard. I care like, can you make me a really good toaster, right? Or can you like invent some like new car or something? And so like, the kind of like obvious frauds that come out of these schools that we're all sort of supposed to applaud and think highly of, right? Many of whom drop out before they even spend more than a year or two there. But we're all supposed to be like, oh, they're geniuses. Oh, they're this. Oh, they're that. Well, like the guy who was the real brains behind Microsoft was Paul Allen, and we all know he went to like University of Washington, right? And you sort of look at these people over time, and you're like, okay, whatever, Bill Gates, right? Like, like you're not that impressive, you know. And what ends up happening is that they sort of demystify themselves by sort of revealing over time in our modern era that basically they're all phonies. There's no there. They're just sort of lucky to have been at a specific time and place in the 1970s or 1980s when this sort of world was sort of deciding that it was going to make like what ultimately became a Windows product, right? They sort of like were there at the right time. They couldn't help but make money. Yes, I suppose they sort of competently managed their company, but in many of them, like in the case of Microsoft, they got deeply compromised pretty much right after the get go in the 1990s, right? And Bill Gates was like telling people that he thought he was more powerful than the president in the 1990s. I mean, how dumb can you get, right? Sort of calling an ordinance on your position. So, we're sort of supposed to believe that like all of these people are like very serious, very impressive. Elon Musk went to UPenn, he studied physics, but of course that's all fake. Like we know that a lot of his background and his whole story is like contrived. It's not real, right? So, but we're supposed to just sort of be like these people are better than the Ivy League, but like, and we're supposed to train our kids that if they study really hard and work really hard, they too can go to an Ivy League school, even though we all kind of know that that's a lie, right? That they can't really get in unless they have, unless they're a bassoon player, right? Or unless they like, you know what I mean? Like we all know that basically it's not a possible thing to get into these schools, even if you're highly intelligent, because the number of seats hasn't grown since the 1970s, while the competition has increased tenfold. And by
Yeah.
the way, even if they got into these schools, it wouldn't necessarily be good for them anyway,
Yeah.
right? Because they might be like a JD Vance by the end of it, right? Or they
Oh
might
no,
be
don't
like
say that.
a Ron DeSantis, right?
Oh God, no. And I mean, I don't want to completely, dunk on the Ivies. I mean, obviously there are some very talented folks that come out that actually are capable. But it's a huge problem. The grift is strong. The incestuism, right, is strong because of the limited number of seats and just kind of where that's at. I think some stand apart though. Like if you kind of look at Princeton versus Harvard, I think there's a very big difference there. And and I think not an Ivy. You mentioned him earlier. I'm an alum, so MIT I think is kind of interesting. It was interesting you were talking about kind of the Jewish factor and the I think the interesting story behind MIT's rise to dominance in the sciences was actually its willingness to hire Jewish professors when the Ivies weren't, and just preceding World War II, and then the massive funds that flew into that institution thereafter with a lot of talented individuals that were able to conduct some excellent science.
Oh,
And
but
there's
let's be real here about MIT. I mean, it's Raytheon that made MIT, right? And that is like, I mean, Vannevar Bush is like Wasp Pie Command, right? I
yeah.
mean,
So I think that it's so I hear what you're saying. No doubt that tie exists. Um, it's unclear to me if one exists in the same capacity without the other. I hear what you're saying. Like
oh, I
Raytheon.
definitely agree. I definitely agree that there are quite a number of WASPs out there that have greatly benefited from Jewish teachers and Jewish mentorship. I myself am like I'm like a key. I mean, not to like toot my own horn, but like I consider myself a huge beneficiary of my Jewish teachers prodding me, at many different levels of my education coming up. Right, like absolutely agreed that like
that's kind of essential. And I think there is a sense though that where like you just think about Route 128, right? And you think about all the companies that sort of that came from Route 128, and many of them were sort of products of the military industrial project,
Oh
right?
yeah.
We have sort of Georges Doriot, right, who is not a WASP, right? He's a sort of Frenchman par excellence, and he's putting the money into George Herbert Walker Bush's startup, right? There's a sort of like WASP Harvarddom that basically makes all this money in this sort of like immediate post-war period. And my view is actually what happened was uh, basically MIT got way more mathematical, way more abstract in their teaching in physics, in math generally. And that basically what all that did was that essentially went away from the tinkerers, went away from the Vannevar Bushes of the world, sort of like recruiting people from there. And that's where MIT became kind of increasingly irrelevant culturally. But I'm curious, what year were you at MIT, if you can say?
Yeah, so mid 2000s to 2010, roughly. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, what's your
Wow.
sense? I mean, doesn't it seem like MIT is not like? Wouldn't you rather own the class of 1955 from MIT than the class of 2010 from MIT?
Yeah, but I think that even that same like, I don't know. I guess my pushback on that would be the same notion as like thinking that owning a degree from an Ivy League is what sets you apart, right? I mean it's really more about what you're going to walk away with materially than in a class, right? So I guess I would say I gained a lot from the experience, but the as what the institution is, I don't know. I mean, like it's certainly, I think it probably, I still think it bears a tremendous amount of dominance in the science and engineering front, predominantly the engineering front. Um, the but I would say it was even more exaggerated in the period you're describing, for sure.
Yeah. I
Like,
mean, I mean, I mean,
it,
when I think of MIT, I think of Vannevar Bush, I think of Claude Shannon, right? I mean, that's
sure,
kind of
yeah.
that's kind of all you need to be in the majors,
I
right?
mean, like the
Yeah.
MIT Radiation Lab and what spun
Yeah.
out of that. But so much of that ecosystem, and that goes back to the Raytheon piece I was saying, I think so much of it is all, I mean, they're all one in the same, right? In the military industrial complex that grew out of the Radiation Lab and what, I mean, not that created the complex, but it was a participant and subsequent, let's say father of a lot of spinoffs that exist today, that are a part of that complex. I think MIT was always in the engineering and to some extent the physics, not always, but since roughly early 1900s, powerhouse that it's essentially remained. I think in the chemistry, biology, etc., it was I'm sorry. Okay, no, I heard that sound. I wasn't sure what that was. I think that was really what grew out of that post 1940s period, right? It was the engineering. It created engineering and physics superstars prior to that, but it really wasn't a place in the kind of applied sciences until post-war.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm gonna do this. It's getting almost 2 a.m. out here, super late if you guys are on the East Coast. I'm gonna leave this on, but I will be preparing for bed. But I don't want to end the convo. This has been a epic space.
Yes.
Space to end all space.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
fun. It's fun.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Richard. I will I will if you should wake up, and join us later. I have about 2.5 hours until I have to get on a plane,
Oh, okay.
so
Well, yeah, I might wake up and the space is still going.
I intend to keep going until at least 6. So because I have to go see my lovely little daughter in who, by the way, I just bought a Caltech little T-shirt for. So
Oh, good.
I'm of course indoctrinating her young, despite my admonitions against college. But anyway, it's just because it's the local school out where she lives.
Yeah.
But anyway, but yeah, I think. All right. Well, we'll see you when we
Yeah.
see you,
I'll
Richard.
touch. I'll see you when you'll see me when you see me. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Thanks, guys.
Yep. Thanks for doing that, Richard. Yeah, I think you know the sad thing to me about MIT, right, is that like Sam Bankman-Fried went there, right,
Yep.
and it will never be able to really like dodge that. Okay, like it that will always be a black mark, just like Stanford will always own Elizabeth Holmes, right?
Yeah.
And that's just sort of something that we need to consider when we think about these kind of things. Or like Stephen Glass will always belong to UPenn, right? There's these certain schools where like they get tagged by their alumni either way, right? Either super positively or super negatively.
Or their donors. I mean, there's obviously the Epstein thing with MIT as well.
Yeah, I mean the
Yeah.
Media Lab thing I think is a big part of this issue too, right? Which needs to be sort of spoken of, and the degree to which what was it, the $10 million that was given by Elon to basically have Lex Friedman run his scam out of MIT, and sort of all of that, so the whole thing. So yeah,
Yeah, and I mean Lincoln Laboratories. If you want to go more to the government side of it, and so the Raytheon Lincoln Labs, missile defense ties and kind of very questionable pushing of results that probably aren't real. No, MIT I think bears all of that, and they should, right?
Tell me, I haven't heard much about Lincoln Labs. Tell me a little bit about that.
So Lincoln Labs is out. It's up Route 2. Can't remember exactly what town it's in out there, but maybe it's somewhere near Lexington. And so basically, it's all defense projects, right? So a ton of DARPA money. I mean, Lincoln Labs does a lot of cool stuff, but the there was a pretty big controversy. Ted Postal, does that name? Do you folks know who that is? Professor at MIT.
oh yes, tell them though, tell them because this is a
Okay.
good story.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a
So
disturbing story, but tell them.
Yeah, so Ted Postal, he's always been. So I studied under him a bit. I didn't mentor under him, but I took some courses. Um, he's a unique spirit.
What was he like? What was he like as a teacher? Actually, tell people who he was first, and then tell us how
Yeah,
he was as a teacher.
yeah. So basically, Ted Postal, going all the way back to the God, I guess it was probably the '60s when the government was going after an academic for publishing essentially what were obvious nuclear physics, if you will, or perhaps not obvious, but scientifically deducted nuclear physics that they wanted to classify as state secrets. And so the government was going after the scientist in Postal and the what is it, the American Physics Institute, API, is that right? Something along those lines. Came to the defense of the academic, and whose name I don't know, and basically said, look, this is science. We're publishing science. We have no knowledge of what you've done, but we can deduct this from basic science. We should be able to publish this. So a large lawsuit. Postal was very central to that. Ultimately won in kind of a big case for academic freedom in the sciences. So fast forward, I think Postal, whether it was always a part of his DNA or whether that really cemented, kind of his role in society, I don't know, but he's a thorn in the side of authority.
Yeah,
I think is the best way to say it.
I just looked at his bio a little bit, and even to this day, he's been speaking out about like the OPCW cover up in Duma and some of the like chemical weapons allegations in Syria. He's been calling all of them into question. So yeah, I guess that adds up.
Yeah, yeah. And so during the Iraq War, he went down to so basically he began to question due to his expertise in missile technology, began to seriously question the narrative around the Patriot missile and what we were saying around its ability to intercept, its success rate on Scud missiles, etc. And so he and his team of graduate students actually went down to New York. I believe it was ABC News that they essentially set up shop in and began going through all of the raw footage that ABC had of intercepts. Because, if you recall, for those of you that watched at the time, I was young but was watching. Those attacks were essentially played live on TV, right? And so he and his team went through, analyzed everything, and started pushing back hard on the narrative of the success rate of Patriot missile intercepts. Ultimately went before Congress, testified, and called out I believe it was the Secretary of the Army. I may be getting that wrong. That essentially the Patriot missile was a failed missile system for Scud intercepts. That there were actually 0 cases that could be confirmed of an intercept after Secretary of the Army or whoever that individual was had been in front of Congress saying that it was a 90x% success rate intercept. So Ted Postal told, I can't remember the congressman he was working with. I think he was actually the chairman at the time of the, well, it was, I don't think it was Armed Forces. It might have been, but anyway, basically said, ask how the Army defines an intercept. So they pulled the person back in front of Congress, asked several questions, asked how does the Army define an intercept? The answer was when a Scud missile and a Patriot missile pass within 5 feet of each other. And basically, ultimately, they had to recant back to the actual, if you redefined what an intercept was, they really couldn't stand behind any. And so Postal somewhat won the day there, but it was quite to the ire, or quite in the face of MIT administration and Lincoln Laboratories, quite involved, Patriot missile technologies, Raytheon, and then moving forward into the Missile Defense Agency. So he generally rails hard against what was ultimately quite the controversy around what he claims are doctored missile defense intercepts. So this is not Patriot technology. This would be more for ICBM intercepts.
And he's 100% right about that, by the way, just to be.
Yeah, no, I totally buy it. I took an entire course, STS 103, I think was what it was. It was kind of a basic course in science, technology, and society. It's called, what was it? Nuclear Forces and Missile Defense Strategy. And he convinced me, which I had no biases going in, but he straight up convinced me that we have heavily doctored the test data to inflate the success rate of our missile defense technology, which he argues is incredibly destabilizing, because if you are going to create missile defense and you say it is 100% effective or incredibly effective, then you actually spur your adversary to find other means to circumvent this, right? You have to effectively upgrade your technology, find alternate routes, destabilize in other ways, ultimately creating more chaos rather than, when you're lying about it, right? Because if you're ever tested,
I don't know
it'll
that I
fail.
necessarily buy his politics on this, but I don't know, right? You would like to see the United States of America be focused on just like being honest about its technical capabilities,
Sure.
but
Yeah.
maybe there are times in which you have to lie, right? And you have to lie about what you know and how you know it and how capable your systems are, and that maybe that's just a giant bluff that other nations can't afford to call, and that basically you out indicate your enemy by
Yeah.
basically pretending to be further out along. So I don't know about that, but all I know is that I have an uncle on my mother's side who worked for Raytheon, who worked on all the Patriot systems, and he would basically admit to me privately that none of the shit actually worked. And now that he's retired, he talks a lot more shit about all that stuff. But pretty much everyone I know who's ever worked on that kind of technology is yeah, none of this stuff works. It's just a total grift.
So what about he had similar criticisms of the Iron Dome, it looks like. You have any thoughts on that?
I was just going to bring that up because so unfortunately my son's name is Raphael. The name of the company that started the Iron Dome is Raphael, and it's it sucks. But I've had that burning sensation, in my brain, in the back of my brain, because I talk to a lot of these guys to invest in them, and it's just all fucking smoke and mirrors. I mean, when somebody can't give you a straight answer
Yeah,
about,
my view on the Israeli tech is that the big lie is that the technology is good and the marketing is weak, when in fact the marketing is good and the technology.
marketing is, yeah, it's the
Yeah.
exact opposite. It's the
Yeah,
exact opposite. You fucking nailed it, dude.
yeah. I mean, I've just seen that time and time again with the Israelis. Like, it's kind of cartoonish after a certain point.
Well, that's what happens with so this is my little pet theory. So why is Korea punching above its weight? Why has the Netherlands always punched above its weight? Why is Israel punching above its weight? Because they're small areas that people want to invade, and it forced them to be, really, really, really fucking good at propaganda.
Yes, and very good at infecting other nations with their propaganda.
Oh,
You know.
dude, K-pop. You know,
Yep.
you talk about Japan. I'm in Tokyo right now, and K-pop has infected this place a number of fucking times. So.
DW, put up the stuff on the missile stuff though, and if you have any of your, I'd be curious. Like, if you, what was the name of the course again that you took with him?
I believe it was called Nuclear Forces and Missile Defense Strategy.
Wow. Yeah. If you have anything, put that up in the jumbotron. If you have any links that are interesting, because I'd love to go through that at some point.
Yeah, I'll find some things that seem relevant to what I know about the situation. I mean,
Hey,
what
Chuck.
was interesting about, sorry, I was going to say what was interesting about Postal was, he took all that head on, right? This course. I mean, he would talk about the controversy with MIT administration, and kind of where it stood and where they were wrong, and just kind of laid it out, right? It wasn't something he shied away from.
Well, I think it's to his credit. I mean, it's to his credit for sure that he, like, as a scientifically trained person, was like just talking about what would and wouldn't work, because I think he does have a duty as an academic, right? But I do wonder, just how much the politics of that is actually kind of distraction from the science of it. But I guess they're intricately linked, right, in all those ways.
Well, they are in the sense that if it's settled and it's very effective, then who's working on something better?
Yeah, yeah, and I think So Wang Huning, in his book America Against America, he sort of talks about how the United States, basically, like, if you really want to fuck with the United States, you have to be better than them in technology, because they can't handle that. They just, like, can't handle it. They have to, like, beat you. And so his, one of the ways I've read that book is that, like, a lot of technology that we've been sort of offered over the years from China and elsewhere, things like OpenAI, things like Theranos, that there's a lot of technology that's sort of dropped off on us that doesn't work all that well, and that we're sort of supposed to lie and pretend works all that well, and that this is actually, like, kind of a rejection of kind of the Edison Ford model, where, like, Thomas Alva Edison was asked about Einstein, and he was basically like, I don't understand it, I can't build a machine off of it. Like, he was basically like, he's like, it doesn't really matter if it's true or not, it matters if it's practical, right? And I think that we've kind of lost that engineering edge to us, and I think that is a real problem that we're facing going forward.
Yeah, I think if I kind of just reflect on MIT, there were folks that I studied with that I really didn't give any a moment's care about. Right, they were clearly smart individuals, but they had no compass, and I didn't really care about where they wanted things to go. I think the value were, I would say, 2/3 of the individuals that were really there to learn and to become experts of their trade, and then some pretty cool individuals like Mike Postal, who look, I mean, he, he's adversarial, but there's value in learning why he thinks what he thinks, how he thinks about what he thinks, and folks like Ron Prin and Jacoby and the Climate Institute and kind of the work they've done in that space. I learned a ton from them about how to kind of think and frame the climate argument, and also things that I really didn't think they were thinking about the right way, but they were incredibly forthright in those discussions, and I derived a lot of value from that. And folks like Bob Langer, who, Moderna aside, which I think is probably quite controversial these days, his drug delivery techniques have been revolutionary, right? And so there's some real all stars around that place, and it's the Sam Bankman-Frieds are you have to own all of that, right? It's all part of the story.
Chuck, it's been interesting to see you over the past couple of months become so pragmatic, because I think that that's where, if I'm just guessing here, but I think that that's where you're landing at right now, right?
Pragmatic in what sense?
Let's get shit done, and figure out the details later.
Well, it's kind of, I am in my soul of souls a technocrat, and I sort of like embraced my inner technocrat when Joe Biden got elected.
I think you
And
used to be, but you're tacking a little bit differently now.
well, it's more like what I admire about Biden and sort of the permission structure he's created is that you can just take a problem out there and go and try and solve it yourself. And the government will be like largely okay with it if you do it in like certain key ways. If you're sort of mindful in certain ways. And I think what he's done is
I hate being mindful.
well, he's revealed like a lot of frauds in our society that basically like there's a certain argument that I'd make about Trump, which is that Trump is a bullshitter and a fraud and a faker and deeply entertaining, just like all Americans. That basically like Trump is a kind of con man that we deserved, right? And what Biden is he's kind of like the old man who has some sort of wisdom to him that's kind of compelling us to recall the moments in our lives where we were better, right? Where we were great. And it's actually working because he's actually passing the bills and actually funding the projects. And that is really big. Like that is not to be ignored, right? And you just look at like even like since the Inflation Reduction Act, this is like the first year it's gone into effect, and it's already starting to have all of this new technology that people are like pouring cash behind and actually building. And it's like,
Yeah, it kind of feels like a Manhattan Project moment, doesn't it?
oh, 100%. And on many different levels of the society, you know, um, I look at like, all the satellite stuff. Like I went to Silicon Valley people and I was like, hey, invest in this satellite company, like please do this, or like please invest in this genetics thing. And I knocked on a bunch of doors and basically had the doors like shut firmly in my face because they were like fucking around with some social app that didn't work or whatever.
Yeah.
And Joe Biden's people are like, yeah, I think we can solve all the murders and rapes in the country. Like, I think we can do that. Yeah, that's doable. Oh, how much do you need? And you're like, this. And they're like, okay, here you go. Like, they're just like way more, like, they're not fucking around on key aspects. They're bad at marketing, but they're actually just getting done all these things behind the scenes. And
Yeah.
it's really
I'll
amazing
say,
to watch.
as someone that practices in the space of deploying business development and deploying projects, not necessarily in the renewable space, so it's really more the chemicals, but it's in a we have ambitions around trying to essentially control emissions, right? And so I'll say the IRA is incredibly impactful, and versus other geographies, what it can enable investment to look like. It's an incredibly meaningful piece of legislation.
Yeah, I mean, it's real. Like, it's not like.
Well, no. Look. I just have to interject. I feel like, okay, I understand. Like, I grew up in fancy private schools and all this, and I know a lot of people who went to Ivy League schools. And listen, for the most part, Joe Biden, he's too weak to even be an effective puppet. He's weak. And the people who go to these Ivy League schools, they're too stupid to do what they're doing. This is the fact. This is a fact. This is America in collapse. All right? You can't pretend like.
Yeah, sorry, I don't have really any patience for that. We were talking about things that were interesting.
and compelling, and that's not very interesting or compelling. I mean, look, this is a car that I have driven that exists in the world that I invested in that is real, called Aptera. You can get in one and you can drive it yourself, starting this year, early next. That is real. There is a company, TerraDepth, that I invested in that is a robotic submarine company mapping the ocean floor bed of Bahamas as we speak. That is real. That is something that Joe Biden pushed, and was in favor of. There are a whole bunch of satellites orbiting the Earth. One of the companies that I invested in, called Umbra, is getting contract after contract to go and map all of the Earth, using synthetic aperture radar. So those are all real things that I personally have experienced,
So,
and those are
Chuck,
just three
it sounds
companies.
like a bunch of Cylindra to me, man.
No, man, I've driven it. All right, like not like your dream fantasy thing. Like I've been in the fucking car, man. Like I've gone around the block in it. Right, like the thing
Hey,
works. Okay,
are you going to Aptera when you're in California?
I'll probably go there. Yeah, I'm not sure yet if I'm going to go on this trip or the next one. But like it's real. It works. It's not like all of the murders and rapes that are getting solved with genetics right now. It's not like my opinion, okay? Like it doesn't even matter that I'm involved with it, okay? It matters that they're solving all the murders and rapes that they've never solved before because of this technological insight, right? The facial recognition company, which I'm probably going to end up suing, which is Clearview AI, uh, it fucking works. It catches people and identifies them, and it works, right? So like again, it doesn't matter like what people say, but like there's all this technology coming out right now that actually works. Now, I think partly it's because we have WASPs kind of running the show where the Jews are on tap and helping rather than in the Obama years where we had basically Rahm Emanuel running Obama and then like clearly didn't work.
Please never say that name again because he's the ambassador to the country that I live in right now.
Yes, I
Jesus
mean he's
Christ.
terrible. Well, he's an exile there, and that's a
Oh
good thing.
God.
He can't do any harm here.
Yeah.
So the basic frame here is like Obama would just talk all the time, and YouTube and Facebook would carry it, and then he would leave, and then he'd get bribed by Netflix, and he'd make some shitty documentaries that like our liberal friends would lie about watching. Okay, and that was the Obama presidency. But you know what I mean? Like that was the
You're
Obama
absolutely, you're
presidency.
100% right.
And they would lie about reading his book, and it was always about him. Everywhere he'd go, he would like meme himself into the story. Whereas Biden gets up there and he's like, "Hey, your diabetes meds that your mom's on? Yeah, they're cheaper now. You're welcome." Mic drop, right? Like there's a level of practicality with Joe Biden that is extremely infectious if you have any engineering instincts at all in you. And you see that, and it's a bit like those of us who are womanizers when Trump became president. We were like, free at last, baby, right? We're good to go. We're ready, right? Or like how a lot of black guys seem to walk differently when Obama was president, right? With Biden as president, if you are a competent person who likes getting shit done, he is deeply appealing to you. Okay, like I don't know how else to put it because there's so many projects right now that are getting funded that are real, right? That are not like fake hocus pocus
Chuck,
nonsense.
do
And
you think Trump was kind of fighting an uphill legislative battle like his entire presidency, though, like for a
I don't
variety
think
of
Trump really
reasons?
wanted to be. I don't think Trump really wanted to be president. I think it was all he got trapped there. Somehow the forces that be that basically owned Trump forced him to be president, and he was sort of trapped there. And there was a whole lot of efforts by the U.S. deep state to recruit him back on team, and he sort of like half went with that. But really, he was an old man who just liked being famous and fucking around in Florida and bitching about things on Twitter or at the TV
and
So is he
got
doubling
trapped.
down? Do you think he's doubling down now, just in terms of his 2024 race,
Oh,
or
I think he's got a sort of quiet deal with the U.S. deep state where he could basically clear the field and then lose to Joe Biden. And I think everybody knows
yeah,
Joe Biden's going to win again.
yeah, it feels like that,
I'd
doesn't it?
rather see that than DeSantis kind of have like a more normal battle. I'd much rather see Trump on like a vengeance tour. Just
DeSantis has no. I mean, that guy's going nowhere fast.
Yeah,
Let's hope.
I think the internal Italian world will basically stop him from being president. That's sort of my theory. My theory is that there's all kinds of receipts on the
Can
DeSantis family.
Yeah, can you unpack that?
yeah. What about his
Yeah,
Gitmo
so
thing too? Like, wasn't he down there kind of
yeah, he was like
representing?
torturing people at
Yeah.
Gitmo. Oh, yeah, he was like up to weird stuff at Gitmo. I've met him. I've known him now for like 10 years, incredibly, which is kind of crazy to think about having known him that long. And I think he was like, he had just gotten elected as a member of Congress or something when I first met him. And yeah, so basically, like, he's one of these guys that is not particularly bright, but he's like a total grinder. He will just basically put in the hours on a topic and really just like study, work constantly at it. He's a kind of like he's a
Very,
kind of
very Italian.
yeah, he's a grinder of sorts, right? And so not particularly he doesn't have the Italian aesthetic towards beauty or towards like the good life,
No,
like
he's got the Southern Italian just grind. So
yes.
that's the
Yes.
Northern Italian, the beauty, and then the Southern Italian is just work, 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 work.
Yes.
So
And I don't think it works, as a political scheme
it
because
it
I
tends to
think
work sometimes.
I think it works up to a point, but I don't think it works nationally. I think it
Yeah,
could work.
it doesn't get you in the Oval Office.
Yes. Yes. And I think the problem is that basically there is something that goes on intra-Italian where they all have receipts on each other. And then when one of them rises high enough, the rest of them pull them down and crush them.
Attack them. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's hope.
And
He's a
Yeah.
whiny little bitch. I mean, like it's pretty unbearable actually.
Yeah,
And
I have an Italian family, and everybody's so happy. They want DeSantis because he's kind of like a moderate, and we don't want to have to deal with Trump anymore because he was just too bombastic. And I'm telling everybody, you can hear it in my voice right now, with the Ital accent. But I'm telling everybody, there's just no way that the U.S. is going to be voting for a DeSantis. It's just not going to happen. It ain't going to happen.
no, he's he's too much of a throwback to a different era that we're not there anymore. Like
Yeah,
we don't want to talk about the Iraq War and how he like probably tortured some people, right?
yeah.
Like we don't want to have the conversation. And like we're not even going there on like how his bestie or his friend Kent Sturman shot himself in the head allegedly, right? And the whole Kent Sturman scandal that's unfolding in Jacksonville. Like there's so many weird things around DeSantis over the years where we're just like we're not even going to bother going there. Now the question
yeah,
is he like who is it that the GOP will put up to be eaten by Joe Biden, to be crushed by Joe Biden? Because that's going to be very interesting. Like who is it that's going to lose to Trump, right? Or to Biden rather.
To Biden. Yeah.
Yeah. Who is it that's going to be and why?
Well, Nikki Haley might be the patsy. Yeah. So you're asking who's the patsy, right?
Yeah, or
It
who's
could be.
who? I mean, we talked earlier about like Super Bowl being rigged, right, and like various events being rigged. So who is it that's basically going to who's going to make it look like who is going to be the Washington Generals to the Harlem Globetrotter of Joe
Yeah,
Biden?
yeah. Very, very astute way of putting it.
Yeah,
Or the New Jersey Generals.
yeah, right.
Hey, don't say anything bad about New Jersey.
Yeah.
We're not friends anymore.
No,
the
but you know what I mean, though. There's something about DeSantis. He's kind of like one of those creatures that has evolved very well to live in Florida, but like can't go north but freezes to death. You know what I mean? There's something about him where he just like he works very well in Florida, but it's sort of impossible to imagine him. And like, when he went to the Kansas City Chiefs game,
it was sort of like, no, you're out of your natural habitat. Go back there, deal with hurricane management, and like cut this out. Cut this out
Yeah,
right
he's
now.
it's funny, isn't it? Because if you think about the Eastern Seaboard, you've got Florida South and New York North, and just going back to the Italian thing. So yeah, DeSantis is like the Southern Ital, and
It's also weird.
then you've got a Cuomo type who actually learns how to rig the system. So he's the Northern Ital, but he was probably trying to do something good for his area, but he didn't do a really good job at
Well,
it.
I think the problem is that our first Italian president, we all kind of know, is going to be a woman, right? Because the women can basically discipline themselves enough. So it'll be
Yeah,
like
they're pretty good at that.
a Gina Raimondo type, right? It'll be something like that. Because I think we're all going to be somewhat creeped out
Yeah, but
by.
you don't want an Italian mom as a running a country, the biggest country in the entire world. I mean, that's going to be.
It kind
I
of
have an
depends.
Italian mom, so
It kind of depends if we're. It depends if we're in a fight or not. You know what I mean? Like if
yeah,
we're in
I do. I know
peacetime,
exactly what you mean.
if we're in peacetime, then like having the Italian mom as the president like wouldn't work because she would just start shit, right?
Yeah,
But
exactly.
like if we were
Yeah, we'd be
actually,
fine. We'd be trying to find a fight, right?
yeah, if we were in a real confrontation with the Chinese, like I can think of no better like fighter than an
Oh,
Italian.
fuck yeah.
You know what I mean? Because
Yeah, I
they'll
know
stop
exactly
us.
what you mean.
Yeah,
I have one for my mom. I know
yeah.
exactly what you mean.
So it's like there are certain people that are very good in crises, right? That like you couldn't trust like at all at peacetime, right? They're dangerous in peacetime because they'll be
I think
looking
it's
for
I
fights.
think it's the opposite actually. I'll push back a little bit against that because I think that during peacetime, they do a good job of holding down the family, but then during crisis, then they just go absolutely ape shit. So,
I
No,
mean, you
but
that's
look at
compelling.
I know what you're trying to say.
like Italy right now, right? And like they have an
Wow.
Italian prime minister, and they have it because Italy is in some sense in crisis, right?
Oh yeah. I mean, I in 2008, I thought that country was going to default on its debt, and I was. I mean, they probably were right there, and they got saved by the U.S., by the EU, as a conduit.
Yeah, in a certain sense, like
So,
Berlusconi gave us Trump is kind of one of my theories.
Ah,
oh wow.
that's a good one. That's a very very good one. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
we had
So Chuck, I
Berlusconi.
know that.
Trump.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like you've got a good vibe going here, so I feel like I'm getting ready to like just totally throw it off. But
No, no, no.
That's
Go
all right.
ahead.
Go
Go
for
ahead.
it.
going back to the Biden question. I mean, so I know that you kind of, or maybe fully ascribe to this idea that the elections aren't real. To the extent that they are real, is Biden not too old in the next election? I mean, seriously, for the
I
electorate to
don't know,
accept that?
man. I just don't know. You know, like I have a real hard time like gauging the age question, in life because I've met a lot of these guys who are like well into their 80s or 90s that are like really good at making decisions as they get older. And then I met a lot of people in their 40s that just, like they had like a great run in their 30s and then they hit like 45 and they just like fall to pieces. So it's really I think what I tend to do when I look at people when I'm making decisions about older people and whether or not to work with them is I try to get their genealogy of their family and
Yeah.
look at like their fathers or their mothers or whatever and how long they lived, right? Or like
Yep.
their grandfathers if I can. And like Joe Biden's family, like all lives into their late 80s or early 90s in some cases, and unless they drink themselves to death, which some of them, and like he doesn't drink, so like I don't know, let's give it a whirl, let's see. And I don't know, it's kind of like in a certain sense, having a very old president is actually really good because it forces the rest of the country to ask themselves like what the fuck they're doing with their lives, right? It sort of forces everyone to kind of like rise to a higher standard because
Very 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 good point.
we kind of
Well,
all know, like with Obama, like Obama couldn't really do big things too because he would have a post presidency. So he had to avoid about alienating people for the next like 30 years of his life. So in a certain sense, like having an old president who basically knows that he's like dead in like 10 years or whatever, is actually like kind of a feature, not a bug. It's kind of
So,
that's kind of how I've
do
come
you
to think about it.
would you be in favor of him switching running mates for 24?
Yeah, I'm not.
That's my
I'm
question,
not.
because
Yeah,
that's where I get uncomfortable.
I don't really
Yeah,
believe.
she's a
Yeah,
weirdo.
I think that's totally right. And by the way, it's widely shared. That view is widely shared among all the Biden staffers that I know, that she's fucking terrible. Um, so make of that what you will. My understanding is that there was a deal cut, and the deal cut was that she would be the vice president if she would bring all this money to help Biden run in
Yep.
2020. That it was a sort of like tech deal that was cut. I don't think the tech people are going to be as strong going into 2024, but I don't think he can get rid of his black Indian, woman vice president, right? Like, I don't think he can do it. Like, I don't know that the politics would
She's
allow
got
it.
to have some kind of like
You know,
scandal. You know what I mean?
what? She literally fucked her way to the vice
Yeah, I mean
presidency.
that's sort of
Like,
the point. Yeah.
what could be a bigger scandal than? I mean, she is like the Hunter Biden of
Yeah,
female
Speaking of which,
politics.
so she's a future
She's
president, you
the
mean?
Hunter Biden of Hunter of
speaking of which,
Biden.
I think
Yeah.
Hunter more than anything speaks to the Biden family's longevity because that guy should be dead.
100%. I don't know anyone who's done the level of drugs that he's done into his 40s is fucking impressive, right? Like I think we all know people that like were recreational drug users in their 20s and 30s, and they were kind of like okay in a certain sense. Like some of them, like some of the people I've met, like Wall Street guys who are like recreational drug users, are probably actually like better at their jobs because of drug
Myself
users.
included.
Yeah, I mean, speak from experience if you can, right? Those of you who are in the group,
Still
but
alive.
yeah, it's still alive. But like, there's a whole bunch of these people who've like used kind of recreational drugs in their 20s and 30s. They're doing fine now. They all kind of move out to the suburbs. They become Republicans, whatever. Fine. Um, but like then there are these people that you meet that are like they just sort of hit that wall, and they're like they age quite a lot in their 30s and 40s, and then there are the people you meet who just like Keith Richards style just keep going and going and going all the days of their lives. And I think my read is that basically the Bidens are basically unstoppable from a just raw political machine that they want to build, you know? And
So
I think that what's going to happen is that, so, Bo Biden's dead. Joe Biden's super old. Joe Biden is ultimately going to die having left the country in a better place than he found it, which is wasn't easy to do. He's going to die, and we're going to look around at the world, and we're going to be like, all right, Hunter, let's see what you got, right? Like that's going to be how we do this going forward.
If we can get a bipartisan Matt Gaetz Hunter Biden ticket, I'm all about it. I don't care which one is which.
Listen, I remember.
don't even.
So when Matt Gaetz was talking shit about Hunter Biden, we were talking, the two of us, and I said, let's be real here. Like you and I both would have loved to party with Hunter Biden, like 100%. We would have been all over that. Like I would have been happy to have been Hunter Biden's wingman, or to go out.
Happy does not even describe the feeling that you would have had.
That's
100%.
fair.
The man
So
is like 15 years older than I am, and he's like clearly got the heart of an ox or something. Like to be able to do that kind of like who do you know who recreationally does crack
In
in
Dude,
hey,
their
that
40s?
guy's like it's like going and partying with Kanye West. Okay, and it's probably multiplied by 10.
Yeah, I sometimes wonder, how many of those photos are actually real and how many of
yeah,
them are
I wonder
like,
that too.
you know,
well,
you know
that's
what
the
I
whole
mean?
question. I mean, like it was never. I mean, even at the time, much in doubt that the laptop was his. The question is kind of where it went from there, and I
Well,
don't know where to
the
sit on
the
that.
chain of custody question is the question, I think.
I don't know. The,
You know?
the whole thing still smells funny to me, and this is coming from a bleeding red, Republican. Um, the fact that the guy, left his laptop at a repair shop. I mean, something doesn't add up here.
Yeah, especially when we know he was in California when it was supposedly dropped off.
Yeah, see,
And
there
like,
you
how
go.
many people do you know? How many people do you know that are upper middle class that drop their
Yeah,
Apple
that so
products
So,
that
I
off
was
mean,
yeah.
the
at a
The
pictures,
fucking
non-Apple
repair
store?
the
shop.
pictures are kind of
Just
one
throw the
thing.
Yeah,
fucking thing out the window.
Like,
like 100%. Like, you don't do that. Like, if you're a rich white person, you go to the Apple store with your Apple products. Like, I'm sorry, that's just how it is.
I'm
Yeah.
a
You
middle
know?
class. I'm a upper middle class white person, and I've never taken a fucking my laptop to my Apple laptop to the fucking repair shop. No, you just throw the fucker out and get a new one,
Well, that's
and
the
that's
other
So
thing.
me.
That's
And
the
we're
other
talking
thing.
about the guy
right.
who's literally the son of the president of the United fucking States, who's been in politics
Or
for
soon to be.
he's
Yeah.
got to do it
well,
properly
you know
and
what
give
I
it
mean.
to like a company in Denver that just incinerates the hard drives like the Clintons did.
Exactly. So something doesn't add up here. It
No,
just
I
makes
mean,
no
it's so
fucking sense.
obvious to me that there was an op run against him,
I think
and
so.
Yeah, Chuck, I'm with you.
and
Like the whole thing stinks, right? But like I'm into this shit, and like I've gone through a ton of the emails on like various subjects that I'm interested in, and like okay, maybe some like photos or whatever may have been planted in there, but I think like all the emails were definitely legit, like about all his like business dealings or whatever. And I know your opinion about like how those were potentially deep state ops using him or whatever, but like I think a lot of the shit on there is definitely legit, and like the FBI's
yeah,
admitted
I
as
think
much.
the
Well, I
problem.
mean, at the same time, Zeke, you could say that if you were me, if I was you, sorry, and you put me in charge of 20,000 people at the FBI, and you said, "All right, make me a fabricated laptop, full of
No, no,
fabricated
no. I
fucking
see where you're
pictures and stuff
going, but
like that."
like, there's,
You could
but
absolutely
there are
do that.
company
It's
filings. Like, so Metabiota is a company that I'm interested in that Hunter Biden invested in through Rosemont Seneca, and like, you can go back and look at all the
I know, I
emails
know.
on Metabiota, and you can look at like Crunchbase and like when investments were happening and like when they partnered with Black and Veatch and like all
Yeah,
these
look,
things. Like, it's
I
true.
agree
You know
with
what I
you.
mean?
Listen, I agree. So the question is, the question on the there's so many questions on the laptop, but let's start at the most obvious one, right? Which
Go.
is, which is like, okay, let's posit that everything on the laptop is true. Okay, like let's just say all those dick pics are true, all the crack pipe is real, et cetera, and that
Okay.
there really is 10% held for the big guy in all kinds of like elaborate ways for Joe Biden. Okay,
Okay.
wouldn't we see evidence of Joe Biden's lifestyle being like fucking great, right, in some sort of way? And yet
Jim
we
Biden
don't.
has a pretty good lifestyle, and don't they have like
Jim
property
Biden for
down in
sure.
the Virgin Islands?
Jim Biden for sure has a good lifestyle,
Is
but
Jim
like,
Biden the big guy?
well, this is the
No, that's
question.
Joe Biden.
That's Joe Biden, right? So the question, of course, is like, let's say that Joe Biden is the big guy, right? But like, and let's say that they actually have money set aside for him somewhere, right? Why hasn't he tapped it at 80 years old, right? Like, where is
Because
the
he's doing something better for the state of America.
I
That's
just
why.
like I've met a lot of corrupt people in my day, right?
I
And
don't
you
think
could
he's corrupt.
and no, but you meet these corrupt
Yeah.
people, and they have a certain lifestyle, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And like I just don't see that from Joe Biden. You know what I
No,
mean?
no,
Like
I know exactly what you mean.
and
No,
so
it's fair. Like, why reserve it for Joe Biden if he? I mean, if he never intended on using it, right?
that's right.
Like Hunter should just pocket that shit.
I mean, he was the richest guy, or excuse me, he was the poorest guy in the United States Senate for year after year after year based upon his
I
disclosures.
think that just speaks
I
He's a
to
mean,
patriot.
incompetence. Like, he's not
He's a
good enough
he's a
at corruption.
patriot, dude.
this is what I'm saying, right? So like let's assume that he is corrupt, right? Like what is he doing with his corrupt winnings, right? Like where's the evidence for it?
Going
Like
up
I
So,
had a
Hunter's nose.
so going
well,
back to compromise,
No,
how
it's not
how
that
did the
simple.
maybe that's not the right way to say
bro,
it
do you know
using
how
a
much
Russian
money
phrase.
I mean, do you know how much money you'd have to really spend to be that level of
Chuck, you
corrupt?
ever go to Archibald's?
I know Archibald. Yeah.
I got my buddy got kicked out of there like Hunter did. Well, not for doing crack in the back and or whatever, but like he tried to touch one of the
Well,
dancers.
crack doesn't
You know,
cost a lot
you
of
know,
crack
I've
doesn't cost a
never
lot of
This is
gone
money,
true.
guys.
This is
I've
true.
never gone I've never gone to a strip club in DC. simply because like that just strikes me as like the place you go if you like really want to be compromised. Because the
That's
Exactly.
first
right.
thing you do if you're a foreign intelligence service
Well,
is
you
you
don't want to
turn
be
all the
president, Chuck?
well, no, I don't want to be
Trans-
president. I feel like being president is the worst thing that could ever
Transfer's
happen to
got a
me.
good point because
So
if they really were like making all this money on all this corruption, then he would be doing cocaine and not crack. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
no,
100%.
baby, you don't have to. All you need is $100, and you can get crack up your nose any fucking time. You don't need
I'm
But
a
just
but
I'm
clearly
hundred
just
Hunter's
million
about
bucks.
volume, right? Not quality.
I'm disappointed if he is basically making all this money, right, and banging out all these hoes. Like, why were they not higher quality? You know?
Yeah, very good point.
So there's like a
Very,
lot of
very good point.
questions here. Like, I mean, I know that transfers met super wealthy people. I've met super wealthy people, and they just don't roll like this. Okay,
No, they
like,
don't.
and
They
I've
really
met
don't.
super corrupt people, and I've met super criminal people, and they don't roll that way either. And
No.
he rolls like a Fed. Okay,
Yeah.
like
Exactly.
sorry, but he
Exactly.
does.
This is a psyop.
Like,
It's true. It's
No,
true.
I think you've got a point. I mean, the way that the Clintons operated from the time that Bill left the presidency until the time like Hillary ran, like she obviously didn't keep like a low profile. Like they made plenty of money
yeah,
in
they
that
rolled.
period.
Those guys, they rolled like they were cashing
Right,
in.
right.
Okay, right? Like that made sense to me. And you
No
could be
doubt.
like, "Oh, this is kind of corrupt. Like they're doing all this shady shit." That all made like, and then you could see like, "Oh yeah, they're flying on private planes. She has like an expensive shirt or whatever, right?" But like, I don't even see Joe Biden busting out like $200, Hermes ties. You know what I mean? Like
Yep.
none of
No,
it's
no. The
I know exactly what you mean.
controversy is he travels to his home in Delaware, right?
on the fucking Amtrak. Okay, on the Amtrak. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. It's too. It doesn't work. You know what I mean? Like I've met corrupt
Yep.
politicians, and he's like not it. And it's kind of disappointing in a way because you realize that like the most this guy has ever aspired to his entire life has been running for president. Basically, he ran for president first in 1988. I was born in
Yeah.
1988, so my entire life this dude has been trying to be president, and he finally got what he wanted in
Oh
his
shit,
like
dude, you're 4 years younger than I am. God damn it.
yes, yes. I mean, finally got what he wanted. He finally got what he wanted in his 80s.
Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
like how sad is that for just like a genuine man like kind of thing? Like most of us try to like
Oh, we'll go back
enjoy
to your
our
other point. That's a
grandkids.
story of perseverance, man.
No, I
That's
think it's I think it's on one level it's a story of perseverance. On another level, like how depressing is it that he's basically worked his entire life to try to get what he wants when he's like old, right? Like you know what I mean? It's like if you had a friend's father who like finally got the job he always wanted when he was 80 years old, you'd be like, "Oh man, that's too bad. Like he can't really enjoy it all that much."
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
You know what I mean? So anyway, there's like a lot of aspects of the Hunter Joe criminal story that like just don't like make logical sense. And then there's this sort of like darker question of like, all right, we know that the birth certificate that Obama put out there was fake, right? Like everybody kind of admits that now. Nobody wants to
Yep.
talk about it, but if you talk about it, you're like kind of a racist and it's like a bad thing to talk about. But we all kind of know that like the Obama stories that he's told about himself are fake, right? And various reporters and others have gone through Dreams from My Father. They've gone through the various books that he's done and basically like fact checked them and shown them to be fake and fraudulent and whatever. Fine. So every president that runs, right, like he has a paper trail and a background, right? He has things that he loves, things about his personality that other countries use to fuck with him, right? And in the case of Joe Biden, it's clearly the love of his kids that are being is being used against him because he lost his first wife and his daughter, and then he's got a drug-addled daughter, and then he's got a son that's a drug addict, and then he has the other son that he actually really admired and loved, who's dead because of the stupid wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. So, which of course he wanted to take us out of. And basically, if he had succeeded at convincing Obama in the Obama presidency to withdraw from Afghanistan and Iraq, his son Bo would never have been there and would still be alive. Okay? So just think about like how you must feel if you had that experience where it was within your power to basically change the policy.
Wow, that's pretty incredible. Yeah.
I mean, just think about that, right? And like, I
No,
know people.
it's very sad that they're using, they're weaponizing his kid's legacy against him because you can't control that, right?
Yeah.
No,
So
I mean, but
it's really sad.
it's obviously deeply effective on some level too, right? Until it's
It's
not,
No doubt.
working. It's
Yeah.
working with my family,
Yeah.
with the Republican side of the family. Yep.
Yeah, so it's like clearly working for some group of people, right? But the larger point here, right, is like here he is, age 80, right? He's got one kid that's a fucked up drug addict who has a diary that got stolen, right? And he's got another kid who's a recovering drug addict who, who lives every day knowing that he's not his father's favorite son, that his father's favorite son is dead, right? Imagine how
Both.
Hunter must feel every day, right? Like just thinking about that because he knows that he's
Sure.
not the favorite, right?
I mean, you can, and just, walk that back 30 years and, growing up. I mean, I've been in one of those families where, the dad is weaponizing, the two little boys against each other. So I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, and imagine being the son that lost, right? Like what that must feel like every day, right?
Well,
And then
it drives you to do drugs, 100%.
100%, 100%. And then what kind of thing would you do if you're fucked up, right? And you know that you're fucked up, and you know that you've been around a lot of drug addicts, right? And you know that you've been around a lot of criminals. What kind of risks would you start taking? I think you would basically go state's evidence and you would basically try to use your fucked up nature to be helpful to the US government, that you would take risks as a federal informant or as an ex-state commander,
Almost to appeal to dad,
Absolutely.
right?
right? Almost to earn dad's love. 100%. Okay?
100%.
And so if you read the piece I shared up in the Jumbotron, Hunter Biden Confidential Informant, you'll get what I'm talking about. Like, and I don't even think this is crazy. Like, I think if you actually look
Yeah. Yeah.
at the pedigree, right? It's pretty fucking clear. Like, if you guys have seen the movie The Departed, right? Like, there's a scene in it, in which Leonardo DiCaprio's character, which by the way, Leonardo DiCaprio was like rolling around with that guy Joe Lau, right, from the Malaysia, fund where they stole all the money. Do you remember all
Yeah,
this?
that
You
Yeah,
see
I
what
remember all of it. Yep.
right? And
No,
he
I don't. I don't know what you're talking about. No.
yeah, well, there was a huge basically thieving that went on by this Chinese guy, Chinese Malaysian guy,
one
the
MDB,
one,
right? Is that what it's called?
yeah, one MDB, right,
Yeah,
which was
what
based
was the book that they wrote about that?
the $1 Billion Whale. Pretty
Yeah.
good book, and so basically he steals all this money and he basically runs around the world from the sovereign wealth fund, laundering it in different ways. He's clearly protected by Chinese intelligence in all kinds of exotic ways. And anyway, he's like running around the world, and one of the things he does is he backs the Wolf of Wall Street movie. Okay, and you watch the Wolf of Wall Street movie, and on one level, the Wolf of Wall Street movie is like your just classic 1980s style decadence, right?
Yeah.
On another level, it smacks of an op, right? You watch that movie and you think to yourself,
It's Max of what?
of an op, right?
Op.
Of
Yeah.
an off.
To
Okay.
try to get a bunch of American men to venerate, this guy, Jordan Belfort or whatever the guy's name is, committing all these crimes and basically going crazy. It dramatizes, it basically glorifies a kind of decadent criminal lifestyle, right? And they poured millions of dollars into this film. So it's clearly designed to get us to do bad things to ourselves, right?
I completely agree with you.
Okay. So then the question is Leonardo DiCaprio a Fed, right? And what does he do? He testifies at the 1MNDB trial. He basically helps the feds on this very question. Okay. So anyway, I was watching The Departed, which is, I'm from Boston. The Departed is about. It's really about the what is it called? Infernal Affairs or whatever. The Hong Kong version of this, where it's Infernal Affairs told in Boston, right? And it's a sort of like story about two young men, one of whom is basically from a working class background, who kind of like aspires to more, becomes a cop. He of course is a federal, he infiltrates the mob. The other is a guy who is basically a cop that is working for the mob, right? It kind of goes back and forth. Anyway, it's a great movie, but there's a scene in it in which Martin Sheen's character is talking to Leonardo DiCaprio and Donnie Wahlberg, and they're chatting, and they're about Leonardo DiCaprio's character is asked, do you want to be a cop or do you want to appear to be a cop?
Are you a
Okay.
statey?
Yeah, like you could be, I can guarantee you 5 years from now you'll be anything, you want to be, but you will not be a Massachusetts state cop. You're an astronaut, not a statey kid, like that's the kind of takeaway from that. And I'm obviously not using the expletives because, this is a family podcast, but you got the idea. And so anyway, I think the very same thing happened when Hunter Biden joined naval intelligence, okay? And I think that basically he, you know, quit naval intelligence or was kicked out of it for drug use, supposedly, right? Now, the story he tells is that he had a cigarette from two Australians before he took the drug test. Now, is it possible those Australians were spies from another country? Well, consider this Miranda Devine woman, who's a News Corp person, who's the one who wrote the book Laptop from Hell, right? And consider that Rupert Murdoch himself is Australian, backed by the Chinese. So was there an attempt to basically compromise Hunter and get him to pop positive on the drug test? So now you have the larger question you have here is he's running around doing all these business deals all around the world, right? Seemingly without any of the care of somebody who's an actual businessman. Okay. So, like, what is he doing? Right? What does he not seem to actually care about his investments that he's making when you look at the laptop? Right? And the answer is because he's supposed to do these investments to have eyes on the baddies who were there.
Yeah, Chuck, I'm
Okay.
with you. Well, okay, I'm not with you like generally, as you probably know, but like that is the one thing to me that has always kind of like struck me strange, is because like the shit is too obvious. Like it's in plain sight. He's like not registering with FARA, and like he's obviously has a lot of eyes on him, not just like from the public, but also obviously intelligence. He's the president's son and all this stuff, and he's literally setting up this company like the BHR deal, the China deal, on the trip with his dad to China. So like for a long time, and for a long time, like I obviously thought like this is just blatant corruption, but like I don't know that I'm fully like ready to take the leap to where your logic is, but like it makes a little sense. Like it helps me like rationalize a little bit if that
Well,
is the
you
case.
have to believe in a world. You have to believe in a world in which. So you have to believe in two worlds, right? You have one world which is family of public service, right? Family of law enforcement connections and intelligence connections, right? His brother Bo is also in the military, right? Was also a law enforcement attorney general, right? You have to believe in a world in which the black sheep of the family, however fucked up, basically is a criminal, right? He has to be a criminal, right? That's sort of one version of events. Or you can believe in a world in which he's a deeply complicated, flawed person who, by virtue of being the president or the vice president and then later president's son, is basically like a fucking magnet to all the world's intelligence agencies and criminals of the world. And he's trying to basically use that position as basically a kind of trap for a number of these corrupt people, many of whom go to jail all around him except for him,
And I think there
right?
might even be like some nuance to it as well. Like I think they probably, he had some buddies that are like fairly intelligent, fairly well connected. Obviously, he is as well. And like they would come to him, and you see all this shit in the emails. Is like, hey Hunter, we need this connection here, we need this connection here. So I think like they probably got down the road of doing like some of these business dealings, and it may have been like once they already were in the process of working with Ukraine or China or whoever, that he may have been approached, you know what I mean, to work it as an intelligence op. But some of like just reading through the emails, like a lot of it seems like he was desperate for money at times, and like a lot of these were like real easy money grabs, like the Burisma board position, and like the $1 million or whatever he was wired by the CEFC guy, and like so I think a lot of it was like, and he's complaining in all the text messages and emails about hey, I'm paying the family's bills, like this is bullshit, blah blah blah. So
Well, we're assuming that those emails are
yeah,
true,
but I mean, Chuck,
right?
like people have
Exactly,
verified
exactly.
a lot of like the times and dates and
No,
where
no,
he
no,
is and the
no, no.
communications of the
I mean,
people
the times and dates thing can be verified for sure,
and like and
right?
where he is
But
and
you
who
can
he's taking meetings with, and like I mean they've cross
all of
referenced,
that
you know what I
all of
mean?
that can well be true, right? But the commentary that's proffered about all that stuff. So like I'm with you on the
Well, that's
verification
that's
of
why I'm
like where
talking
he
about source material that like I've read versus like the general
no, no,
commentary.
I've gone through. Yeah, I've gone through
Yeah,
the
but
laptop.
you have to, second guess, is this source material, which you mentioned, Z, is it really, source material? And
Well,
I
yeah.
think
So
that that's what,
the black propaganda question is the question.
yeah,
So like we can know where he is, right, and we can find all this corroborating detail of the laptop. But when he's emailing other people, right, we can't know that those emails are legit unless we have the email on the other
Yeah,
side,
but like
right?
when they got the investment into Burisma, or sorry, into Metabiota, or no, sorry, not the investment. After they invested, it was like a couple days later, and you can look up the date that they got the contract from the DoD for doing like biological research or whatever. And like so, there's a lot of things that you can like literally cross reference through
No,
like
no, no.
context and shit.
You're making my point for me, right? Like I agree with what you're saying, right? In
Yeah.
terms of
ha 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 ha.
what I'm saying is that's all true, right? But what we don't know is when he's emailing, right? That provides the context, right, for what's going on. Like supposedly he said, I pay dad's salary and I do all these things for the family. We don't know that that's true or not, right? Because we don't have the copy of the other emails from the other
Yeah,
participants in
those.
it,
I mean,
Right.
those
You
are
need to
right?
mostly
do a lot
text
more. You
messages.
need to do a lot more
Those are mostly
diligence
text
than just,
messages like with his
seeing one
family. You know
email.
what I mean? So it's like
Yeah, yeah, but again, we don't know that those text messages are legit, right? Because his family
Exactly.
is not talking, right?
Exactly.
So when you talk about the business deals, I'm with you 100% on that, by the way. Like I've gone through those business deals with like Talmudic attention to detail because it's fucking interesting, right? Like he's like traveling with these people and then he has like a meeting and then they wire some money and then no work gets done on that business deal. Now, that sounds like somebody whose job it is to rip off criminals, right? Which is how a lot of these intelligence people behave. They always try to rip each other off in different ways. So none of that surprises me.
Yeah,
What is
it's a power grab struggle that's going on right now, right?
Yeah, so what to me what's interesting about it is all the email like that's what I always keep asking the people on the Hunter stuff. I'm like, listen, I'm with you. Like let's assume that you're right. Like let's assume that he's like deeply corrupt and like let's assume that we live in a deeply corrupt country that lets the president or vice president's son get away with some kind of criminal activity, right? Like let's grant that that's true. I don't know that that's true, but let's grant that it's true.
Yeah, but it
Still,
makes no sense.
Still, how do I know that those emails that he purportedly wrote are from him? Right? That's the question I keep asking everybody, and nobody
Or
has
that
answered me on
I
that.
the
ask myself
text of
the
the
exact same
emails
question.
is actually what was sent, right? I mean,
Correct. Correct. Like, why has nobody called up some of the people on the other end of those emails and been like, "Yo, do you have the other copy of this?" Right? Because I sure as fuck bet that like they're gonna have that, and then you have all these other weird coincidences, right? So you have A.B. Lowell. A.B. Lowell was Jared Kushner's attorney. A.B. Lowell got in trouble. You can look this up. I mean, it was in the New York Times. He got in trouble, like involved in all like arranging all this pardon bribery stuff,
when was
right?
he Kushner's attorney?
He was Kushner's attorney. I want to say like 2018 or so. Okay, A.B. Lowell, A.B.B.
Like so he brokered the pardon shit.
He's involved with a lot of these pardon scandals. It's like if you Google like Abby Lowell pardon, okay, you will see Trump associates said to have been scrutinized in suspected pardon scheme. A
Well,
billionaire
Let's throw that up in the chat.
Yeah, I'll throw that up in the chat right now. Hold up.
He's like a Lanny Davis type figure.
Well, that's the thing, right? He's clearly like a lawyer who's consigliere of sorts to a lot of these like, Jewish kind of types, right? So the question is, he's like, there's like all this stuff where Jared's arranging all these pardons. Supposedly there's some bribes around it. There's like money moving around, right? We've all seen that part of the story, right? So let me read this to you. So I put it up. I put it up in the. Is it up in the jumbotron? I can't remember. Did I put it up there or not? Yeah, there it is. Okay, so you can go through that story. It came out 12/03/2020. Okay, and this story is about Trump associates said to have been scrutinized and suspected pardon scheme. A billionaire from the San Francisco area sought clemency for a psychologist convicted of monetary crimes. The Republican donor, Elliot Broidy, and a lawyer who later represented Jared Kushner were enlisted. Okay? The Justice Department has investigated as recently as this summer the role of a top fundraiser for President Trump and a lawyer for his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, in a suspected scheme to offer a bribe in exchange for clemency for a tax crimes convict, according to people familiar with the inquiry.
Yeah, this is like Mickey Mouse stuff, though, Chuck.
Hold on. We're not finished with it. This is important to understand. Like, they go into all the corruption around it, and we know Elliot Broidy got in trouble for basically being a spy for the Chinese
and a pedophile or something, right?
Yeah, there was something with which we also don't know the pedophile charge. Blah blah blah, right? But Mr. Broidy was asked by Mr. Diller. Okay, so this is a guy who's like a criminal, right? He's asking Mr. Broidy. He's saying, "Hey man, can you hook me up with a DC lawyer who could assist on my clemency petition?" Mr. Broidy sent him to A.B. Lowell. That's not lobbying, blah blah blah, and Broidy is not under investigation. But it's clear from this story that Lowell got in trouble for basically arranging some kind of pardon bribe. Okay? If you just read the story, you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm connecting the dots now. I see where you're going, Chuck.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Lowell clearly got in some kind of trouble, and he now represents who? He represents Hunter Biden. Okay? So, and he's representing him, purportedly, he's representing him for free. Okay? That's really fucking weird.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, unless you're compelled by the state.
Exactly. Okay? Or
100%.
unless you're trying to get out from under some shit that you're in with the state, and the way you figure you're going to get in and help them is by helping the president's son, which is also deeply corrupt on some level too, right? So it kind of cuts both. It could cut either way, right? But
Chuck, it goes back to what you were saying on other spaces the other night. Night for me, but anyways, where when you get it's kind of like an Icarus phenomenon, right? Where you get too close to the sun and then somebody touches you, right? And then they say that all right, now you're going to work for the state. So there's something there.
Yeah, and this is where it gets really interesting, right? So you look at this and you're like, okay, that's really weird. Like, that's weird, Charles. You're right. That's weird. Okay. And you're like, okay, what is Hunter doing? Like, how is he paying the bills? Right. And he's supposedly doing all this artwork stuff. Okay. And I already told you that we know now that Hunter Biden is, as I said, we know that he has this lawyer of A.B. Lowell, and A.B. Lowell is working for free. Okay? Now, there's a story in the Washington Free Beacon. Remember, the Washington Free Beacon is the Paul Singer outfit. It's the publication that first does the Fusion GPS dossier, right? If you'll recall, it does this whole story, okay? And it does the story with Trump. It funds the Fusion GPS dossier when it starts up, okay? Now, if you go and you read this piece that Alana Goodman wrote, okay, Alana Goodman is she's the one who's pictured with that guy, James Meek, the guy who recently got busted for being a pedophile.
Hey, Chuck, are you
guys follow?
Are you going to say that that Hunter is now selling art to like trap like whoever's trying to wash money or trying to like run ops or whatever? You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know. So here's what I think is going down, okay? What I think is going down is that Hunter is basically, he caught Moshe Mana, who's this Israeli guy who's a big real estate developer who gave him a bunch of money, and he's basically looking for all the criminals out there who would basically want to buy favor with the Biden presidency. And now that he's setting up his legal defense fund, remember, like I already told you, he has a free lawyer. Why does he need a legal defense fund? Okay, like what's that about? Okay, so there's a lot of like just basic bitch questions here that like I'm just reading the press. You know what I mean? Like I'm not like a trained. I mean, I guess I was kind of a trained journalist at one point in my life, but you know what I mean? Like I'm just sitting here reading this shit and just thinking about it and wondering about it. And I call up journalists who are like supposedly supposed to work on this stuff, and they're like, "Oh yeah, that's a really good question," and then they don't ask the question. So it's like, what is going on here? You know what I mean? Like, what is up with all this shit? And I think what's up with all this shit is that like there are certain questions you're not really allowed to ask because the op is ongoing by the U.S. government. And and then I look at like, all right, what are Hunter's fact patterns? Okay, well, he goes and he meets this Jewish chick from South Africa. He supposedly like meets her one day and is like married to her right away. Okay, which is the kind of shit you do if you're a crackhead, maybe. Okay, like maybe you just get married on a whim. Fair enough, right? I'll grant that. Like I'll allow that. Or maybe it's the kind of shit you do when you're assigned a wife by your father or by other people to basically be your handler or transmitter of information. And you look his wife up, and
It's
it's
like
like,
Game of Thrones shit.
yeah, I mean, well, this is how the elites marry, right? Like, this is how they actually
Absolutely.
roll. And you look up his wife, right? And you can't find fucking anything on her anywhere. Okay? So then the question is, like, who the fuck is she? And you do some digging, it's like South African Jewish connections. You do some more digging, and you see, like, she has some weird connections with British intelligence. And you're just sort of asking yourself, like, what is going on here, right? And it becomes clearer and clearer that, like, why would some random woman just marry somebody, right? Like, what would be what's the take? What's in it for her, right? He's
Yeah, it's
broke,
been arranged.
right? So then it's like it's been arranged, and then he has a kid with her, right? And then what does he do? So on the first state dinner that his father throws, he goes to the state dinner, and he goes up to Kevin McCarthy and Kevin McCarthy's mom, and he goes and he grin fucks both of them. Okay, he goes up and he just like shoots the shit with them, which is not the kind of thing you do if you find that you have some shame or that you're guilty in some way. It's the kind of thing you do when you're sending a message to a political rival or to the country as a whole.
So
I agree. I agree with you. And Zeke, I want to know why you're putting
Yep.
the thumbs down because
Yeah. What's
I
the
no,
hesitancy,
the
man? Like, I'm
hesitancy is
just
because
curious.
I've heard you tell that story too many times, and I don't like it every time I hear it.
well
Not
yeah,
that
but
not that
but
it's
Zeke,
not
what
true.
one
Not that
thing
it's not true.
before you hold on one second before you give your opinion, I want to let you know that for somebody who has lived in the opposite side of the world, I mean, arranged marriages, I mean that kind of stuff happens all the
Oh,
time.
no. I'm not disagreeing with Chuck's
He's
theory.
just giving the thumbs down because he's annoyed about hearing it for
Yeah,
another
yeah,
time, which I
that's
could
pretty
agree
much
to.
it. And
Yeah.
I also like have some
Yeah.
other
Yeah.
like theories about Hunter Biden and Kevin McCarthy and like uh
What do you think the theory is
okay,
there?
so,
Yeah.
no,
Tell me.
no,
Give it to
it's
me
a very
straight.
general
Dish.
it's a very general theory. I'm not going to get into like deep conspiracy stuff, but it's more so like I think with the Republicans controlling the House right now, obviously there's going to be a lot of like, drummed up investigation, not drummed up, but like real investigations into all this Hunter Biden stuff. And I think he may know that he sort of like
But
has an
that's all a
out.
smokescreen,
What's that?
right? It's all a
Well,
smokescreen.
so I mean, yeah, I think all of it is a smokescreen. I think all like the COVID origins investigations that they're doing are going to be limited hangouts, and um, but I think like a lot of it is like he probably thinks like he's immune at this point, or he knows that he's immune because of some of the things you've been talking about. And so if he's going up to Kevin McCarthy and grin fucking him, I think it's because he knows he's sort of got the upper hand here on these investigations.
Yeah. I mean, you could have it. You could just have it as like the analysis you could have could be just very Occam's razor about it, right? He's just going up there. he knows that he may be guilty, that he's going to skate free, and he's just giving them the finger anyway,
Yeah, that's
right?
where I am.
Like that's one way of thinking about it. Yeah, that listen, I can grant we could both be right, right? We could both be right about that analysis. Like
The
there could be lots of
superposition.
things. There could be lots of things going on there beneath the surface, and it could be one of those things that carries a deeper meaning after the fact than rather in the moment. If that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, the FBI
So,
had that laptop or had a copy of the hard drive for months, months and
No, so this
months.
is what's interesting about it, right? Is they can't produce the hard
Well, they can
drive.
never produce a hard drive. They couldn't produce the DNC's hard drive either.
All the more point that the FBI itself is fucked up on many different dimensions. And you look at, okay, this McGonagall character, he goes to Russia, meets this oligarch, and he's picked up by British intelligence when he's there, right? So it's like, is British intelligence? I mean, British intelligence loves the
Hey, what's
Bidens,
the
right?
Albanian thing with McGonagall and the Bidens? Are you following? Are you tracking that?
Yeah, I am tracking the McGonagall stuff with the Albanians, and it's basically, he's cut all these deals, to basically work for these Albanian oligarchs over there, McGonagall that is, and that's really what he's been up to, post his basically while he was an FBI agent and then slightly thereafter. And by the way, this is how it is with a lot of FBI agents. Like I've met a number of them, and like almost all of them have some sort of consumer debt because they basically can't afford living in these major cities, right?
yeah.
Even on a six-figure salary. And so what ends up happening is they run up all this debt, and then they go and they meet all these oligarchs or all these super wealthy people, right? Whose lifestyles they would love to have, and they just can't afford it. They can't afford living in these areas. And so what ends up happening is they sort of arrange a deal where they end up working for the very people they investigated, which is a very common thing. I know of at least 8 FBI agents that have done that kind of thing over the course of their
You ever
lives.
hear the theory that Winston Churchill had run up like an absurd gambling debt in like Monaco or something, and he ended up getting strong armed into granting Israel statehood because of it?
He probably
I've
did.
heard, I've heard a lot of stuff about his relationship with the Focus or with Czech intelligence over the years. And I basically am of the view that Winston Churchill ripped off anyone and everyone he could at all times.
Very
And
nice.
that's just basically how he went about life. He wasn't
Good for him.
unlike he wasn't
But he gave
unlike
some good
Trump in
speeches,
that way.
didn't he?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think he was actually. I mean, he did all this fake painting stuff where he'd make these like fraudulent copies of things, and he lost a lot of money in the financial crash in '29. So what's my basic view on Winston Churchill?
Is that why he returned?
Yeah, I mean, I think Churchill in many respects returned to politics because he basically didn't know anything else to do. And I think actually in his third government, he was actually older than Biden is now. Somebody may want to check that, but I think that's right.
Hmm.
Something
So
like
you're
that.
saying Churchill painted?
Yeah,
Oh yeah, he
Churchill
did.
painted.
So
Yeah.
who
There's
who
a
do we think
great
is the best painter between Churchill, Hunter Biden, and George W?
George
George
W. Bush.
Bush.
or
George
Hitler.
W.
I actually
George
think
Bush.
Hitler. I know I'm
George
not supposed to
W.
say this, but Hitler is the best of the 4 of them.
Wow. Well, but okay, but you're not allowed to say that. So George W.
All right,
George
so
W.
I mean I don't know. George Bush is
I
pretty
like
good.
W's paintings. They're pretty good.
I like
I mean, would
W's
you
vibe
want
in
one of them
general.
in your home? Whose painting would you want in your house?
I'm not gonna have Hitler's
Oh,
painting in my house, man.
I wouldn't
I
want
want
Hunter's because I'd be
the
afraid
Van
it's
Gogh
like a Nazi
Museum
or
in
something.
the Netherlands to be my house. So
I would love to hang up a Hunter Biden next to a Hitler, next to a Churchill, next to a next to
a
George Bush.
gallery,
Like, can you
of the
imagine if somebody came
deplorable.
over to imagine going over to somebody's house and be like, "Oh my God, that painting's wonderful. Who painted it? Oh, Hunter Biden." And they'd be like, "Oh, whatever. What about this one? Oh, that was Adolf Hitler."
Still, hey, it still wouldn't be as bad as Tony Podesta's art.
Yeah, I mean, Tony. I mean, some of this stuff that some of these people's art is just kind of like, wow,
Yeah, be
you
careful out
know.
there, Chuck.
So, speaking of,
By the way, there's a great essay that Churchill wrote about painting as a pastime, and if you've read Thoughts and Adventures, which is the name of my Substack, obviously it comes from from one of the Churchill books where the painting as a pastime essay is in it. Let me see if I can find the essay because I think I have it floating around here. So let me see if I've got it, and I'll put it up on the jumbotron. But I highly recommend people read that because I think it's very important to understand that a lot of these leaders use painting both to send messages to people, but also as a way of relaxing and as a way of kind of getting their mind off of the everyday work.
So as you're looking that up, Chuck, I feel like I'm stepping into a landmine here. But is Buttigieg anything more than a silver tongue?
I don't even know if he's
I
that.
mean, so many things about his background are fake.
Yeah,
I think I've told
very
this
big
story
question.
before. When I met him and Elise Stefanik when I went on a tour of Harvard's campus in like 2010, I want to say it was, and they were dating at the time. They were both members of IOP, which is like the Harvard Institute of Politics or whatever, which is like.
Wait, I thought he was gay.
Well, he came out as gay like way late in life, is my understanding of it. But it was strange because I was with my friend, and he was kind of like he's a pretty attractive guy. He's like maybe like 6'3" or something. He's like pretty physically fit.
Is he really 6'3"? Okay.
No. My friend is. My friend is.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. So my friend goes there. So
Yeah,
there's me and
Buttigieg is
him.
probably like 5'8".
Yeah, I don't know how
Yeah,
he was shorter than I was, and I'm 5'10". Okay,
that makes
so
sense. Yeah, that tracks.
so anyway, so we're there. Elise Stefanik is giving me and my friend Corey a tour of the place. Okay, and Buttigieg is like clearly attracted to Corey. Okay, and it's weird because that we like believe that they're dating. Okay, like Stefanik and Buttigieg. Okay, but it's like he's also like very like friendly to my friend. Okay, and we're walking around and the tour winds up and I'm like, hey man, I think he's actually into you. Like, I don't think that's a real relationship. And of course we like dismissed it or whatever. But then like years later, I remembered like both Stefanik. I saw Stefanik walking one time in the House of Representatives. And I like immediately remembered that I met her before, right, at Harvard. And then later I saw, when Buttigieg was running for president, I was like, oh yeah, I think I met that dude before too, right? Because you kind of remember like a weird name like Buttigieg. You know what I mean?
Fair.
So
Yeah.
anyway, that was kind of my experience that like literally the political right and the political left are literally in bed together, so to speak. but not really. You know what I mean? It's all just like fake and performative, you know?
Well, and that's a piece I can't. I mean, because I'll be honest, like the way he speaks of things really appeals to me. But I worry about the silver tongue aspect of it. He's too
What do you mean?
good.
What do you mean it appeals to you?
Well, I just mean like when he speaks, I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. I mean, in general, I'm like, yeah, I buy that. But the
You have to go into a little bit more detail.
It's the MIT Harvard side of you, man. You know
yeah,
what I mean?
perhaps.
I agree with you, Chuck.
No,
yeah,
it's
no,
like
it's fair.
it's like a kind of marketing towards you because somebody like that went to like McKinsey, right? Like those
yeah,
people.
yeah.
Like those people
100%.
like you 100% had dinner with them and they've appeared to you to be very like flattering and kind of smart, but then you ask them like a difficult question about something and then they change the subject.
Exactly.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
talking about. You know what I'm talking
I know
about.
exactly what you're talking
Yes.
about.
Yes. We've all encountered those people over
Yeah,
there.
and that's why I'm asking the question, right? On the silver
My
tongue,
read of him
right?
at
Versus,
the time is that he was very personable, right? And he was the kind of guy who like wanted you to like him. Like he had a natural politician charisma to him, but it didn't quite work because there was no like heft there on anything.
yeah.
And
So Wayne is correct when he says that there's a silver tongue aspect to it because that's exactly exactly the feeling that I get from him as well.
well, his father is like a Maltese academic or something, right? So he's sort of this like academic, presenting well kind of person. He's not really competent at doing things. He's just good at looking like he's doing things, which is in fact exactly how all the consultants are out there. I mean, I joked at one point that like he's from McKinsey and he's incompetent, but I repeat myself. And like, I think that's true. Like, I mean, do you guys know consultants like personally? Like, have you met them? Like, hung out with
Oh, a
them?
bunch
Well,
of them.
yeah. I mean, of course, yeah.
Yeah, and are any of them doing anything really interesting?
No.
Like, if you're honest about it.
No.
So, like, why would you want one of them as president? Right?
No, it's very fraught with the potential for being a shithead, unfortunately. So we
Yeah,
don't
I
want these
mean,
people in charge of us because there's nothing
I
going
want
on
to be
there.
I want to be
it's real.
clear though that I'm not like anti Buttigieg or like whatever, right? Like he's
No,
not
no,
somebody that
Chuck,
I would
come
live.
on.
No, I no, but like
You should be. You should be anti
honestly,
because
I'm not sure I am though.
I'm not anti him. I actually, in a certain sense, feel bad for him because he's very obviously a lightweight, right? Like I'm not gonna like, but
100%.
he's not like a threat to the republic, right? Like some of these other people we've talked about, right?
No, I
He's,
I disagree with you right there. I mean, I think
oh,
he is
so you think he's a
absolutely a
threat
threat to the
simply
republic.
because he's so facile, or what?
Just because there's nothing there, and you have to look at incentives. So, when you've been graduated after 30 years of just BS, this is somebody to point your eyes at because this is not somebody who should be running our state right now
No,
at
we got to
all.
get somebody proper in there, like Elaine Chao. Somebody who doesn't have incentive.
Oh, come on.
Well, I must tell you, I have real bigotry towards people who go to the Ivy League because I have not seen it work out well. So I will say
Yep.
that when I meet people who say they went to Harvard or Yale expecting me to grovel, I always say, "Oh, I won't hold that against you," and they get very visibly taken aback
Yeah, that's good.
sometimes because they don't know
Well,
what to say to that. And
look what
or like
happened
like
to
somebody told me recently that they went to Stanford, and I said, "Oh, you poor thing, was it painful?" And they don't know what to do when you say that to them. They like kind of like there's because their training is that basically like they're supposed to like feign humility or whatever. Like that's sort of like the manner to which they've been sort of like raised, right?
Yeah, they've been trained into that, and it's a really,
Yes.
instead of being trained into being a smart person, they've been trained into being a deflectionary type of person. And so, I mean, just look at what happened with and this is somebody that I'm close to, so I'm just going to give you a data point. Look at what happened with Joy Ito, right? So, I'm from
Yes.
Japan. Look what happened with him as the head of the MIT Media Lab. He got screwed around with Epstein, and it can happen. It can absolutely happen. So, you know, look at me. I mean, I'm from the University of Arizona. I'm just very very boring basic bullshit. But that's where the real knowledge I think comes from. Um, but if you go to these Ivy Leagues, then maybe Dartmouth is like a good one to go to. I don't know, but yeah, like a UPenn, like a Cornell, like a Harvard, like an MIT. There's a lot of institutional idiocracy that just flows from that. So
Yeah, I tend to think that, yeah, so Dartmouth seems to me pretty safe. My cousin actually went to Dartmouth. She came out better than she went in. It was actually pretty impressive. And I still think Princeton can work. I mean, I think Princeton of old was better. So I did grad school at MIT. I went to a super regional, like mini regional um, undergrad. It was actually quite amazing. I ever got into MIT, to be honest. And the I think if I look across the
But
folks that came in to my program, like I think Berkeley's an interesting program because it's
real
a
quick,
good mix. Yeah,
W,
yeah, sure,
I
sure.
put up the painting as a pastimes essay and all that stuff up in the jumbotron so people can have a look see at that.
Oh yeah,
But go
good,
ahead,
good.
as you were. Go
No,
ahead.
no, I was just saying, like, if I look across programs, I mean, look, it's super tough to generalize, right? Like, I had a total ass. Well, I'm sorry, Chuck. How do you want to run this space? Can
No,
I
you can say
swear?
what you want. You can say what you want. I mean, it's we're at that moment in the evening where there should be some grace afforded. or the morning, as the case may be, depending where you are.
Yeah, no, I just mean I went to school with some total asshats, from institutions, from Ivies, but I also went to school with some folks that were super sharp, right? And I mean, but super sharp has to be put in perspective. Like I figure Sam Bankman-Fried was probably a sharp guy. I have no idea. Completely.
I actually met him and had no recollection of having met him. And I'm not entirely 100% sure that I actually met him because a friend of mine told me. So I had gone to this like Jewish Harvard thing, this sort of Jewish Cambridge thing. Like I want to say maybe it was like 2010 or something like that, some time around then. And he was there apparently because my friend who was like I sort of like have a number of people that as I mentioned, I'm from the Boston area, and so I've had a number of friends just kind of remind me of things over the years. Some of whom end up in this space. Like Mason and I went to school together. I don't see him this evening, but there've been a number of people who kind of listen in the space who I went to high school with or college with, and many of them kind of remind me sometimes of things that I did with them because I've just kind of done a lot in my 34 years or whatever. And and so sometimes these things are not readily at hand because I usually tend to remember things that I read, but not necessarily conversations I've had, in all their detail. I get most of it right, but there's a lot of people that I've met over the years. But anyway, so my friend was telling me, "Hey, man, you actually met this guy," and I was like, "No," and he's like, "Yes, you met him and you chatted with him." And he asked me like, "What did you guys talk about?" And I was like, I honestly don't remember. And I don't even think I was drinking that night. But it was like he was just a non-entity. You know what I mean? Like he wasn't. He was just literally unremarkable and unmemorable. And and
Sure.
In
yet
PC.
and yet he went on to like one of the largest crypto funds, right? So like
Yep.
maybe I just like I don't know. It was a very
But
strange
but
thing.
if you look at any video of the guy, any interview, is there anything that jumps out as
Well,
remarkable?
he's clearly the front man.
Right.
You know what I mean? So like that to me is what's remarkable about him is that he's very obviously the front man, and I don't think
100%.
he's the front man in a. I'm not even trying to be mean to him, right? Like I think that's just descriptive. You know what I mean? Like it's
Mhm.
not. It's like he clearly doesn't even know that he's being taken advantage of, which
He's the
is
fall guy. He's
if
the fall
Yeah,
guy.
I don't know in the end if he was that. I agree with you in general, but I think at some point he had to be. He
do you
had to
think
know.
he really is that socially aware or no?
No, no, not
No,
social.
I think it's all been completely, contrived. I
Listen,
mean, that guy is the
I've
fall
met
guy,
a number of these
100%.
people, right? So like I've met Sam Altman. I've met a number of these people, right, in Silicon Valley. I've met them like they've been in my home, they've eaten my food, I've eaten their food, whatever, right?
They've drank your
And
tea.
yeah, like I haven't like fucked any of their wives or their sisters or whatever, but you know what I mean, like intimate, okay? And
Really? You haven't?
We
I have
call that
not.
semi-intimate where I come from,
I
but
have
yeah.
not because my father used to tell me, "Don't dip your pen in the company ink," and I've always tried to abide by
God,
that.
that's good advice.
Don't shit where you eat. Yep.
Yes, I've always tried to abide by
No,
that.
I
And he,
really like "Don't dip your pen in the company ink." I
the
like
other
that.
one, the other great one is separation of church and state. That's what he used to always say. And so
You're
I've tried
making
to
me
never
laugh, dude.
I've tried to never date a woman that was at all involved in my work. I've tried to have them be involved in things totally separate from me. And I think it's mostly been healthy. I don't know. Maybe that's correct. I couldn't say. But anyway, so I've had these people around, okay? Like I've been over, I've hung out with them, I text with them periodically. And you can tell, and I see some people in here who are Silicon Valley friends and know what I'm talking about. Uh, you can tell when who's the help and who's real and who's a front and
Yeah.
who's like you can just tell after a while, after like 4 or 5, like you can fake it in 1 or 2 meetings, fair enough. But like if we're hanging out in your jacuzzi, like overlooking the skyline of San Francisco, right? And you're trying to like convince me of some technical thing you don't understand, it comes across, right? So like there's a lot of things like that where you kind of notice things after a spell. And so you notice that the ones who are fronts always try to like give you very little time, and it's super structured, and they only present a certain view of themselves,
Yeah.
right? And it's a kind of like a kind of like a show trial or show tour or something. Like they're like you're they're being exhibited for you, and then they're going to
A
go away,
dog and pony.
But I
right?
mean, haven't we
Totally.
all dealt with these people though, in our professional careers
Yes,
though? You
but
know?
there's dealing with it at like a normal level, right? And then there's dealing with it at like the $1 billion level, right? There's like the kind of guy that you meet
Very different.
who's like it's more extreme at the higher end of the money table.
The consequences definitely are. It's the same type of person.
It's the same type of person, but they become even more cartoonishly weird if you like. It's
Yeah.
hard to describe. They become even more nutty and weird and wild when they think that they're actually successful on their own merits.
Yeah, no, I think I've seen it. Yeah. Yeah.
It's very
Well, I
hard to
think
explain.
it's a little bit different. I think it's when they get called out on their bullshit. Which Chuck, you're really good at. I'm sure that you're very very good at doing that. So you ask them hard questions,
I
and
just asked them like,
uh,
"Hey, does your shit actually work?" And the number of them who can't answer that question
Yeah.
is not a small number. Like it's shocking when you think about it, right?
exactly.
But you think about a lot of the products that you use, and like a lot of them don't work nearly as well as they're advertised that they do, right?
Oh boy, don't even talk to me about Salesforce.com. Jesus
I
I
thought we
Christ.
were
mean,
talking vaccine.
Salesforce is a great. We could talk vaccine too. I mean, like I'm not even. We could. I
Let's
mean,
let's
it,
do
it's
SFDC.
it's cruel. It's cruel to do biological things because biological things like never really work. But I'm talking like basic bitch software products. Okay, like I'm not talking like
Salesforce.com.
yeah. I mean, we could. There are many examples we could talk about. I mean, we've all basically had this impression now of like when you have an afternoon and you're sort of monkeying around with Chat GPT-3, and you're sort of like, come on, man, like do Skynet things, like try and strangle me through my computer or something, you know? And it doesn't do it. It's just very dry and very boring, you know?
I
Well, I
know.
guess Microsoft Bing tried to challenge that with the "I want to be alive" shit.
Well, they tried, and you saw that Drudge did it in a very loud way, and it didn't quite work, did it? Right? That story is like kind of not believable that happened, right? Like, has anyone replicated it? Has anyone tried to replicate it? We don't know, right? We don't know. But did you guys see this story? Sequoia, Paradigm, and Tama Bravo were sued by they were sued by some of the people who invested in FTX. Have you guys seen this?
No, no, no.
No.
Well, it's very
Unpack
interesting.
that. Unpack that, please.
So I'm going to share it up in the jumbotron. There's a piece on Bloomberg about this topic. Hold up, let me put it up. If you're not a subscriber of Bloomberg, though, do if somebody could find a copy of it that's not on the Bloomberg side of it, so that anyone can read it, that would be magnificent. But essentially, the gist of it is that Tama Bravo, Paradigm, Sequoia, they're all very Chinese funds
Yes.
in one way or another.
Yes.
Okay, so this is a very interesting thing because it's a very strange lawsuit, but it's seemingly going to work, right? And so this is the TechCrunch weighed in on it. TechCrunch was kind of disturbed by it. They said if they settle this lawsuit, they will ultimately end up, changing the entire economics of Silicon Valley. Okay,
Is
so this is
TechCrunch even a thing anymore?
sort of. It's like half a thing. You know, it's like one of those zombies that you run into that like you look at it and you just sort of remember what it once was, but it's still like trying to eat you and do things.
Yeah.
You
What happened to Paris Lemon? That guy. Oh God, I can't remember his name right now. Who fucked off to be a VC? What's that guy's name? Who started TechCrunch?
I don't. Michael Arrington or what?
Yeah, Arrington. Yeah.
Michael Arrington was an alum of my college, interestingly enough.
No way.
Yeah. So, by the way,
Jeez.
so the law firm is Robbins, Geller, Rudman, and Dowd of San Diego, and this is this very same firm. They
Yuck.
got $590 million out of, again, very Chinese, Kravis or Kohlberg, Kravis, and Roberts, the Blackstone Group, and TPG.
That's
After they were
big
accused,
New York style going on right there.
yep,
Yeah.
after they were accused of colluding with one another to drive down the prices of corporate takeover targets. So you look up this firm, and it's a very deep state friendly firm, and it looks like they're
Fuck
going
yeah, it is.
after. It looks like they're going after Sequoia, Thoma Bravo, and Paradigm. Paradigm having been started by former Sequoia partners, and as you know, as Transfer well knows, Sequoia is the Chinese deep state. It's not like a kind of sort of Chinese deep state. It is the Chinese deep state.
Well, anything related to Sequoia, I mean, because Sequoia, they have a lot of their money comes from China. So there's a Sequoia secondary fund that's based out of Shanghai, and yeah, I mean that's not a place to be trusted at all.
And of course, they sued Elon Musk. The firm represented Tesla shareholders in a suit against the company's directors, and all board members except Elon settled for $60 million. So quite interesting.
Very interesting.
So I've come to the conclusion, basically, that the U.S. intelligence community is using these lawsuits against the various Chinese compromised technology companies as a way of cleaning them up or changing their management structure or so on and so forth.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
It's sort of the only thing that really could work if you think about it in that context.
No, I agree with you.
Sort of.
I see we have a
Sort of the only thing that
Yeah.
the Biden's doing that I approve of, to be honest.
Oh yeah, I mean it's kind of interesting on a level. What would it take for you to be a Biden supporter?
It would take a lot, man. I think it would. I'd have to shift like my entire ideology. Like, there's a lot of like social.
So you're an ideological
No,
nerd. So yeah,
not
that makes
necessarily, but there's a lot of things, just socially that I would have to really have to make some leaps on.
What if he stopped immigration?
But yeah, I would definitely. Well, depends on what type of immigration, but yeah, I mean, if he wants to seal up the border, absolutely, I would support that, and I would, put a
No,
feather in his
Wayne,
cap for it.
Wayne, that's a very, very good question, and I'd love to hear what Chuck you think about that.
But and I mean
is it
the main issue that I have
is it
yeah,
well,
go ahead,
hold on, let me speak. It's all right. Chuck, is that what's going on with the border down there? Because there's two ways to think about it. One is give the American population more people to just to kind of continue the situation there, or is it?
I'll tell you what I know, okay? And what I know is that we have gotten way better at detecting everybody who's going to the border.
Well, that's Enduro, right?
That's not just Enduro. That's a whole bunch of things going on right now in the overall just detection everywhere. Okay, so we've gotten way better at that whole thing. And whether
but why
it's
are we getting better at that? I guess that's my question.
We're getting better at it because we're investing resources in it with satellites and other technology, and we're doing it independent of the Border Patrol.
Yeah, but what's the purpose behind it? I guess is my question.
So there's several things going on at once. So thing one is there's a lot more of the organized crime world trying to move, traffic humans into the country and basically have them as slaves and kind of indentured servants where they can earn for these criminal syndicates, right? The cartels and others. So that's one cut.
Wait a minute, you're going a little bit too fast for my brain.
So if you are a criminal, right? You want slaves, right? Because slaves basically continue to pay you money, right? So if you are my slave, Transfer, right, and I send you to another country, right? And Ace is basically has you change over the radiator to work on things for me. You're basically a slave earning money for me, and I can say, oh well, you're not doing a good enough job. I'm going to extend your indentured servitude another 5 years, right? Um, so that is a way in which a lot of the organized crime world, the cartels and others, make a lot of money increasingly is through the trafficking of human beings and having them work in factories, or work as slaves and sex slaves, all that kind of thing. That's a very common way things work now. And increasingly, because there's so many people who are desperate to come to America because their own material situations in Latin America or elsewhere are so piss poor, they're actually easily taken advantage of in all those ways. So that is a real concern. It's a going concern. And so that's sort of reason one. Reason two is the United States sanctioned Venezuela during the Trump presidency. And that was done because Jared Kushner wanted it done as a favor to the Saudis. And it was also a favor to the Chinese because whenever you sanction a country, you kind of make them more Chinese. So the Venezuelans started selling a lot more oil over to the Chinese. And of course, because they don't have access to a lot of our hard currency, there have been a lot of illegal aliens that have come from Venezuela. There's been a huge uptick in Venezuelan illegal aliens. And that's sort of something that is not really talked about in a serious way, but it's very much a going concern at the border.
Well, didn't Biden, under the Biden administration, didn't he go down there and kind of court them?
Well, he's dispatched Chevron to Venezuela, right, to help deal with the Venezuela oil problem. And there's a sort of effort there to kind of like fix the problem or fix the fight with Venezuela.
Which was very pragmatic of him.
Yeah, whether that works or not, I think it's too early to say. But it is a sort of interesting idea of basically taking an American oil major and forcing them to help fix the problem in Venezuela, which is fascinating to watch, assuming it works.
It really is fascinating. It's unfortunate, but fascinating at the same time.
Yeah, so basically, though, I think increasingly, though, we're also seeing a lot more migration just generally around the world because it's much easier to get places than it previously was. And of course, everyone has cell phones. Everyone can kind of like, there's lots of ways in which you can get recruited by a coyote or by others, which you previously couldn't do.
Hey,
So,
Chuck, if
Well,
no, go ahead, transfer.
No. I was just
and
gonna
by the way, I've
egg
come to
on.
believe that the border is like one of these things where, I was more on I am an immigration restrictionist because I think, if you care about the planet, if you can't have everyone living American style, lives basically, and if you care about sort of stability of countries, you can't have a brain drain in all these countries where everybody comes to America, right? It just
Completely fucking agree with you.
doesn't work, right? It's dangerous. And and so I'm of the view that actually we have to have internal enforcement of a lot of these things. And that one of the ways to do that is to give everybody in the country a facial recognition and other tools to basically have us, remove people who are here illegally and to basically downstream that. In much the same way, you're seeing Matt Iglesias running around doing parking ticket enforcement in DC, which is rather hilarious and weird to watch. I think you're going to see that with illegal aliens in the future. People are going to want to know like who's making their food for them and why, right? And I think that sort of conscious capitalism of knowing who's preparing your food, where's the food come from, under what conditions was it picked or harvested, that's going to be increasingly important as time goes on.
Yeah, who's going to spit in your food, right?
Yeah, I mean, if we're in an environment where we're having increased numbers of train accidents, right, it logically follows that we'll probably have increased numbers of industrial accidents when it comes to our food
I mean,
production.
we already are.
And then we already are to some extent.
It's happening right now. Yeah.
Yeah, to some extent we already are. And so then the question becomes, food safety, food security becomes paramount. And of course, that means you have to control all of the supply chain from basically growing the food and then, from growing the food to it entering your
That's
body.
part of the point, right?
Yeah.
Chuck, do you think we overshot? Do you think that's
On
the
Ukraine,
root
absolutely.
cause of the problem?
On what issue?
Kind of every issue.
I think I don't know. Actually, it's a good question. I think that basically,
It's a hard question, so I apologize.
I
but,
think there's a lot of stuff where we can get much better at calibrating things than we have. You know, that really like a
we
lot
can,
of.
but how are we going to do that?
I think through experience. You know, I mean, I look at like the U.S. government is giving a lot more of a shit about Mexico ever since like Mexico became the means by which the cartels and the Chinese and the Israelis to some extent brought in shitloads of fentanyl to kill a whole bunch of us.
A lot
And
of Chinese.
and we are spending a lot more time now basically asking all these like basic bitch questions of Mexico that they increasingly are having, not wanting to answer, right? Which is a tell that like maybe they're not actually as good to us as we thought they were, you know? I mean, you watch that the DEA chief revealed 3 areas where the AMLO government is not cooperating enough with the feds. Mexico is not sharing info on fentanyl and fentanyl precursor seizures. Mexico is not allowing joint operations versus clandestine labs. And the DA is not satisfied with total extraditions from Mexico.
We got to do another Fast and Furious.
Well, the Fast and Furious thing was interesting because it was very much a Eric Holder innovation. And Eric Holder is, of course, barred from the government in every meaningful sense of that term. So, there's a lot of this stuff where, like, I mean, I always piss off my liberal friends when I say, like, no, I actually hated Obama. And they're like, wait, what? Like, you like Biden, but hate Obama? And I'm like, yeah, they're totally different. And because they've been conditioned to believe that there was some sort of like weird bromance between Obama and Biden, even though there's all kinds of paper trails of Biden like saying that various policies that Obama wanted to pursue were foolhardy and stupid. But they always kind of pretended that they were friends because they kind of needed each other, right? The old white guy needed the black friend to make himself cool with the brothers. And the black guy needed the old white guy to make him seem like he wasn't going to like do crazy radical black stuff to all the white people. So there was a sort of like weird political needing of each other that went on. So yeah, I mean, I hated the Obama presidency, and I think in many respects it was such a failure that it gave us Trump, who then in turn gave us Biden.
So it was all worth it.
And on some level, yeah.
So hey, all right. So if Biden can personally broker peace in Ukraine, go over there, sit down with Zelensky and Putin, I'll come back and give him credit and be a Biden supporter.
Well, that's an interesting question. I mean, I don't know that we want peace there.
Well,
That's
I
sort
do.
of the
I don't look
problem.
at it as I don't look at the conflict as kind of like a cost-effective way to weaken Russia. I look at it as more so like there's hundreds of thousands of people dying. We're shipping over arms that are going to be used by militias
I don't
for
know that we
like
know.
decades. It's going to be a
I don't know that we know any of those things yet,
which
right? I don't know that we know that there's hundreds of thousands of
okay,
dead.
sure. So 50,000. You know what I mean? Like even that. Like I don't think
Yeah,
that.
I mean, look,
Plus,
I'm not. I don't disagree with what you're saying. I mean, I think on blessed are the
yeah,
peacekeepers,
and I mean
right?
we
Like
litigated a lot of
so,
this
like,
last night, but like from my perspective, I think that what we've done in Ukraine, both over the last like 40 years, but especially over the last 9 years, and then in supporting them in this conflict instead of coming to the table in like December of 21 or February of 22 to broker some type of deal where Russia gets the Donbass or whatever. Like I think that has set off like a cascade of geopolitical consequences that are creating risks that we didn't necessarily need to create, right? So pushing, we talked about it last night, but pushing China and Russia into an alliance, sort of, and again, I know your perspective on all of this, but like there are some geopolitical risks, and especially to like the dollar that, I think will be a cascade
yeah, I
of
mean,
this.
look, you've placed your bet, right? And I've taken the other side of that bet. And we're going to basically, check in a year with each other and see who is closer to the mark,
Yeah, fair enough.
right? Because
Fair
that's
enough.
because we're in a sort of problem right now where neither one of us can really know the answer, right?
So if
Um,
I mean if the solution is, or if there is ultimately an agreement where Russia kind of keeps the Donbass, creates a land bridge to Crimea, and I don't know if there's going to be any kind of like demilitarization of like the NATO members in the Balkans that Russia's asking for, but like let's just say they keep the Donbass and they have like this like territorial win. In my opinion, that sort of like, I don't want to say like emboldens Putin on the world stage where he's going to like take additional territory, but I think like that sort of props him up as like a proper global leader, like he's sort of defeated NATO in the West to a
That's not
degree.
going to happen.
Listen, I've been saying for a long time that the logic of Putinism leads him to having to rescue the 1 in 3 Russians that are not in Russia post fall of the Soviet Union. So I actually think that he has a very defensible hand insofar as like the Ukrainians have wildly mistreated the Russians in their territory, which I think they have. Like I think objectively they have. Um, all that said, right? There are mechanisms by which you can make your objections known, and Putin did not avail himself of any of those means. So my read on it is that Putin is using this war to structurally remake Russian society as well, right? It's why he's sending all the Kyrgyz soldiers. It's why he's sending the convicts. It's why he's using the Wagner group rather than other parts of the military. And I think increasingly, he is pissed that basically we stopped them from decapitating the government in Kiev because of what we did to the railways there, in Belarus,
Yeah, and
right?
and
So,
the airport in Kiev and all these things. Yeah, I'm with you.
Mhm. Yeah, so I think in a certain sense, his view is basically we prolonged the war because he would have had a decisive victory that would have toppled the Zelensky government, you know, which I think is,
Chuck,
I think had the United States not been involved in a serious way, that may well have happened. Absolutely, you know.
For better or for
Chuck, I
worse.
always like to go back to Chuck. I always like to go back to what you
By the
said.
way, did you notice that we just raided? I mean, the Ukrainians just seized, Oleg Deripaska's aluminum factory, which produces all of the Tesla factory, stuff, all the
The
Tesla
aluminum,
material,
right?
the aluminum, which is, I think, not well understood, by most people.
Deripaska
But yeah, anyway,
generally, I feel like, is not well understood by people.
no, I agree with you, and I think there's a lot of people that don't want to talk about his relationship with the state of Israel or with Nate Rothschild and sort of all kinds of relationships that he has with Jewish kind of oligarchy in the United States, for sure.
What's that other
Chuck,
Ukrainian? Sorry, go
I
ahead.
always like to go back to what you said, Chuck, when you said that Ukraine is it's like a proving ground for just to try out a bunch of missiles, try a
Yeah, there's
bunch of
all kinds of technology that's being deployed right
exactly.
now. Yep, yep. And I think the way I've made the case is that Zelensky is the new Israel, right? He's the new proxy state in the
100%.
And Mexico is the new Afghanistan, in that it's a place where we have no choice but to confront the kind
Yep.
of terrorists. In this case, they're narco terrorists.
Chuck, where do you see
And,
Kolomoisky like falling in that whole thing? Because he obviously like sort of fostered his.
oh, he's so dangerous. He's so terrible on many different dimensions. I wrote about him right away. Actually, I was one of the first people to write about him in the Western
Did you write
Who is
about
Socialist.
that?
like the Privat bank scandal or Burisma or just like
Yeah,
generally?
yeah. I wrote all about all of that. I wrote all
I'll
about
check that
that.
out.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I'm not a. I made
Speak
the
about it
argument.
because I don't know this one.
Well,
Please.
so I made the argument in the early run-up of the war that the Ukrainian war was kind of a pity that both sides couldn't lose, right? And actually, it turns out I was kind of right. They are kind of both losing in different ways, right? So Kolomoisky is this sort of Ukrainian Cypriot Israeli citizen who actually got around the banishment of triple citizenship by arguing that Ukrainian law forbade dual citizenship, not triple citizenship, which is rather hilarious just in and of itself. Anyway, he's a sort of gangster type. He's an oligarch type. I believe he's in Israel now.
Um, and what he was doing was he was basically running the banking sector, a lot of the natural gas sector, and he would fund his own private militia, which is the Azov Battalion, which are the ones who are the neo Nazis that everyone kind of talks about. So, of course, you had a Jewish guy funding the neo Nazi brigades, which is rather incredible when you just sort of sit back and think about that. The sort of like, the deeply cynical move that is. So anyway, so he steals all this money from his banks, right? He launders it all into the United States, and he does it through basically stealing it and buying all this real estate in like Ohio, in the
Not to
Midwest,
Panama.
generally.
Sorry.
Not to Panama. Nope,
No, but
nope. And he
a lot
brings
of
a
it
lot
came out in the
to
Panama
Miami.
Papers.
That's right. A lot of it was known because of the Panama Papers, which was itself a CIA project, of course. So anyway, that's the sort of backdrop for you on this whole story. And what is interesting to me about it, if we sort of sit back and think about it, is um, what's interesting to me about it is he's basically stealing all this money, and he's doing things like propping up an actor, and this actor is, of course, Zelensky, right? Servant of the people. It's sort of deeply cynical when you understand that show was produced by a Ukrainian oligarch who, very much wanted to like take advantage of the
On
people
his
and not serve
television network.
on his television network, no less. Now, my theory, as I mentioned before, I think a lot of politics is fake, and that a lot of politicians are de facto actors. And so I think that is what's really going on with the whole Zelensky thing, is that
Performative.
he's basically got a better script writer. And what the U.S. government is saying to him is, hey, you want these new things, these new toys, these new whatever, these new weapons. You can have them, but we need to see crackdowns on the oligarchs, crackdowns on corruption, and so forth.
What was the deal with releasing like the $6 billion, $7 billion from Privat Bank that Biden was kind of like involved with?
I'm not totally familiar with what you're talking about, but if people,
I'll go find
yeah,
it.
put it up
Yeah.
in the jumbotron. I'm
Hey
curious.
Chuck, I'm gonna get some sleep, man. But
Yeah, I got to get some
safe
sleep
travels,
too.
man.
By the way, thank you. Yeah, I hope everybody has will probably, unless somebody else has anything they want to say in the next like 10 minutes or so. I've got to go get on a plane, but I am a man of my word. I did say we'd go until 6 a.m. So
You did a good job.
Thank you. I see my friend Based Reporter is here, and he knows a bit about the Ukraine stuff, and Chabad generally. Based, an erstwhile member of Chabad, right? You were a co-religionist with them at one point, if I recall.
Yeah.
Yeah. So tell us, how are you seeing things? I haven't spoken to you in quite a long time. What's the latest?
Well, I'll give you the Chabad perspective, and then I'll give you the. I have a question for you. Chabad. Let's see. My global perspective on Chabad is, it's sort of interesting because Chabad, it sort of grew out of Russia or Ukraine or that area, maybe like 200 years ago. The whole Hasidic Judaism did, and then it split off into various groups. And Chabad, only became sort of this global like thing where they have centers, like maybe 2,000 centers around the world. That only happened within maybe the last like 50 years. But what's kind of interesting is now, of course, the rabbis who go out, they don't know what I'm about to say, but it would kind of be a convenient sort of intelligence, a way to gather intelligence, because you got like 2,000 locations all around the world. So that's one thought I have about Chabad. Let's see if there's anything new. Anything? I'm trying to think of if there's anything else that might be of interest.
No,
Yeah.
no, and then you had a question for me, and I
Oh,
wanted to do it before I have to go. Yeah.
I just Chuck, your life is so interesting. You're really such an interesting guy. It would be one day, maybe I don't know if I'd be capable of it, but it'd be interesting to kind of interview you, and we could do it in, in the public like this. But I just have so many questions. Of course, I could go up and read up all this stuff on the internet, which I probably should do before I was to do something like that. But I mean, just your perspectives on things, just sort of your history. Um, I mean, I don't know if that would be something you'd be interested in, but just the thought I had.
Yeah, I mean, maybe at some point. I mean, I'm generally more a fan of talking about my ideas and then how they influence, my life, than I am interested in talking about my life, if that makes sense. So it's sort of like I like to go in and attack things from companies or ideas or solutions to problems, and then explain why they're personal to me in different ways. Then I like to just talk about my own biography, if that makes
Yeah,
sense.
fair enough.
Uh,
Fair enough. But
I'm sort of less interested in, as I get older, I kind of get less interested in myself and more interested in like weird things I've read or weird phenomena I see. Um, Not because like I don't think it might, like there's all these people who basically like they create these like brands, right? And they want you to participate in their brand. And it's basically just not very appealing to me because it's actually just kind of like rude in a way, to basically like foist your biography on people without actually offering them any kind of product or anything. It just seems kind of like it just seems kind of gross and very like in your face. But I mean, if you have ideas of what you want to do, I mean, you and I've known each other a long time, so I'm happy to chat with you, maybe more informally about this, that, and the other thing. But
okay, maybe I'll
uh,
write something out, and then I'll kind of gather my thoughts over time. And
are you still up? Are you still in California now,
yeah,
or
yeah, still in
where are you?
California. Yeah,
In Santa Barbara area,
yeah,
or
yeah, Santa
whereabouts? Yeah.
Barbara. Yeah,
Cool, man. Well, I will be in California for a few days,
yeah.
and maybe no, probably not on this trip, but maybe on the next one we can meet up and go for it.
Sure.
But yeah, I do think unless anyone has anything else pressing, I appreciate Richard kind of keeping this space open, and I see even Tom Bear couldn't survive. He fell asleep and exited off, and that's that. But yeah, I do appreciate everyone coming out tonight, and
I'm still here if you got 10 more minutes.
um, all right, maybe we'll do like 10 more minutes because I'll wait for the Uber to get here, and then when the Uber gets here, I'll sort of like say my adieu.
All right.
So
Alrighty. Then I will ask you a question that I've been wanting to ask you for the past 2 hours. You were talking about Germany earlier. Do you remember?
yes, I do. Yeah,
Okay, so
the
the
German
very interesting.
question is one of the most interesting
It,
geopolitical questions.
it is for me as well because yes, you know that I'm from Japan, and so well, I'm not from Japan. I've been here for a long time.
Yep,
Um,
the other protectorate, the other
well,
principality.
yeah, the other Germany, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yep.
and isn't it just hilariously funny that Japan and Germany are very very like each other?
Well, I mean, I don't find that funny at all. I see that as totally revealing, in many respects, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I say funny, I mean
Oh,
unfortunately funny.
peculiar. Yeah, or whatever. Yeah.
Well, unfortunately funny.
Yeah.
So um, yeah, those two places are they're very very similar, and everything that you were talking about, I was down in the I wasn't up as a speaker during that time, but when you were talking about Germany, all the parallels that you can draw between that place and Japan are very very similar, even given the fact that they're geopolitically, very, very different places. So it's interesting. It's like, the United States, after World War II, created two different countries that are, very similar to each other. So that's one of the points that I wanted to make.
Well, I mean, I would argue that they were already kind of similar to each other, right? A
Oh,
martial
absolutely.
culture, both kind of, very interested in technology,
without kind of reforming their political system.
And that engineering, background as well.
Yeah, the obsession over refinement of a process and then scaling it up on an industrial way, that is sort of like, that is kind of what the Germans and the Japanese have really given the world. This sort of obsession with refinement of technique. That is something that is very alien, I think, to America, and America had to kind of learn that in World War II and in the years afterwards.
Because the U.S. is very, as you were saying, and I completely agree with you, very experimental, whereas Germany and Japan are very refined. Yeah.
And we are sort of
very good.
We're sort
very
of
good
good
word to put it.
enough. We do a lot of things good enough in our society.
Yeah.
Whereas Japan and Germany do things perfect or not at all.
Yep, exactly. It's a 1 or 0 versus where the U.S. is like, we can, let's go to 0.8, and that's enough.
Yep, and the good enough for government work. Well, I also think it's just because we have a lot of things too that we like to do, and my impression of Japan is that basically they are basically a very hobby-oriented society. That basically everyone there is sort of like deeply in love with their hobbies. And in America,
very, very astute point. Very astute point.
And in America, what we want to do basically is we want to turn all of our hobbies into businesses. In Japan and Germany, they don't really like doing that. It's sort of like a separate way of living, independent of your salaryman position.
Yep. 100%.
So that's kind of interesting, And in America too, like, any group of Americans get together, we sort of, Tocqueville said we form associations. I think now you would say we form startups, right? Which is kind of a form of association. And that's not really done in Germany or Japan. It's sort of very alien in both cases.
No, it's very much, there's
so like you look
there's a strictness,
you look at like
with
the two
Japan
scandals
or Germany.
The two scandals that like tell people the story about a country, right? Is you have sort of the SoftBank scandal right now kind of unfolding in Japan on the one hand. And then in Germany you have the Wirecard scandal sort of unfolding, right? And they both basically get to this larger problem in both societies, which is their unwillingness to actually have proper entrepreneurship, and basically how they basically see entrepreneurship in some sense as connected to the criminal world, because for them it kind of is, right? SoftBank is clearly organized crime. Wirecard clearly a kind of global money laundering operation.
Yep.
Which is interesting. One wonders, of course, if PayPal was the kind of Wirecard of its day, right? Which is also interesting, and the degree to which U.S. intelligence was cool on PayPal existing.
I mean, that was, you could call the PayPal thing, just 10 years into the past of, doing a CBDC type of thing, right? That's Mr. Robot right there.
I don't know what I really believe about PayPal. I kind of feel like the real story of PayPal hasn't been told, precisely because there have been so many different books and articles about it that I kind of believe that the real story can't be told. You know what I mean? It's like one of those things where there's
I do know what you mean.
There's a suspicious amount of information about it, none of which is quite clarifying.
Yeah, eBay as well.
eBay is 100% that way. And there's sort of like many different stories we've heard about eBay over the years. And it's also like very unclear, like even, Craigslist is another one like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
What is the real Craigslist story, and why don't we know it?
Well, I mean, Andreessen put it very, very well when he said it's like unbundling and bundling. It just all comes back together. So I think there's something there.
Well, I mean, even the Andreessen story is also weird, right? Like he was clearly the front for Jim Clark and the whole Netscape thing.
Oh, I don't know about that.
And then he was the front for Andreessen Horowitz. Like it's very clear that Ben Horowitz
is like very involved in a lot of the decision making. But of course, he stays kind of behind the scenes.
Well, he's
You
been very behind the scenes. I mean, he hasn't, he put out that book, and then after that, he kind of shut up for a very long time, right?
know? Mm-hmm.
He still hasn't shut up.
Yep, he still hasn't. He hasn't come out and talked in a long, long while, which is very
Yeah,
interesting.
it's
And then, of
very,
course,
very
his
strange.
father, David Horowitz, who was a big backer of Ben Shapiro back in the day before they had a falling out.
Oh,
And
really?
and David Horowitz was also like traveling around with the Black Panthers. I mean, there's a lot of weird stuff with David Horowitz, who I used to know actually. He introduced me to Steve Miller back in the day. Steve Miller, of course, who
Oh,
later went to
really?
their work. Yeah, yeah. So a very strange guy. But anyway, so I've come to the conclusion more or less that like the A16Z people, there's a lot going on there. I'm not totally sure what of it is actual entrepreneurship. I mean, they sort of seemingly went in very heavy on the crypto stuff.
Yeah, that was strange. Well, I mean, Sequoia did the same thing with FTX, right?
Right, and we know Sequoia is Chinese, so the capital source of A16Z has always kind of like eluded me, and I've always kind of
Yeah,
wondered what's really going
you
on there.
you don't want to write a piece about that because you might get assassinated sometime fucking soon.
Yeah, do you think it's mob money? Because that's kind of the rumor on the street.
You know a lot more than I do about that, so I'm not willing to put my to go out on my
Yeah, it's one of
shield
those
about
things.
that,
It's one
but
of those things that is like very strange, and it's sort
there
of
is
like
something very strange about that.
the whole firm. Like it's one of those firms that's not like any of the other Silicon Valley firms.
It doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it feels more like a talent agency than a venture firm, right? That's sort of how I kind of think of it.
Yeah, be
But
careful. That's Icarus right there. I mean, if you go too close to that sun, then you're going to get burned.
yeah, I agree. I know it's one of those ones that I'm very frightened of touching. There's like a handful of them that I sort of like stumble across and look at and sort of poke, and there are a few that I like just won't go near because I know that if I go after it,
Yeah,
there'll be people who come at me in ways that I didn't even know were possible.
there's like Charles Rivers Ventures and stuff like that. You don't want to get too close to those because there's something else going on there that you need to be really, really careful about.
100%. And there's a lot of that around Musk as well that I didn't really quite know when I.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep.
Nope,
There's a
I
lot of
agree with
that
you.
that I've poked over the years, which I didn't know I was poking,
Yeah,
which I don't recommend to people.
Don't poke too hard.
I do think though that a lot of these venture funds are in real trouble, because I think the Biden era
Sure.
has changed their underlying economics with both raising the interest rates and also asking a lot of questions about their capital sources.
Well, if you follow the money, I mean, these guys. Yeah, I mean, who's funding A16Z? Who's funding Charles Rivers? Who's funding Sequoia? There's a lot of money flowing around that, yeah, if you start to ask questions, then you're
And a
gonna
lot
get
of it seemingly
a
has
bunch of fucking
stopped.
trouble.
A lot of it has
Oh
seemingly
yeah,
stopped in the last like 18 months.
yeah, because the money's not flowing anymore. So I would be very careful if I was you.
Yeah. Well, if there are things I should know, let me know in the DMs. But on that happy note, I wish you
The
all
happiest note.
a very good evening or morning or wherever you should find yourselves, and do feel free to subscribe to my Substack. Happy to chat with you guys elsewhere, and wish you very well. And what an evening it's been. Thank you very much to Richard for keeping it open. And for those we couldn't get to on this, evening, happy to do it some other time soon. So all the
Take care,
best.
Chuck.
You too.
Take care,
Bye.
Chuck.